It's moving at a pretty good clip, so I'm going to zoom out a good bit here. We're going to do a storm tracker on this. Some of the towns that could be in the path of this. Right now, it's right over the top of Paris, but in not too terribly long. Clarksville, all right, one of our bigger towns in the path of this, 252. I'll work on that, Robert, while you work on the cameras. Let's see if we can pull up some additional towns.
Yeah. Also, folks, we did get word from the Weather Service that they do not expect to include Franklin County in this tornado warning. So that is some good news.
Okay.
So this is a Logan and Johnson County situation based on
it makes sense,
yeah,
because the circulation, while it could get very close to that very southeastern tip of Franklin County, I don't think the circulation is ever going to quite pass into Franklin County. Coal Hill, if this thing holds together at its current pace, 240. Hartman, 242. If this thing shifts a little bit farther east, Clarksville, you would certainly be in the path of it, 252. It's got to hold together, too. It's not got a lot of organization with it at this exact moment. Let's see if we can bring in a few more towns. Some of the little smaller towns right here, Kalamazoo and Cottontown, and Hinkle and Hoyt, Montana, New Spadra, Sulphur Springs, in Johnson County, not the one in Benton County. Spadra, Hunt, Union City, Jamestown, Edna. You can see a number of additional towns on there, so that helps quite a bit. So that kind of gives everybody a pretty good idea of when the circulation is going to be over top of you. Right now, it's right over the top of Clarksville, okay? And so Clarksville's I'm sorry, right over the top of Paris. I apologize. Paris, not Clarksville, Paris. Clarksville, if it holds together, could get in your area by about 252 if it holds together. Let's go back, zoom in again. If you're just now joining us, we've got a tornado warning that has been issued here for Logan County. This is something we saw circulating about 30 minutes ago, and then it kind of lost a little bit of that, and then it came right back up really quickly, and that rotation is there. Again, not seeing signs necessarily at the moment that this is necessarily a storm that's likely got a tornado on the ground right now, but it certainly has got some pretty intense winds. So one thing, even if it doesn't have a tornado on the ground at the moment, again, just now joining us is a tornado warning for Logan County, and this storm in Logan, northwest Logan County, moving toward southwest Johnson County. One thing we know it definitely has some very strong wind speeds kicking in. This is what we call the rear flank downdraft, and particularly intense rear flank downdrafts oftentimes will kind of undercut any circulation and may actually reduce the chance of a tornado forming, at least for a time. But they can still cause damage, straight line wind damage, and sometimes they can enhance tornado probability. It just, every situation is a little bit different, but in this case, maybe reducing it maybe a little bit. But again, the very strong winds here, straight line winds of around 50 miles per hour, 40 to 50 miles per hour being estimated by our radar. So very, very intense winds. Right over the Gray Rock area, Roseville, coming into Kalamazoo as we speak, just north of Paris. Going to come right across the Arkansas River, and then Coal Hill, Hartman. You're going to be kind of up next with all of this.
And it's important to note that, you know, this is you're getting down into a pretty mountainous region, so those strong winds can be, you know, funneled through some of those valleys, and they could, you know, lead to localized heavier gusts at times.
Sure.
So just keep that in mind as well, folks, if you're in that area over the next, you know, half hour or so.
Wind tunnel effects in valleys, and if you're on a hilltop, you're just always more subject to more intense winds. That's just kind of the way it works for anybody living on those hilltops. Again, spin up with this storm right now is not necessarily something that I would say is highly conducive to immediately producing a tornado. Not seeing any serious drop in correlation coefficient, though we are getting a little bit of a drop there around Gray Rock. That could be because of more of a straight line wind kind of situation. Hard to say. Let me So when I go back the last 15 minutes, yeah, it could be a tornado debris signature, but I don't know. It could be, or it could just be the strong straight line winds went right through that area. So hard to say if that's kicking up debris from a tornado or whether it's kicking up debris from straight line winds. That's coming into that extreme eastern, southeastern corner of Franklin County, around Denning down to Greenwood, Franklin County, not Sebastian. So that is interesting. And at the very least, it looks like it might be the hail probability might be coming up a little bit. Well, maybe not. But again, Paris, let's stay in that safe spot. Cottontown, Gray Rock, let's stay in that safe spot for right now. Regardless of tornado, whether it produces a tornado, at least straight line winds are a concern. You want to be in that safe spot. So let's stay in that safe spot for right now.
And this is, unfortunately, this is just the start of what could be a busy evening weather-wise. So, you know, if you're seeing this and you're in Fort Smith right now and you're thinking, oh, you know, this is out in Logan County. Well, it's a long evening that we have ahead. And we've been telling you about the severe potential for the last couple of days, that this could be a pretty active day. Certainly Mother Nature not, you know, letting us down with this first wave of showers and storms. More storms are expected to fire up as we get into the evening hours after sunset. That's when it looks like Northwest Arkansas could certainly get into the show. We have a very, you know, wide-ranging tornado watch that's in effect. This does include where the warned area is as well, Darby.
And yeah, absolutely, Robert. And this drop in correlation coefficient we're seeing right here, actually, that may have to do with hail. I think our radar might be seeing hail right there. It's kind of an elongated drop right here. So a combination of wind maybe kicking up some debris, maybe some leaves, that kind of thing, and hail particularly, I think, that hail getting blown in this direction right here, kind of in a broad area between Roseville and Gray Rock. So I think that's what the drop in correlation coefficient is. Again, this is something, this is a new, you know, tool for our radar we've had the last several years that helps us pick out where there might be debris in the atmosphere, but sometimes it can pick up hail too, because what it's really doing is the radar is seeing, if it's seeing a bunch of things in the atmosphere, they're all different sizes, and clearly it's seeing that right here, then you see a drop in values. You start to see the yellows and the greens and blues. We're seeing a yellow right here, which indicates to me that it's not seeing a lot of debris, but it's seeing something in the atmosphere. Again, very well could be hail. I'm surprised the hail probability hasn't come up right here, but we can't, oh, there it is. All right, so yeah, hail, I think that's what the okay. There it is, all right. Sometimes the radar lags behind what we already know is probably happening, but there's that uptick in hail probability. So, National Weather Service say anything about that? Robert, that's...
No, nothing in the terms of hail right now.
Okay, well, I'm sure they're seeing the same thing we're seeing. All right, so that's kind of the reason we're seeing that drop in values right there around Roseville, Greenwood. And you know, if you pull up the... We're on Facebook Live right now, too. If you pull that up as well, Robert, if there's anybody living in that area seeing this hail, they might be able to confirm that for us. And were you able to pull up any cameras along I-40?
Yeah, it's still dry in Clarksville right now.
Okay.
The more persistent rain is back to the west near Ozark, but that doesn't have anything to do with this storm. But with how quickly these storms are moving, you know, it'll be to I-40 here probably, you know, if it's moving 45 miles an hour, probably within the next half hour or so, it will be crossing the interstate there. So, you know, and that's the other thing, folks, if you're out traveling this evening, conditions, you know, 1 mile to the next can rapidly deteriorate and improve with the scattered nature of these storms right now. We've already seen that back toward Fort Smith, where we had some rain and thunderstorms, and near Ozark as well. And now this cell will probably be at I-40 here in the next, you know, like I said, a half hour or so with its current speed at northeast at 45 miles an hour.
And I give everybody this information. All right, so the circulation now with this storm is right over the Cottontown area, about to cross over the Arkansas River, and then come into Hartman and Coal Hill. Hartman, Coal Hill, safe spot right now, okay? Circulation's still there, and it could, again, increase over time, though we don't know if a tornado's been produced yet. We still have that circulation. Now, Paris and over to Carbon City, we're now behind the circulation. You can see it's right here, Paris, Carbon City, over the Gray Rock, just about over even Union and Subiaco. You're in the clear, all right, of the tornado. You still have rain, you still have lightning in the area. Winds are still pretty gusty, but you can at least come out of your safe spot. In Paris, for sure, I would say in Gray Rock, Carbon City, Subiaco as well. Just about in Union, might give it a little bit more time in Union. But Cottontown, over to Hoyt, New Spadra, all the way over to Clarksville. Let me zoom out a little bit here so we can see this a little bit better. So Clarksville, Coal Hill, Hartman area, along I-40 here, just to the east of Clarksville. All those areas in our safe spot right now. This thing's moving pretty fast. All right, so it's going to be on our doorstep around Clarksville, and especially just barely east of, west of Clarksville here pretty quickly. So if you're in the area around, again, Sulphur Springs, Johnson County, not Benton County, but if you're in that area, let's get into that safe spot right now. Hoyt, Hartman, Coal Hill, Cottontown, you know, the Wilkins area, Union. This is now to your north, so you're looking a little bit better in that area. But we still have this spin up right here, which isn't necessarily getting any more robust, but it's still there. And again, we're seeing these little drops here in CC values, probably because of hail. I'm sure that's what's caused it over here, and that may be what's causing it over here as well. These little drops that we're seeing in correlation coefficient right here. So I think that's really got to do with hail. I don't feel like we're seeing debris, actual debris on radar right now, unless it's, you know, a little bit of straight line winds getting picked up, that kind of thing. The hail probability, we saw that come up, still up a little bit. You see that little pink value right there, so that's what our radar was probably picking up. Go back to radar. If you're just now joining us, I want to reset for everybody. We do have a tornado warning that has been issued. We don't have anything going on in northwest Arkansas. We do have some storms coming in from northeast Oklahoma, going to affect western Benton County. None of this is going to be severe. A little bit of lightning with it, some heavier downpours, but no legitimate severe weather concerns right there in northwest Arkansas. Some pretty hefty downpours south of Fayetteville. So if you're driving south of Fayetteville over the next hour or so, you'll run into some of that rain, some really heavy downpours right now on I-49 between, looks like the Greenland area and the tunnel. So some pretty heavy downpours there, but not severe. And we don't have any other warnings in the viewing area. In fact, I don't think we have any other warnings in the state other than a severe thunderstorm warning down toward DeQueen. We expect additional activity to redevelop over east Oklahoma later on, late this afternoon into this evening. But the prime area of concern right now, and why we're on the air on Facebook Live and on TV, is this tornado warning right here. Bring that back up again. Tornado warning in effect till 3 p.m. The storm still moving at 45. Is that right, Robert?
It's now at 40 miles an hour.
40. Okay, slow down a little bit.
And
a lot of times we see storms slow down. They're trying to reorganize, so that might be what's going on here.
We do have a couple of people checking in on Facebook. Sue is saying it's getting very windy in Coal Hill right now, which is right near that circulation that Darby has circled on the map. So yeah, that's and you know, we had those winds that were estimated around 50 miles an hour. So you know, very much could see some, you know, some pretty impressive gusts if you're in the path of this storm, which is why, you know, you're urged to, you know, have that plan of action ready to go. You know, get that safe spot cleaned out. You know, maybe it's got Christmas decorations or something in it. Clean it out right now. Yeah, I spent all day yesterday and this morning cleaning up or getting Christmas down. Could you, Robert, could you kind of scroll through the comments, see if anybody's That's what I've been doing.
Okay, we'll see if anybody in that area has reported any hail. I'm really interested in that. South of Altus, kind of between Paris and Altus. I suspect that's what it was, but it's always good to get that confirmation if you happen to see anybody. Anyway, in that area, the storm has lost a lot of organization. We do still have this tornado warning, which really, at this point, the primary threat looks to be almost entirely into Johnson County. Right now, that circulation is between Coal Hill and Subiaco. So again, Paris, you're in the clear, as we were saying earlier. Not there yet, though, in Coal Hill or Hartman. This is right over the top of you. So this is a concern for you at the moment. But main concern right now looks to be strong straight line winds, a little bit of hail, some lightning, very heavy rain, so flash flooding will be a possibility as we go through the next several hours. But that circulation, it's still there. I mean, it's not really, gone away entirely, and it continues to push its way kind of off to the northeast here toward the area just a little bit west of Clarksville. So, these storms sometimes try to take a right turn. If that happens, then Clarksville may be more positioned for that circulation. The circulation at least hasn't intensified, which has been nice to see. The storm itself, though, remains very, very intense. Haven't seen any serious changes in the intensity of the storm. It hasn't gained a whole lot of organization throughout the process, a little bit here and there, but it may have slowed down a little bit, which may be a signal that it's trying to reorganize, but I'm not seeing any significant reorganization.
I do have an RDOT camera turned on in Clarksville.
Well, let's go ahead and pull that up.
It is raining there, but it doesn't look terribly bad right now, as you can see. There's a look at I-40 near Clarksville, wet roadways.
Do you have any others that we can take a look at?
Yeah, I can cycle through the 3 that are in Clarksville. There's the one. This is closer to I-21.
Here, go a little bit farther west where the rain's really coming down. Yeah, right.
There's Coal Hill.
There we go.
There's where it's coming down.
Starting to come down. People have got their kind of flashing blinkers on. Nothing wrong with that. That kind of heavy rain, you're in the middle of a tornado warning. What we always tell people when they're driving down the interstate is if a tornado warning's issued, you're going to get it on your phone. You're going to get the alert on your phone, right? So if you're on the interstate, on a highway, whatever it may be, tornado warning gets issued, you're in the tornado warning because you wouldn't have gotten the alert on your phone if you weren't in the tornado warning. You want to get to the first exit you can find and find a nice sturdy structure as nearby as possible and hang out there. Whatever that may be. Whatever's open, whatever's available, but someplace better than just being in your car, being on the interstate. That's kind of your best bet in these situations. All right, but we don't see much right there. Keep an eye on that camera if you see anything. All right. So again, if you're just now joining us, tornado warning in effect till 3 p.m. And the circulation has crossed almost entirely. The circulation right now is directly over the Arkansas River. So just about everybody in Logan County now is in the clear of the current tornado threat. And it's just now coming into Johnson County. Though we're not seeing any significant uptick in circulation with this storm, so that's good to see. Nonetheless, we're going to stay on the air with this tornado warning through its entirety, because here's another tornado warning that's been issued in central Arkansas. That one's probably going to have a little bit more potential to produce a tornado. It's got maybe a little bit less activity to the south and east of it, a little bit more of an unstable air mass being sucked into that storm. So that one may have a higher degree of potential to eventually produce a tornado. We'll see. We're also watching this storm in Scott County, which here east of Waldron, it's something to watch, something that we want to keep an eye on, but doesn't look to have much organization with it right now. And This activity over Washington County also doesn't look to have a whole lot of organization with it. We got these storms kind of making their way into western Benton County. A few showers anyway around Siloam Springs, and that's about it for those areas specifically. All right. We do have a tornado watch that's in place for Johnson, Logan, and Scott counties until, I believe, late afternoon, evening.
Yeah, tornado watch. Let me get the
That was till 8 p.m., 6 to 8 p.m.,
exact
something like that.
specifics on that tornado watch.
But
for
that's
everybody.
where our tornado watch is, because the primary threat here initially
9 p.m. for the
till
tornado
9 p.m.
watch.
The primary threat initially is kind of these areas east of Fort Smith over into central Arkansas. That's our primary threat initially. Later on, we're going to have to watch for additional storms developing over east Oklahoma, which then could make their way into northwest Arkansas and parts of the river valley closer to Fort Smith. We're getting all this rain out ahead of it, which helps a lot in terms of maybe limiting the potential for any additional storms that develop this evening to become severe, but it doesn't eliminate it. And there could be enough of a period, particularly across eastern Oklahoma, where it's dry and it kind of warms back up. It's January 2nd. I know it's utterly ridiculous that we're talking about this, but it happens. Rarely in our area, a little bit more frequently farther southeast, but very, very rare, but it can happen. And certainly that's kind of what we're dealing with now. It felt kind of spring-like out there yesterday and today. And today we just absolutely shattered, annihilated the records for high temperatures in northwest Arkansas and did a pretty good job blowing them up in the river valley too. It's going to be a warm January, so there could be additional severe weather throughout the month.
And I'll just say this because it's going to be, you know, a very busy day. Darby and I, we are 100% aware that there is a college football game on right now.
Yep.
But we're going to get you back to that as soon as it is safe to do so. But we've got to get this information out for those people that are in the path of this storm, because it is a particularly dangerous storm. We did get a caller that called the newsroom a few minutes ago outside of Clarksville, said plenty of rain but no hail. At least at her location just outside of Clarksville, which is certainly some good news there. But, you know, in addition to the severe threats, you know, there's also plenty of heavy rain. Flash flooding is a threat. So don't, you know, if you're out tonight and you encounter flooded roadways, please don't become a statistic and try to drive through those flooded roadways and get yourself in a situation that you might regret. But as we've been saying, and this warning for Johnson County only goes for about another 9 minutes or so before hopefully it'll be allowed to expire, as it's looking less and less impressive on the radar presentation. But as we said earlier, if you're just joining us, this is just, you know, the start of most likely will be quite an active evening, probably through at least 10 or 11 o'clock tonight is when we could be dealing with these on and off, whether it's a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warning, flash flood warning. This is the type of system that's rolling through where all modes of severe weather are certainly possible. As you see Darby bring up Interstate 40 there near Ozark yet again, those rain-covered roadways. So, you know, just because it's not raining where you are at right now doesn't mean that in 30 minutes or an hour it could be raining, and it could be raining quite heavily. Just keep that in mind. Just doing our best here to give everybody the very important information that they need, because conditions can change extremely rapidly. With this storm, as an example, it went from, you know, okay, it's a strong-looking thunderstorm to tornado-warned storm in minutes, which is when we popped on the air.
Yeah, it's still a concerning storm, though. I have to say that I continue to I'm still not seeing any significant spin up with this storm. I think they could probably.
Billy on Facebook chimes in saying that there is lightning in Clarksville, somewhat calm, but the sirens are going off in Clarksville.
Okay.
So just heads up on there.
And it's a good idea to still be in that safe spot in Clarksville right now.
Yeah, the sirens don't go off by, you know, they're on for a reason, folks.
They are, but we also have to admit here that that tornado threat is greatly reduced from where it was, you know, 20 minutes ago. Greatly reduced, which is good to see. We will have more storms form in the area as we go throughout the day today. Straight line wind potential still seems to be there. Not maybe as great as it was before, but that's still kind of there. That's still a concern for us. So again, if you're just now joining us, tornado warning is in place for Johnson County. That threat of a tornado has exited Logan County entirely. And we've got another tornado warning. This one's in central Arkansas, approaching the Morrilton area. Folks in Little Rock covering that. We've got some pretty intense little activity, again, along I-49 that we've been seeing here. Now up to Fayetteville, and we've got some heavier downpours around Johnson coming into Springdale. None of this is going to become seriously severe, but still kind of concerning in this area. Just mainly because folks driving down I-49, and it seems like it happens pretty regularly, get a heavy batch of rain and we get accidents. So definitely want to be extra cautious. Not seeing any new activity yet across Oklahoma, but this is kind of where we expect that next batch to be. And this is interesting. I want to point this out here for everybody because this is kind of important too. I'm going to come back over here. The Storm Prediction Center has kind of moved the enhanced risk of severe weather, which, if you follow my cursor, it's kind of hard to see, but if you follow the cursor right here, now extends much more into Benton County. And they also, you know, brought the risk of strong tornadoes all the way up. All the way. See this black line right here indicating the risk of strong tornadoes? They brought that all the way up.
Basically to Highway 412.
Yeah, to Highway 412.
Give or take a couple of miles.
And so that is now definitely a concern even in the parts of northwest Arkansas. So the hatched area right here is where even up to Washington County, Madison County, you could have a strong tornado, almost up to Benton County and Carroll. They definitely moved that farther north. We kind of expected they probably would at some point. They've done that. So we've got to watch right through the rest of the day here. Got to watch right through the rest of the day. We'll go back to radar here. And just got less than 5 minutes here with the tornado warning still going. The new area of circulation trying to develop right over Clarksville here. Let's go back to this. The storm doesn't look any more organized, but it is trying to develop maybe another area, a new area of circulation. Let's pull this up. Not much, but it looks to be trying right there. So let's stay in that safe spot in Clarksville for right now. You know, I would say that Hartman, Coal Hill, you are now in the clear in Hartman and Coal Hill of any tornado threat. You can come out of your safe spot. Hoyt, you are too. New Spadra, not just yet, but you're right on the cusp of being able to come out of your safe spot. All of Logan County is entirely out of that tornado risk now. They still have the tornado warning, but that doesn't matter really. You're entirely out of the tornado risk at this point.
And we are getting word from the Weather Service that warning will expire at 3.
Yeah.
It will be allowed to expire, which is good news.
Yeah, I believe it. I mean, you get this new area of circulation. If it tries to take off, they might have to have second thoughts. We'll have to wait and see. But right now, that is what it looks like. All right. Switch back over to base velocity here. And seeing the rear flank downdraft try to come in behind. And this one's not quite as intense. So that might be, and it's coming right up to Clarksville. So it may have a little bit more potential compared to the prior uptick in those strong winds kind of coming in along the southern flank of this storm. You know, if they're not quite as intense, then you can actually start to see occasionally an increase in probability of a tornado forming. Right now, we don't see a high degree of potential, but it is there. All right, it is certainly there. Hail probability, still pretty low, not seeing anything. We saw it spike earlier, but not seeing it come back up at the moment, which is good. Still pretty intense storm, still very strong winds, very heavy rain, frequent lightning through this area. Flash flooding is going to be a concern. We've already gotten reports of high water in a few areas today, so that's going to remain a concern. Second tornado warning here in central Arkansas.
Yeah, that central Arkansas storm, we're already starting to get some damage reports in from that one, so that's...
yeah, that one had a little bit more potential.
Yeah.
It doesn't look terribly well organized right now, but it's... You know, that one, if you got friends or family who live in that area, kind of coming toward the Perryville area, and really, you know, in this area north of Hot Springs Village, kind of hilly and somewhat mountainous, but hilly for sure, and very rural area there between Hot Springs Village and Perryville. But they're watching that down in Little Rock. We're watching this. And once we get to 3 o'clock here, in less than a minute, we're probably going to...
Why don't you, real quick, Darby, head on over to the RDOT camera.
Okay.
Because as Darby just mentioned, and I want to get the information here quickly, just near the Bobby Hopper Tunnel,
wow.
We've got a pair of accidents. I believe this one involves a tractor trailer. You can't see much there, but they are zoomed in on the accident. And then we have another accident just about 7 miles north of Mountainburg that does involve a rollover crash. The one that's near West Fork, which is where we have this camera, that's a multi-vehicle accident that is involving a tractor trailer on the southbound side of I-49. All lanes are being impacted by this crash, so yeah, it's we're underway.
Like we just said, and like we say all the time, and probably will never stop saying it, frankly, is, you know, when you've got heavy rain on I-49, you're probably going to have accidents.
We might have another view. I'm just checking here. No, we don't have a view of that other accident.
Okay. So we're gonna stop our coverage now of this previously tornado warned storm. Tornado warning has been dropped. Circulation with it looked like it was trying to come back, but no, I think we're good to go. So this storm just intense over Johnson County. We'll keep a close eye on these storms as they continue to form. It looks like initially for the next several hours, your primary risk area is over Johnson, Logan County, and then really to the east of that. We'll have to watch some of this activity developing over LaFleur County, but it looks like mostly central into North Arkansas, South Arkansas for the next few hours. And then by this evening, folks, new activity developing in here that comes into Northwest Arkansas. So late afternoon into this evening, especially 6 p.m. to midnight in particular, this area right here for that next greater risk. We do have accidents on I-49, as Robert just mentioned, because of the heavy rain. So check before you leave and make sure you can get down I-49 or up I-49 if you're going to be using it between Fayetteville and Fort Smith. You might have to take 71. We'll continue to watch everything for you. We're going to get back to regular programming, keep an eye on things. In the meantime, keep it tuned to 4029. We'll keep you updated.
The heavy rain that extends from pretty close to Marietta here in Cass County to about Linden down to Jefferson. Again, the rain beginning to let up some in the Marshall, Texas area. Carthage, it looks like the worst, at least the heaviest rain with this thunderstorm activity has passed through your area. And again, the two areas of concern are on the bottom part of this cluster of storms here in Sabine County, Texas, and Sabine Parish here in northwest Louisiana. Shreveport, let's again show you another view of Future Scan here. This will take us forward an hour and shows us the progression that these thunderstorms will be taking. Again, it looks like shortly before 3:30 here in the next half hour or so, we should see the rain begin to pick up in the Shreveport, Bossier City metropolitan area. As of right now, nothing imminently as far as a severe weather threat, minus the potential for the heavy rain. And you can see the progress that this storm is going to be taking here in the next hour as it moves very close to Coshada. See if I can get Coshada to pop on here. So let's let this loop again, and you can see the progression that it's going to take very close to Coshada, and then moving into the northern sections of Red River Parish here, pretty close to Hall Summit. By the time we get to a little bit after 4 o'clock is when it moves into that particular part of Red River Parish. So Coshada, Grand Bayou, Hall Summit, and all points in the middle here. That is the area there in Red River Parish that will have to pay close attention to this thunderstorm. You can see the cylinder indicating the current rotation. And then we have our second storm right in here. This is going to eventually move up into DeSoto Parish here in the next hour between Benson and Mansfield. So that's kind of an hour's forecast on where these storms are going to be going here as we look at Future Scan. Let's go back to the Shreveport radar as we do have some new data which has come in. I'll pause this loop and switch back over to the velocity scan. Again, what we're looking at here is basically the rotation. Again, red away from the radar, green towards the radar up in Shreveport. You can see that it looks like our possible tornado right now is approaching the Belmont area. So if you live in Belmont near Ashley, I believe that is a Haley Road. Let's see if we can get some other roads to pop on here. We got our cylinder, which is kind of in the way. Spring Ridge, Dobbs Crossing, that particular community looks like Miles Road here, Benning Road. Those are some of the localized streets. If you live in that area, you pretty much know what the areas that I'm talking about here as this tornado again continues to move across Sabine, or at least possible tornado continues to move across much of Sabine Parish right now. And let's see. All right, so it looks like, as I mentioned earlier, the storm in Sabine Parish has weakened just a bit. Still nothing as far as a confirmation, as far as any touchdowns with this. Let's switch over to the power outage numbers here. Again, what these numbers here can often give us an indication on where we have had some wind issues. We did see some decent thunderstorms move across this part of East Texas here in the last couple of hours, and you can see the power outage numbers that are indicated here. Again, this data automatically updates in our system every 3 minutes. Not an exact number, it kind of gives you a ballpark figure, and you can see the numbers here over Gregg as well as Rusk County. So we have more than likely had some wind issues, maybe downing a few trees here in this particular part of the Arklatex. Notice so far we have nothing out of Sabine County, San Augustine County, or in Sabine Parish. Now keep in mind with this data, the tree falls, then you have to have the power outage reported, and it usually takes a while before, 10-20 minutes before that data reaches our system here. So even though we don't see anything as far as power outages yet, that is something we'll be keeping a close eye on as perhaps a confirmation of something that may have touched down in that particular part of the Arklatex. So again, that being said, let's switch back over to the Shreveport radar and see if we can give you a closer look at these storms. Again, watching two tornado warnings. Again, the one in Sabine County has expired. and it looks like it is not going to be reissued. So again, this storm, which prompted the warning down here, has expired and or been canceled. So it looks like the threat from this particular thunderstorm has decreased, although we'll keep a close eye on that. The main concern right now is with this thunderstorm, which is very close to Belmont, Louisiana. Let me get this straight up and down here and once again show the velocity scan. You can see the location of this very close to Belmont, very close to Haley Road. See if I can zoom in even more here, get inside this cylinder, and you can see some of the other roadways that are being impacted by this possible tornado there, which is very close to Belmont. We'll pass fairly close to Spring Ridge here. I'm going to zoom this out once again and kind of give you some ETAs here with this particular thunderstorm. Again, you can see that BTI number still rather high at 7.3, as this storm may contain a little bit of hail, also obviously going to cause some rather gusty winds. But you can see we'll likely see this pass close to, maybe a little bit to the east of Pleasant Hill by about 3:17, so about 10 minutes from now. And then it comes fairly close to the Coshada area. Probably this particular point right here is when we'll see it arrive in this general location by about 3:38. So that kind of shows you where this could be going. Probably coming, if the current path continues, moving between Grand Bayou and Coshada. We do have a camera in Coshada, so we'll take a look at that as we get closer to that. In fact, let's go ahead and take a look at that, and you can see that Coshada in line possibly to be impacted. So ahead of the storm, this is what it looks like there in Coshada. You can see it is cloudy. A little bit of rain looks like it is falling in Coshada right now. This camera is pointed towards the east. It does look like we will see the storm probably pass a little bit to the west of Coshada, but again, we'll be watching that very closely as that storm does move into the region. So let's move this back in time and show you the path that this particular thunderstorm has taken as it has made its way across much of Sabine Parish. Again, it did begin rotating. I did kind of point this out as it was starting to rotate on our live blog page when it was down southwest of southeast of Hemp Hill. It has since continued to move towards the north and northeast at around 30 miles per hour. You can see where this tornado, or at least possible tornado, has gone as it did pass close to Alliance, a little bit to the east of Zwolle, and is now very close to Belmont, Louisiana, and again will come very close to Pleasant Hill. So if you live in Belmont, Pleasant Hill, again, a good idea to be in your place of safety as, again, a tornado warning continues for these areas. That warning is in effect until 3:45 p.m. This afternoon. Really haven't seen any indication of this rotation weakening as of yet. And it does look like, let's see, looks like we have some new information coming for Sabine County, Sabine Parish. I don't know where that is. Let's see. Sabine County. Looks like this particular thunderstorm here may be reorganizing. So Weather Service indicating that we could have a new tornado warning as a result of this storm here, which is in the northern sections of Sabine County. So let's take a look at the radar out of Fort Polk once again, since it's a little bit closer. And you can see we do have our cylinder, which has popped on here. So we do have a pretty good signature being indicated in the radar here at Fort Polk. Red away, green towards. This is where we do have another possible tornado, which is developing here south and east of Patroon. Weather Service indicating that a new tornado warning has just been issued for, let's see, DeSoto, Sabine, and Shelby. So DeSoto, Sabine parishes, Sabine County, and Shelby County in East Texas. That's in effect until 4 p.m. You'll see that red box pop on the map here as this too, there it is right there, is this particular tornado warning is in effect until 4 p.m. As this probably will move again very close to Toledo Bend over the extreme southeastern edge of DeSoto Parish. It'll then continue that trek on off towards the north and east and move up into the far northwestern corner of Sabine Parish, and then continue to move southward into the southern sections of DeSoto Parish. Again, this is part of the storm which Earlier, we did have a tornado warning. It kind of weakened, but now we've seen that the rotation, at least that storm, reorganized somewhat. So let me give you a closer look at where this is located here, as it looks like it's very close to Texas Highway 87, if I'm reading that correctly. It'll be crossing Highway 87 there in northern Sabine County, and you can see it continues to move off towards the north and east. Let's switch over to the radar here. And again, this will give us an idea on where this could be going. So I'm going to click on this pink arrow, and this will kind of show us the arrival times at various locations. So it probably passes right about here in relation to Huxley at about 3:23. We'll see it get very close to Benson there in southern DeSoto Parish. Looks like it moves into that particular part of DeSoto Parish at about 3:32 as it is racing off towards the northeast and probably passing a little bit to the east or west of Converse. Looks like about 3:28. So again, that's a rough estimation on possible arrival times with this possible tornado, which is soon going to be moving into the southeastern sections of Shelby County. You can see as we move back to our storm here in Sabine Parish, we have a very well-defined hook echo indicated on the traditional radar scan here. So let's take a look at the velocity scan with this. Again, right in here, you can see that rotation indicated just a few miles to the south and east of Pleasant Hill. So Pleasant Hill right here. Looks like that this is, grab the correct tool here, that this is about 4 miles to the southeast of Pleasant Hill. And let's give you a breakdown on some of the streets. You can see Miles Road, Terrell Road, Bowline Road, or Bowling Road are the roadways where this possible tornado is currently located. Looks like it's going to move up towards Skirgout Road, perhaps a little bit to the east of Rocks Creek Road. So that kind of gives you an idea, a more detailed view on where this could be going. And new data just coming in. So it looks like Dobbs Crossing. It is past that area. It's very close to Dobbs Crossing, and looks like near Scour Cut Road, if I'm reading that correctly. And you can see it probably is a little bit south of Patrick Road here. So this is Pleasant Hill. This is the part close to Pleasant Hill where this possible tornado is currently located at the present time, and is moving off towards the north and east. And again, show you this arrow here as I zoom this out. These are areas where this particular possible tornado, if not already on the ground, I would assume, you can see that BTI number, it's still at 7.3. Given that number is so high that there is a strong likelihood that we do have something on the ground, even though we have not heard anything as far as confirmation as of yet. Weather Service indicating they're also watching a storm here in parts of Howard County that will soon move into Pike County. So I'm going to switch over to the Shreveport radar, and that's this particular thunderstorm here, which is north of Nashville. That is about ready to move out of our area. So we do have some strong storms here in Howard County, which is below severe limits, but likely producing some gusty winds of 40 to 50 miles per hour, a little bit to the east of Nashville. Again, a little bit of a weak rotation associated with that. We'll be moving out of our area into basically Pike County here and moving up. This is Lake Greason. For those of you familiar with this part of southwest Arkansas, that storm will move up towards Lake Greason. And kind of give you a broader view here, you can see that once this moves through, we really don't have much as of yet back further to the south and west. But we're not done. Don't be fooled by, again, the storm moves out. You might see things quiet down. Oh, we're done. You're not done yet. As I've mentioned earlier by showing you the HRRR model, I'll do that again here shortly. We are going to be looking at a couple more waves of these thunderstorms here during the rest of the evening and nighttime hours tonight. As far as Marshall, all is quiet. As far as Texarkana, do have some light rain. We do have some heavy rain south and west of Texarkana. As of right now, it doesn't look like it's going to pose much of a severe weather threat. We do have some rain falling over parts of Shreveport and Bossier City right now. Let's take a look at some of the DOTD cameras from around the metropolitan area here, and you can see the rather soggy roadways which are currently in place as a result of the rain which has made its way into Shreveport and Bossier City. Again, this is the actual radar, and just kind of zoom into I-20 here. You can see that the heavy rain which is falling in that particular part of Shreveport. This is the western sections of Shreveport there near Jewella. You can see some pretty decent rain and traffic moving fairly slowly as a result of that. Nothing severe, but we do have these pockets of heavy rain. And keep in mind, we're also looking at the potential for some flooding across the area during the nighttime hours tonight. We do have a flood watch in effect that is in place for pretty much all of the region. You can see the Weather Prediction Center, just like the Storm Prediction Center issues their severe weather risk, they issue a risk for getting too much rainfall. And you can see that slight risk, in other words, level 2 on that 1 to 4 scale for most of the Arklatex. It does look like the heaviest rains probably will fall over the southeast part of the region. Generally, I would expect an inch or two. We could see a couple of swaths of 2 to 4 inches here across the southeastern sections of the area. So that's another concern that we'll be watching for as we move through the rest of the afternoon, as well as during the evening hours this evening. Okay, let's go back to our storms here, as we likely do have some new data which has come in, and zero in on our strongest rotation and look at the radar out of Shreveport once again. Again, this is going to be the velocity scan, see if we see any trends here. And it looks like the latest scan of the radar that this has broadened out some, so that could be a good sign for you. Not out of the woods yet, but the rotation here, you can clearly see that it's not as tight as it was. In other words, the reds and greens aren't as close together. And I'll show you the last hour here, and you can see the strength of this, and you can see the difference when it was passing close to Belmont to what we have right now. We might be seeing a little bit of a weakening trend, which is beginning to take shape. Again, doesn't mean we're out of the woods. Sometimes these things can cycle, but that could be the beginnings of a good trend that we are starting to see that particular thunderstorm weaken somewhat. Let's go back to our second tornado warned storm, and I'll pause the radar here, and you can see the again the possible tornado which is over the extreme southeastern corner of Shelby County. You can see it's north of the East Hamilton community, and it's going to be moving right along Toledo Bend here, and eventually crossing into the far northwestern sections of Sabine Parish. And again, this rotation also has weakened just a touch. I'm going to zoom this out and put this into motion. You can see the difference. Strong down here, weakened, and then we saw the retightening, which prompted the additional tornado warning right there. And you can see it has weakened somewhat. So again, this one has a history of going up and down. And you can probably hear the rain as it is falling here on the NBC6 studio here in North Market. So the rain is beginning to increase in Shreveport, but here in town, as of right now, we do not have an immediate severe weather threat, which is ongoing. And again, this is also, we have seen the first tornado warning issued down here. It weakened, it was canceled, reformed, and now we're starting to see that weakening process again. But this, again, has that history of going up and down in terms of the organization of that thunderstorm. So we'll see if that, again, takes shape again as this moves along the northern sections of Toledo Bend here between Huxley, Converse, Noble, and Patroon. This part, the northern, say, quarter of Toledo Bend is in the path of this possible tornado, which, again, the trend with the last couple of scans is that it has weakened somewhat. And again, notice that we did our cylinder there for one scan. Again, the rotation weakened, that cylinder went away. So that's also an indication of the trend that we could be seeing. And you can see the several scans where that cylinder popped up, indicating a strong rotation here across the central sections of Sabine Parish. That also has gone away, as again our rotation has made its way out of Sabine Parish and is now crossing into the far northwestern corner of Natchitoches Parish. Here is the Harris community. If we have a tornado on the ground, it would be right about in here. Let's see if we can get some of the roadways to pop on here. You can see this is something Williams Road. It looks like a Wallace Road here. There's the Wallace community. Here's Harris. So you can kind of see that. It looks like Newell Williams Road. Here is Ajax. So it's very close to the Ajax community here and is progressing its way towards the north and east. We'll see it cross into, this is the far southeastern tip of DeSoto Parish, and then we'll see it begin to move into the basically the southern sections of Red River Parish. Again, it looks like Coshada, Edgefield. You will have to keep a close eye on this as it moves towards the north and east, and kind of show you the projection of this. Again, moving, let's say, towards the northeast at around 30 miles per hour. You can see it is about 10 miles away, so that's about 20 minutes. It looks like between 3:30 and 3:45, probably closer to 3:45, we could see this begin to impact the Coshada, Louisiana area. As of right now, we do not have a tornado warning that includes Coshada, mind you, but this is going to be arriving in that particular area as this particular warning does expire in a little bit less than about 20 minutes from now, at about 3:45. Quite possible we could see this extended to include the rest of Red River Parish, as it looks like it is starting to reorganize somewhat with that red and green together. You might recall when I talked about this when it was back here approaching the line that it hadn't weakened and broadened out, but it looks like we could see some reorganization with that possible tornado there. Let me put this back on the radar here and show you the overall view of the thunderstorms that are currently in place across the Arklatex. We do have a cluster of storms which is rather strong moving out of Howard County right now. We do have some rather heavy rain moving into East Texas, Northeast Texas, approaching Texarkana. We do have pockets of heavy rain around, especially the northern half of the Shreveport-Bossier City metropolitan area, but that activity is far from severe. The only severe activity that we have on the radar right now is with these thunderstorms, which will continue to move in this general direction. So it looks like these will pass. If you're watching in Shreveport and wondering how these will move in relation to Shreveport-Bossier, it does look like these will pass maybe a little bit east of our location. So maybe Houghton, definitely Minden, and the northern sections of Bienville Parish and eventually Homer could be in line to be impacted by these rather strong thunderstorms, which again, at the very least, producing some wind issues. And again, we do have some embedded rotation within this cluster as they move deeper into northwest Louisiana. Notice a bit of a lull back to the west. This is not it. And I made this point earlier that we do have the threat of more thunderstorms redeveloping. Let's take a look at the high resolution rapid refresh model, or the HRRR for short. Again, this updates every hour, and you can see the very latest as we progress our way into the evening hours. We'll likely see more thunderstorms redevelop across the region, and any one of these clusters here will have the possibility of producing again some rotation, perhaps a tornado here during the evening hours. And you can see it heading into 9 o'clock, still persistent presence of those thunderstorms. As we move past midnight, we'll continue to see thunderstorms redevelop, but more than likely a line of storms will form that will move across the region. That line will also pose a threat for severe weather, but it does look like that we could see the risk of tornadoes maybe decline somewhat once we get past 9, 10 o'clock tonight. I can't totally rule it out, but nonetheless, as we move deeper into the nighttime hours tonight, even though the risk for thunderstorms will continue, that risk of tornadoes may decline somewhat here as we get deeper into the nighttime hours tomorrow night. Again, we'll be left with some leftover rain tomorrow morning, but that rain should move out and we should close tomorrow with some sunshine. If you're just tuning in, we do have a tornado watch that is in effect. That does include the vast majority of the Arklatex here. Actually, they did update and added the parishes here in northwest Louisiana that weren't included in the watch. This watch is in effect until 9 p.m. this evening for pretty much all of the Arklatex now. Again, we are seeing a bit of a lull in this particular part of northeast Texas, southeast Oklahoma. But as I just showed you, more thunderstorms likely will develop here later on during the evening hours. And we'll see a couple more waves of these storms gradually make their way across the region. So again, we do have a tornado watch that is also in effect. Let's give you a look at the latest here as far as how much rain has fallen across the area. And again, this is during the past 24 hours. And you can see these darker greens here. That's at least an inch. The areas of yellow are where the radar is estimating at least 2 inches. So we have these swaths here of 1 to 2 inches associated with the thunderstorms that potentially are producing tornadoes over the southern sections of the Arctic. So pretty much all of the area will stand to get a good solid inch, but we could have a couple of areas here, especially south and east of Shreveport. High-res models indicating we could have a few spots pick up more than 2 inches, perhaps more than 3 inches before it's all said and done, hence the flood watch, which is currently in effect for all of the Arctic here during the nighttime hours tonight. So that is where the heaviest of the rain is occurring right now. It kind of gives you a history of exactly how much rain can fall. Again, this has just been falling in the last couple of hours, so we could be looking at, again, quite a bit of heavy rain. Again, flooding is also going to be a concern for a few locations as we move through the rest of the nighttime hours tonight and the rest of the evening hours this evening. All right, let's go back to the radar here and give you an update on the location of our possible tornadoes as we zero back in on the velocity scan here and stop the motion. And you can see we're watching 2 spinning storms, and we have seen the rotation here tighten up and strengthen once again as it is crossing out of Natchitoches Parish into the southern sections of Red River Parish. Again, we have our possible tornado here, which is, again, a little bit to the south and east, a little bit east, I should say, of the Harris community. You can see some of the roadways which are popping up here. Let me get this situated more up and down, and that way we can greater see some of the roadways. So you can see that is Jim Rivers Road. So that kind of gives you a location there south of Coshada as to where this is going, and kind of zooming this out. Again, as I mentioned, northeast at around 30 to 35 miles per hour. Quick look at the measuring tool here, and you can see in relation to Coshada, it's less than 10 miles away now. So as I mentioned earlier, we're probably going to be seeing this arrive in the next 10 to 15 minutes or so as it makes its way up towards eventually Coshada. Again, we do have a tornado warning that is in effect until 3:45. Likely, given what we're seeing on the radar, see this extended further to the north and east as this moves out of this particular warning. So that's the latest location of our strongest rotation right now. Let's move this over and basically talk about the second possible tornado here. And you can see it is definitely not as pronounced as its neighbor to the north and east. It looks like I pointed out when I talked about this last time that it had cycled down somewhat. So let me show you the motion of this during the past hour, and you can see where it's been. We did see the rotation strongest here over the southeastern sections of Shelby County. It has broadened out somewhat. So this one not as strong as the rotation that is now south of Coshada, and it has been kind of tightening up a bit, strengthening a bit, and then broadening out and weakening somewhat. It looks like we're on the weakening part of that here with the last scan or two of the radar. So that is not out of the woods yet. So you folks here between Huxley, Converse, and eventually up towards Benson there in DeSoto Parish, keep an eye on this. Again, it looks like it's several miles away from moving into Benson. Let's see if we can get some of those, look at the radar here and stop this and kind of show you where this could be going here, as it looks like we do not have any of those severe weather indicators here. So I'm going to do a quick measurement. Located right about in here. Again, Benson, it looks like it's about 20 minutes away from moving into Benson. So a little bit before 4, we could see it cross into the southern sections of DeSoto Parish there, as far as this rotation that we're watching there in Sabine, right in Sabine Parish, just about ready to cross into Sabine Parish. Let's see, looking for more information. There was someone who had an eye on that storm as it crossed I-49 there. The storm that is, this storm right here is across Interstate 49. No indication of anything on the ground with that this rotation here, which is now south of Coshada. But again, across, this is Interstate 49 right here, so across very close to, maybe a little bit south and east of Harris, and is again going to move up towards the Coshada, maybe a little bit to the east of Coshada. So that is where the rain is heaviest associated with this. Let's go back and show you the rotation associated with it. And you can see it is somewhat broad. Again, nothing confirmed. Let's kind of zero in, see if we can get some of the roadways to pop on here a little bit downstream. As this is going to come very close to the Hanna community. Here's Crow Lane. See downstream even further. There's Patrick Road. There's the Hollingsworth community. You can see Red Oak Road. That is Springville Road. Kind of zoom this out and show you the in relation to Coshada. So that would be a little bit south of Coshada on where this this possible tornado could be going here as it continues to make its way. Soon we'll be crossing the Red River. This is the Red River right in here as it passes south of Coshada, as it will again move in this general vicinity. Let's give you another look at the camera there. Our weather camera there in Coshada, Louisiana. This is the camera there, which is pointed towards the east. You can see quite a bit of rain there. The Quality 4 camera there in Coshada does look rather ominous, and of course we'll keep this camera in mind as that storm looks like now that it could pass a little bit to the east of Coshada, so this could provide us with a little bit of a view of that as it gets close to the Coshada area. Again, some very heavy rain in advance of that thunderstorm there in Coshada. And again, this is the storm that we're watching, which is now south of Coshada right now. Let's go back and look at our storm, which is, again, you can kind of compare the two rotations, and you can kind of see that this one still on much weaker. Which could be a good sign for you folks here with this particular tornado warning that is in effect until 4 o'clock here for that particular part of the Arctic. So again, these are the only two storms as of right now that are currently producing any sort of severe weather threat. Several minutes ago, I brought up the possibility of power outages, and let's see if we have any new information which has come about and made available because of that. So the power outage numbers, and you can see we do have a couple out of DeSoto Parish, but that light blue tells you that the numbers are somewhat limited as far as the outages that are reported, only 100 so far. So again, we have nothing so far in this part of the Arctic that, especially with this storm, as it moved right across the heart of Sabine Parish, I would anticipate we would have at least a few numbers coming in here from Sabine Parish. But nonetheless, so far we have nothing as far as the power outage numbers to verify any issues with downed trees thus far. As I mentioned when I talked about this last time, there is a decent lag on when a tree falls, the power goes out, and when a storm that caused that tree to fall moves through an area and when we find out about it. So we'll continue to watch these numbers as we move forward, and I'll zoom this out once again and show you that again, elsewhere across the Arctic, the power issues very isolated in nature. We did see some stronger storms earlier this afternoon, basically over the western edge of the Arctic, which caused some power issues. But so far, those numbers probably have not quite come in to the data stream here as of yet, as indicated by the radar. So let's show you what's happening here on the overall view as we wait more data to come in from those storms across the southern sections of the Arctic, as we do have again the storms here across southwest Arkansas. You can see the rain here moving into Texarkana much lighter. Severe weather not really too much of concern for probably the next couple of hours for the northern sections of the Arctic. We do have this severe thunderstorm warning for that cell that I pointed out earlier, which is north of Nashville. That is moving away from us. We do have some rather heavy rain right now falling over the northern half of Caddo and Bossier parishes. So far, these cells only dropping heavy rain, not really producing much of a severe weather threat. what you can see that given the lack of the arrows here indicated on the radar, as well as the lack of any even special weather statements. So those far from severe limits. Our main concern will be these two thunderstorms here, which have a history of causing some rotation. It looks like another storm is starting to try to organize here in Natchitoches Parish. So I want to take a quick look at the radar here and show you that one in terms of the velocity scan. Again, this one worth watching near Provençal. Again, looking at the Shreveport radar, that green towards, red away, still rather weak. Let me look at the Fort Polk radar since it's a little bit closer, and it does look like we do have some fairly weak rotation. So this is going to be another area that we will have to watch here in Natchitoches Parish. This probably will pass a little bit to the east of Natchitoches. Again, I'm not saying that this is producing a tornado or that a tornado warning is coming. It's just that it looks like this storm is beginning to strengthen somewhat. Looks like the Weather Service has extended the tornado warning here. I'll zoom this out here and show you the areas that it could be impacted by this. This new tornado warning is in effect until 4:15 p.m. this afternoon for much of Red River Parish, as well as much of Bienville Parish. It does include the northwestern tip of Natchitoches Parish, but this likely will pass a little bit north of there. You folks in Ashland especially, and between there and Chestnut, keep an eye on this, but it does look like you can see that this will probably pass to your north and west, given the current motion of this particular thunderstorm. So let's zero in. It looks like our rotation is a bit broader now. Make sure I have the correct radar. I'm going to go back to Shreveport, and actually this is the view from Shreveport. So red away, green towards. So we do have our possible tornado here, which is getting very close to Coshada. So let me switch back over to our Arclotex weather camera there in Coshada. And we're going to kind of take a peek at this and let this play out. And you can see the rain falling and nothing. It's obviously rather dark as we're getting later in the afternoon. Of course, with the heavy rain at this time of year, things do tend to get darker sooner when you have the heavy rain like this with a low sun angle. But we'll be watching, keeping a close eye on this. It looks like that possible tornado a little bit south of Coshada. Again, this camera is pointed to the east there at Quality 4. You folks in Coshada familiar with that particular location. This is pointed towards the east, and again, not seeing anything that as far as an indication of anything spinning as of right now with that particular cell there in Coshada. As I want to take a look at the radar, and again, looks like that it is a little bit south. So we'll probably have to wait another couple of minutes before, if it passes close enough to be seen by that particular camera, it's going to take place here in the next minute or two. So again, that is our first rotating storm with a possible tornado. Again, we have another tornado warning for this particular cell here, and you can see that this is much harder to detect here in northern and northwestern Sabine Parish as of right now. So the concern with this one is definitely much lower than that storm, which is again approaching Coshada, a little bit to the south and east of Coshada. So let's zero in. You can see how things have tightened up here as it looks like Smithspur Road, that is Airport Road. So that kind of gives you a more exact location of where this could be. And this is US Highway 71 if you're headed south as it leaves Coshada, heading down towards the Natchitoches area. So this is where our possible tornado is currently located. I believe the camera is back in here, so it is getting pretty close to where we might be able to see something. So we'll zero back in on that camera there at Quality 4, and you can see it is still raining there quite heavily at the present time as we give you a closer look at the situation there in Coshada. Notice the trees here. These pine trees, if we had a lot of wind, we probably would see a bit more movement. You can see some decent movement with this tree right in here. So the winds currently there in Coshada with that thunderstorm don't look to be too strong at the present time. But again, what we're looking at the camera there in Coshada with a rotation which is passing a little bit to the east of this location. So we're kind of watching to see if we can see any evidence of any rotation. And given the low visibility, it may be very, very difficult to detect on the camera there. So we'll keep this here for just a bit. You can kind of see the wind maybe picking up just a bit there in Coshada. You can see the water from the heavy rain. In fact, you can see the extent of the very heavy rain that is now falling there in Coshada, there at Quality Ford. So no evidence there from the camera of any tornadic activity. Doesn't mean that there's not anything there. It just simply means that we can't see it from the view that this camera is currently providing there in Coshada. Let's go back to the radar, and it does look like that it has probably passed the point where we would be able to see it, and is now moving more towards the north. So probably has passed near or a little bit east of Coshada, as we have our possible tornado here. Again, looks like that is O'Cannon Road and Ada Street is more of an exact location on where that could be going. I'll show you some of the roadways further downstream. You can see that would be Ashland Road, Carroll Creek Road, I should say, and then Esperanza Road, maybe a little bit to the east of there. Kind of gives you a ballpark on where this could be going, especially here close to Carroll Creek Road. And this is 371 here. And let me do another quick look at the camera there in Coshada just as this begins to move away. We'll take one final look at that camera to see if we can see anything definite there. And again, you can see the lack of movement in the trees there from Coshada, but we do still have the rather heavy rain that's being seen there with the lights there in Coshada. So it looks relatively benign, but you are seeing the relatively heavy rain there in Coshada as we speak. So that is the current location of our possible tornado. Again, this probably will pass a little bit to the east of, a little bit to the west of Martin, probably will pass several miles to the east of Hall Summit. If you're watching in Castor, Jamestown, eventually Sparta, you could be in line. Let me zoom this out and you'll kind of get a sense on where this rotation could be going here in the next hour. So you can see as this goes into motion and we get the frames come in here, you can kind of see that it looks like it has turned a little bit to the right. So we could be looking at Castor between there and Lucky, and then up into the heart of Bienville Parish here in the next hour. So that being said, speaking of the next hour, let me pause this and look at Future Scan. Again, this will kind of give us a look at a 1 hour forecast on this thunderstorm, and I'll put this in the motion, and you can see this is the storm right in here. You can see Future Scan and its projected path does take this very close to Castor, moves very close to Castor, and then perhaps we will see it. Let me get the beginning of this. There it is right there, close to Castor, maybe up towards Gippsland, Arcadia. That would be about 4:45 p.m. this afternoon. We would see it perhaps approach I-20, U.S. Highway 80 here in the northern sections of Bienville Parish as this possible tornado. Again, this storm is the storm of concern right in here, and that kind of shows you the projected path. And you can kind of see as I broaden this out where the thunderstorms that we have will be going here during the next hour. We should see conditions continue to wind down temporarily over the western half of the Arctic as the main focus with these clusters of thunderstorms shifts further to the north and east into the eastern edge of the Arctic. And again, you folks here in the western sections of southwest Arkansas, as of right now, you're relatively quiet, but these areas of heavy rain here in northern Caddo and Bossier parishes, which, by the way, as of right now are not severe, will be moving into that particular part of southwest Arkansas. Another observation here, I mentioned the weakening of the possible tornado here in northwestern Sabine Parish. That tornado warning has expired and or been canceled, probably been canceled, as it is, you can see that that cell here is moving into the northern sections of Sabine Parish. Notice at one point when that warning was issued, we did have that cylinder right there that popped on for a couple of scans. That has gone away as we have seen the rotation with that particular cell continue to broaden out. We haven't seen any reorganization from that particular cell as well. I pointed this cell out here recently. We, as of right now, do not have a tornado warning as a result of this one yet. But I would suspect that we will see one issued here fairly shortly. You can see, let me pause the radar here, that we do have the red away, green towards, pretty good rotation indicated here a few miles to the west of Natchitoches. This would eventually move up towards Campty and eventually further downstream between Goldana and Chestnut here in the northern sections of Natchitoches Parish. So again, a possible tornado developing. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that is currently in place there for Natchitoches Parish until 4:30. As you can see, we now have one of those cylinders which has popped on. So let's go ahead and zero this in and kind of give you some of the basically the locations here. You can see some of the communities popping up on the map here. So near Culvert Acres, Fairview Acres, Highland Acres, near the Oak Hill community, Greenwood Park, there a little bit to the west of Natchitoches are locations where this possibly developing tornado is getting organized. So as of right now, we do not have, it looks like they did just issue a tornado warning. We do have a tornado warning that is in effect here for this possible tornado, which is just a few miles to the west of Natchitoches right now. It is moving towards, looks like it's moving towards the northeast at 40 miles per hour. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom this and kind of give us an idea of where this could be going here in the next 40 minutes. So this, in the next 40 minutes, assuming this path, it would take us again into basically the eastern sections of Bienville Parish here in the next hour. So this is the motion that it could take during the next hour as it moves out of the central sections of Natchitoches Parish and into the northern sections of Natchitoches Parish. If you live in Campty, if you live in Chestnut, even Goldana, again, tornado warning is in a place. You need to seek shelter in that small room in the middle of your house. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you live in these areas, again, anytime we see these cylinders pop on the radar here, it usually is a good indication that either a tornado is developing or has already developed. But notice both of these boxes are red right now. New feature in the with the radar is that when the warnings as far as tornadoes are confirmed, those boxes will turn purple. So far, we have not had any confirmation of anything on the ground, which of course is good news. Doesn't mean we haven't seen anything, but nonetheless, again, that's something to keep an eye on with these boxes if you are tracking it on your phone or watching the coverage here on NBC6 and Fox 33. Let's zero back into this cell here, which is in Red River Parish. Looks like this has weakened quite a bit as we still have, again, a little bit of rotation, which is northeast of Coshada, a little bit to the northeast of Edgefield. Looks like this is going to pass near or a little bit to east of Hall Summit. And the trend with this is that it has weakened quite a bit here during the past couple of scans of the radar. You can see how much more pronounced that rotation, the brighter greens and the brighter reds as it was down here in Sabine Parish. We did see a retightening as it moved into the southern Red River Parish south of Coshada. You can see one of those cylinders popping on. Notice that the trend here with the last couple of scans is that rotation has weakened. It doesn't mean that we're done with this. This is probably the weakest that I've seen, this particular cell, which could be a good sign. Again, these things can weaken and then reorganize somewhat. I think more than likely what's happening is that we have this cell, which is to the south and east of this particular thunderstorm, which may be impacting that somewhat. So we'll see if that weakening trend does continue. So with this possible tornado in Red River Parish, it does look like it has weakened, and probably if this trend continues, we may see this warning canceled here for Red River Parish. Again, not out of the woods yet, I'm just saying that the trend with that particular tornado warning is good, in that it has been trending downward here in terms of the organization of that rotation with the last couple of scans on the radar. And all right, so as far as the latest information on that Red River Parish cell, Weather Service still saying, as you just pointed out, we're seeing some weak rotation. There was an indication of a funnel cloud with that cell as it was close to Pleasant Hill. That's obviously well to the southwest of Coshada. And at that point, this particular rotation right here was much stronger. So right in here, when it passed very close, that's when we had an indication of a funnel cloud. And this is what's left of that rotation right now. Again, the last several scans of the radar, we have seen a weakening trend. Let me stop the radar here and zoom back in to our possible tornado here, which is now again north and east of Natchitoches. So here is Natchitoches. All right, you can see our possible tornado, which is very close to Fairview Acres, that community, and it looks like close to White Oak Lane. And this is Texas Street. All right, so that kind of gives you some of the roadways there. Grand Ecore, this will pass close to, maybe a little bit west of Grand Ecore. Between there and Himes is where we could see it. In fact, latest scan of the radar does show that it's moving very close to Tozan Island Road there, a little bit to the west of Grand Ecore, Louisiana, and then could move up towards Campty Cutoff. And then, let's see if I got some other roads here further downstream, probably passing a little bit to the west of Hart Road. So that kind of gives you a sense on where this possible tornado will be headed here, as it is continuing to, again, red away, green towards. Pretty good indication of a tornado there. And notice that BTI number. With that storm that we were tracking earlier, we did see that number in excess of 7, which basically means that it's quite promising that we could have something on the ground. Although as of yet, we have no confirmation of anything on the ground there so far anywhere across the Arklatex. Of course, this is has moved into a little bit more populated areas. So if we have had an issue with this, we should be finding out about this fairly shortly. Maybe someone in the newsroom could give Natchitoches Parish a call and see if they've heard anything as far as any details, as we did see this possible tornado pass a little bit to the east of, or to the west of Natchitoches, and is now moving to the north of Natchitoches and approaching Grand Ecore. And you can see Grand Ecore right in here. Looks like it's very close to Grand Ecore, maybe a little bit to the west of there, and will eventually move up towards Campty Cutoff. So that is the strongest rotation that we have. It looks like that we have seen the cancellation. Yes, we have seen the cancellation of this tornado warning here in the northern sections of Sabine Parish. But this, again, with this cell in particular, we have seen it strengthen, weaken, and strengthen again. So this, even though the warning has been canceled, you folks here up in the southeastern sections of DeSoto Parish, keep an eye on this. It's still a possibility that this could reorganize. Our main concern right now is going to be with this thunderstorm right here, which is again now past north of Natchitoches. It is a little bit to the east or to the west of Clarence, and will soon approach and pass a little bit to the east of Campty. So again, how this works, the radar sees raindrops, but it sees the motion of those raindrops as well. But unfortunately, it can only show us the extent of that motion towards and away from the radar. Okay, so what that shows us, and we can look at that and see where we might have rotation. So right here, the raindrops are moving away from the Shreveport radar. Here, they're moving towards it. So this is where we have our possible tornado there, again, south of Campty. And again, just kind of give you the latest here on that BTI number, 7.1. Likely do have perhaps a little bit of hail associated with that, maybe some dimes to as big as penny-sized hail possible with that as well, as we do have a very intense thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado. I'm going to zoom in here, and you can see it does look like it's very close to Campty Cutoff, that particular location, and will soon cross Highway 71 there, north and east of Clarence, a few miles to the north and east of north and west of Clarence, I should say. It looks like it'll pass about 4 miles to the north and west of Clarence there on U.S. Highway 71. So that is the latest location of that possible tornado. Again, new data just coming in. Again, it does look like it is very close to crossing U.S. Highway 71. Just kind of broaden this out and kind of show you the path of this could be going here in the next hour. So with this, we're going to zero back into pinpoint Doppler here and future scan. And what this does, this takes the last several scans of the radar and moves things forward an hour. So and gives us a 1 hour forecast. So this is the path that this could be taking. So I'm going to kind of zero this back in and let some of the smaller communities pop on. So again, this is our possible tornado right here and the path that it could take. So it looks like it will pass a little bit to the west of Goldana. Let's see if we can get some of the other communities to pop on here. Looks like a little bit west of Goldana, and then it crosses here, right there, a little bit to the east of Saline there in southern Bienville Parish, and then we could see it continue to move up towards the north and east and eventually move into parts of Jackson Parish, and folks in Simsboro and the Ruston area, especially midway between those two locations. We'll have to watch this very closely further downstream as it moves into parts of north central Louisiana just outside of our viewing area. So that is the path that this possible tornado could be taking here in the next hour. Let's switch this back over to the traditional radar here and stop things and show you that the latest with this is that, again, we do have our possible tornado. Show you where it is currently located once again. As I mentioned, it looks like it is, here's Highway 71 between Campty and Clarence, and it's probably crossing as we speak here, and it will pass where about a mile or two where Hart Road, north of where it intersects Highway 71, or does it intersect? It looks like that's a different road, but nonetheless, north of whatever road this is, Hart Road, that could be an area that could be impacted by this possible tornado there, a little bit to the east of Campty right now. Since it's been a while since I've talked about the rest of the article text, let's zoom this back out and show you that we continue to watch some thunderstorms here across southwest Arkansas. Kind of clean up the map here. And you can see that Texarkana probably have seen a little bit of rain, but nothing really too significant in that part of the Arklatex. That rain is about ready to end for now, and we are looking at some pockets of heavy rain here. This area here was recently in northern Caddo and Bossier parishes. This area right here, this is all going to move across parts of Lafayette, Columbia counties, but you can see no orange or red boxes. This activity is below severe limits at the present time and will move across the far eastern sections of southwest Arkansas. Shreveport, again, a bit of a lull right now. We do have some rain over the southern sections of the city that will move northeast into Bossier City and the southern sections of Bossier Parish. And again, both of these thunderstorms, which again are severe or possibly tornadic, are going to pass well to the east of Shreveport. So if you're watching in Shreveport, looks like for right now, we're taking a pause in the severe weather threat, but we're not quite done. As I'm going to zoom this out and show you the national radar here and kind of see if we can see any signs of new development off to the west. So far, nothing, but what's more than likely going to happen is we will see more storms develop here during the evening hours to our west. This activity will gradually move to the east and give us another opportunity for some, at the very least, some damaging winds here later on this evening and during the nighttime hours tonight, and then we'll see things begin to subside once again. So as we wait new data for that Natchitoches storm to come in, let's give you another look at the high-resolution rapid refresh model, which updates every hour, and you can see the development of the new storms back to our west in the next couple of hours. That activity will gradually spread towards the east. And again, it's probably going to be after midnight before we will see the brunt of the severe weather threat end. And by 7 a.m., we're definitely done. And we'll kind of transition into that possibility for rotating storms for the rest of the afternoon into at least the first half of the evening. And then we'll kind of go to more of a wind threat, I think, during the nighttime hours tonight. Let's give you a look at the latest here from from Futurecast. And this kind of gives us an idea of rotation potential. And notice that if you watch the clock here, this is a loop. That's 9 o'clock. That once we get past midnight, the last half of the loop from there's midnight right there, that the model does show that the tornado risk perhaps will wind down somewhat. So if we can get past midnight, we should see things begin to subside somewhat in terms of any tornado threat across the area. So again, notice that we do have some white boxes here indicating these storms, perhaps gaining some strength. And again, we'll probably see this develop further to the south here in the next couple of hours and move across the Arklatex later on tonight. All right, so we still have one tornado warning that is in place. Again, if you're just tuning in, we do have a tornado warning that is in effect for parts of northern Natchitoches Parish. If you're in Natchitoches watching, it looks like your severe weather threat, or at least tornado threat, has passed to your east and to your north. As we switch back to the Shreveport radar right now, you can still see, again, the tornado warning that is in effect until 4:30 for the northern sections of Natchitoches Parish and parts of Bienville Parish. So again, this is the current location of our possible tornado. Let's go back to the velocity scan of the radar, and you can see that right now it looks like that it is, I mentioned Hart Road earlier, it is very close to that particular location right now. And keep in mind, this is a rather rural part of Natchitoches Parish. So we'll see if we see any other roads pop on as I zoom in. And you can see it will probably pass a little bit to the west of McDonald Road here, as if these aerial projections from Pinpoint Doppler are correct. You can see this is where our possible tornado is currently located. Let's go downstream, and you can see Parish Road. Don't have a number on those, but nonetheless, that's where it could be going. Again, that would make it several miles to the east or to the west of Goldana. Is where it would move across the northern sections of Natchitoches Parish, and then across into southern Sabine Parish here a little bit to the east of Saline. A little bit to the east of Saline, and see if we can get some projections here on time. Again, this is moving towards the north at around 40 miles per hour. So I'm going to put this right here. I may have to zoom out, so bear with me. I have to zoom this out so I can get a 40-mile track on here. All right, so this is right about here, and I'm going to assume that those are correct. So this is where this could be going here in the next hour, and you can kind of see the motion that this could be going here in the next hour as it crosses a little bit Sabine, east of Saline, I should say, and into the far eastern sections of Sabine Parish. Let's do a quick storm track here. This will allow some of the communities to pop on. And again, since I have this widened out, and I grabbed the wrong tool. Okay, so I'm going to do this. Grab this tool again. Bear with me as I get the handle on this once again. So here's where our current storm is. Bear with me. I got to re-grab this. All right, so this is where we are right now, and we'll zoom this forward 40 miles, and I drew a kind of a narrow path, and being that path is so narrow, there are no communities that actually are within that path, but nonetheless, let me measure this once again. So again, 40 miles per hour, so about 15 minutes it passes a little bit to the east of Chestnut. And looks like about a half hour from now, so a little after 4:30, it passes a little bit to the east of Saline here. And it looks like, now that I point that out, that we could have another broad rotation developing here a little bit to the north and east of Saline. Let's take a look at the radar with that. Again, this is an area that is going to be worth watching. Again, you can see the red away, green toward. So this is another something that could be possibly developing here in the southern sections of Bienville Parish. So it looks like we are watching this cross probably Black Lake, if my recollection is correct here, as this is, again, several miles to the south and west of Goldana. So in relation to Goldana, looks like it's about 8 miles to the southwest of Goldana, moving towards the north, pretty much north-northeast at around 40 miles per hour is where that possible tornado is located. And also notice that we have another one of these cylinders which has popped on. Not really seeing anything here with the velocity data to verify that. Sometimes these things can pop on. That's why you have to look at the velocity scan to kind of verify that. So we may have some bad data with that, but this is, again, actually a part of the thunderstorms here that we've been watching, which did have a history of producing some rotations. So we'll keep a close eye on those as well. Further to the south, again, these cells here, which are moving north, approaching the southern sections of Toledo Bend, also will be worth watching as they take a path perhaps a little bit further to the south in a part of the atmosphere which has not quite been as worked over as what we've seen here recently. So nothing imminent, but again, these could pose an issue here moving forward in the next couple of hours for the far southeastern sections of the area. Let's see if we got any other information popping in here. Don't see anything else, as at the very least with these thunderstorms here that I just pointed out, we could be looking at some damaging winds upwards of 60 miles per hour, hence this orange box, which indicates that we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that is currently in place for that particular thunderstorm in parts of northern Sabine and especially the southeastern corner of DeSoto Parish. This also will eventually move into Red River Parish, Edgefield, Grand Bayou, maybe Coshada, Hall Summit, Martin could be in line to see the heavy rain associated with this thunderstorm activity as well. And again, we'll have to keep an eye on this cluster of thunderstorms as well, which is in Sabine County there. So again, our only tornado warning that we currently have in place is for this thunderstorm right now, which is again several miles to the south and west of Goldana. Another quick look at the velocity scan. You can clearly see that well-defined rotation indicated here. And let's check out that BTI number. It is still rather high at 7.2. Anytime that number we've noticed gets 5 and above, usually coincides with something that eventually gets reported as far as wind damage. And speaking of wind damage, since I mentioned that, let's see if we have any more information that has come in terms of power outages as a result of these thunderstorms. And again, we're starting to see the numbers pop in here from Sabine Parish, as again, we did have a couple of rotating storms. Still nothing that is probably very, very isolated in nature. So again, still nothing here from the power outage side to verify that we have had any widespread wind and or tornadic damage thus far. And as I mentioned, there have been so far no reports with these various tornado warnings that we've had anything touch down, although there was a report out of Pleasant Hill with that storm that recently passed pretty close to Coshada of a funnel cloud there in northern and northeastern Sabine Parish. So again, power outage numbers still relatively low across the area, and that is the case pretty much all across the Arklatex, which of course is often a good indicator. I've noticed in the past when we have strong thunderstorms with widespread damaging winds that we could see very large numbers here, and so far that is not the case with the thunderstorms that we have outside right now. And I showed you the camera in Coshada as the storms moved through Coshada there recently, that the wind was somewhat limited. In fact, let's take another quick look at the camera there in Coshada, and you can see that we are looking at again the conditions. If you look at this, still some heavy rain. You can kind of see the lights highlighting the rain falling in Coshada. And notice the trees here, these not moving as much as they were. A little bit of a wiggle with the trees as that storm moved close to Coshada, but nothing too ominous there right now. So I pointed out that one rotation here in Bienville Parish near Saline. It looks like we do have a new tornado warning that has been issued by the National Weather Service. It is in effect until 4:45 p.m. this afternoon for the eastern sections of Bienville Parish. So I'm going to switch this over to the velocity scan of the radar and kind of clean all of this up here. And you can see, click that off too. All right, so you can see a new tornado warning here for this storm, which is again northeast of Saline. This one is also going to move across a very rural part of Bienville Parish. Let's see if we can see some of the roadways and some of the smaller communities. So it looks like it will pass close to Friendship. Eventually, same thing for New Friendship, maybe near or a little bit west. Cox Crossing, another community which could be in the path of this possible tornado. And eventually Mount Olive. Let's see where this could be going in a longer range here. It does look like it'll pass. If you're watching in Arcadia, it does look like this will take a course that will eventually send it up towards Simsboro and probably a little bit to the west of Ruston. So you folks in Arcadia, it looks like this possible tornado, which is now a little bit to the east of Lucky there in Bienville Parish, is more than likely going to stay to your east. And you can see another one of those cylinders popping on. Again, the levels of our severe weather indicators, we have the pink, which indicates that we have something, strong storm developing. Then we have the orange arrows, which indicate, such as this one, a rotation. And when that rotation reaches a certain threshold, then these cylinders pop on. And we've noticed that there's often a good indication, correlation between when we see these cylinders and when we actually get reports of some wind, at the very least wind issues associated with this. So let's take a look at this. And one thing I haven't shown here is the shear rate. And this kind of cleans things up and gives us a pretty good indication of where we might be, at the very least, seeing some of the strongest winds. So this is where we pretty much rotation, okay? So you can see that is there, Piney Woods Road, Parish Road, and you can kind of see that this area here in association with Creston here. So it is passing a little bit to the west of Goldana. Let's go upstream and you can see this area of rotation that is crossing, I believe, that's Louisiana Highway 4, if I'm reading that correctly. Those numbers are so small I can't see from this distance from the monitor, but nonetheless, you can kind of see, and I'm going to zoom this out and put this in the motion, and you will see the motion of these rotations here that they have taken here during the past hour. And let me put that in the motion once again and hit this particular button right here, and you'll see the areas of rotation. So you can kind of see the motion of this one as it developed here near Natchitoches, and looks like it is going to pass near a little bit west of Goldana. But you folks in Goldana, you're not out of the woods yet. You should be in your place of safety, and then this will move into the far northwestern sections of Wynn Parish. Again, we have new development here. Watch how this pops in right there near Saline. Looks like that is going to take that course and move up towards Simsboro and Ruston here in Lincoln Parish, just outside of our viewing area. So that kind of gives us a cleaner view of the areas of rotation. Let's zoom this out. It looks like we do have a little bit more, which has popped into the picture here south of Harris here in Natchitoches Parish. That is worth watching as it eventually moves up into Red River Parish. So again, another way of showing you where we are looking at the strongest rotation. Right now, it does look like it's with this cell right here, which is a little bit to the south and west of Goldana at the present time there in Natchitoches Parish. Let's stop the motion of the radar here. Again, a summary of the tornado warnings. We do have one that is in effect for Bienville Parish. That's in effect until 4:45, and we have this one for basically the northeastern tip of Natchitoches Parish. That's in effect for another 15 minutes until 4:30, and then we'll have to keep an eye on storms that are further to the south for any additional signs of rotation. Notice the white box here. That is basically a severe weather statement. And whenever we have thunderstorms that are somewhat strong, maybe producing some gusty winds, which are not quite to severe levels, Weather Service will put out one of these special weather statements that kind of highlights storms that maybe are strengthening. So this one worth watching as this, put this into motion here, is going to be moving out of northern Bossier Parish and eventually moving up into the extreme southeastern sections of Lafayette County, and then moving into the western half of Columbia County. Again, not severe, but this one worth watching here moving forward, as you can kind of see that this is somewhat separated by all the thunderstorms further to the south. So this is a storm that we will have to keep an eye on as it moves out of Louisiana into the eastern sections of southwest Arkansas here moving forward. Let's see if I see any other updates. Don't see anything else as far as any reports of touchdowns or any damage coming from any of these thunderstorms at the present time across the Arklatex. And again, you can see all of the rain right now focused over the western sections or eastern sections of the Arklatex. I pointed out earlier that it's, well, more than likely going to see new development begin to pop up to the west of our area, and you can see that is beginning. Notice the new areas of rain developing here near Tyler down towards Jacksonville, and this is only going to continue. This area will only continue to fill up as we see another round of thunderstorms begin to impact the Arklatex here later on this evening. So this developing here will move across the region during the evening. We could see another round develop later on tonight as a line of thunderstorms develops that moves across the area late this evening, and then past midnight tonight we'll see that progress its way through the rest of the area. All right, so let's, we've had some more data likely come in. Pause the radar here and show you the latest with the velocity scan, and you can see that, and pause the radar once again, and zoom this in, and you can see our possible tornado here is now, looks like it's near or a little bit northwest of Goldana. You can kind of see we'll probably get another one of these cylinders associated with this further to the north and west of Goldana, and you can kind of see the roadways passing, popping on here, trying to see what that one, and you can see the update promised from the cylinder. And it looks like Pine Ridge would be a community pretty close to Bruton's Mill, and see if we see any roads further here. And Joe Bruton Road could be locations that, and you can see this is Lucky Road. So if you live in this part of probably this is Wynn Parish, so this is getting outside of our area, but again this will soon move out of Natchitoches Parish and into the far northwestern corner of Wynn Parish there in north central Louisiana. And again, we do have our second tornado or possible tornado here, which is again in Bienville Parish. Here is Lucky. See if we can see some of the roadways popping on here. You can see Cox crossing that community. It's very close to there. And eventually Liberty Hill, we'll see it move close to Sand Hill Road, if I'm seeing that correctly. And then that could Gaskin Road. So those are some of the roadways that are out in advance here in the far northeastern sections of Bienville Parish of this particular thunderstorm, which does have, you can see the rotation which is currently taking place as a result of that particular thunderstorm. These are the only two tornado warnings that we do have currently in place. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for the storms that are back and moving into parts of Red River Parish, as well as the far northwestern corner of Natchitoches Parish and the far southeastern corner of DeSoto Parish. You can see these thunderstorms here, not tornadic, but do have the potential of producing some rather gusty winds as they continue to make progress. In fact, they're probably looking at some very heavy rain right now since we looked at the camera there in Coshada. So once again, let's take a look at the camera there in Coshada, located at Quality Ford. And this will kind of give us an idea, and you can see the very heavy rain which is falling there in Coshada. doesn't look like, just looking at the motion of the trees, that we're seeing a whole lot as far as wind. You can see some of the lightning associated with the storm. There is some wind there, but not as strong as that we could be seeing. So more than likely, heavy rain is going to continue to be the main concern with this thunderstorm here, which is moving into much of Red River Parish. In fact, it's been a while since I talked about the rain threat. Again, we do have that possibility of getting too much rain across the region, especially over the southeastern half of the Arklatex. And we've seen these thunderstorms, okay, develop. And as I zoom this out, you can see these swaths here, these darker greens, that's 1 to 2 inches. The yellows indicate where we've seen more than 2 inches. And this is more than likely from deep East Texas up into the northwestern tip of Sabine Parish, likely where we have seen 2 to 2.5 inches of rainfall. So there is the possibility. Again, this is just round one. It's quite possible this part of the Arklatex could end up with more than 3 to 4 inches of rain before it's all said and done. We do have a flood watch, which is in effect for pretty much all of the Arklatex for the nighttime hours tonight. And you can see the Weather Prediction Center indicating that there is a slight risk of getting too much rainfall. In other words, that risk level 2 on the rate 1 to 4 scale. And it really does look like this part of the Arklatex here, high-res models yesterday and this morning indicating areas southeast of Shreveport could be the areas that see the heaviest rain as a result of the thunderstorms. So that's also going to be something to watch out for if you have to be out and about, which obviously we don't advise given the thunderstorms that are currently ongoing across the area. Let's switch back over to the radar here and show you one more time what we are looking at on a broader scale. We do have, again, these thunderstorms, 1, 2, 3 areas of very heavy rain over northwest Louisiana. Here is Shreveport, Interstate 20. All of this is going to continue to slide across the eastern sections of the viewing area here, and eventually this is going to end up moving up towards El Dorado and maybe the southeastern corner of Columbia County. And again, to just kind of show you the motion that these storms will be taking here during the next hour, this is a look at future scans so you can see where the heavier downpours will take place here in Red River, especially Bienville, and perhaps the eastern half of Claiborne parishes where we could see, again, the heavy rain cause some concerns here moving forward. Okay, we do more than likely have some new data which has come in with these 2 rotating storms. So let me pause the radar and give you an update on the location of our 2 possible tornadoes. Notice we do have these rotating cylinders, which again, that's the strongest of the severe weather indicators that we have here with pinpoint Doppler. And you can see this one is located a few miles to the east and northeast of Lucky, Louisiana. Let's see if we can get some of the roadways. Near Cox Crossing is where this possible tornado is currently located. And you can see Sand Hill Road is a roadway that could be impacted by that. See if we got any other roadways that pop on. And Domino Road west of Liberty Hills, where this possible tornado could soon move here in the next minute or 2. And then we have our second one. Now this one has moved out of Natchitoches Parish and has moved out of our area. So this has moved into Wynn Parish and will continue to make that trek off towards the north and east and kind of show you where this could be going. And maybe if you have someone over in Ruston at Louisiana, nighttime hours tonight. So this is an area that we will continue to watch here as we move through the evening hours this evening. Okay, let's go back to our rotating storm here, which is in Bienville Parish. Again, we have seen, and switch back over to the Shreveport radar. Again, our one spinning storm here is in Wynn Parish and will soon move out of Wynn Parish into southwestern Jackson Parish and could come fairly close to, maybe a little bit west of Jonesboro. This could clip the far southeastern corner of Bienville Parish, all right? So this is probably the strongest of the rotations that we have on the radar right now. We also have another rotating storm, which we've been watching move across the far eastern sections of Bienville Parish. You can kind of see a comparison of the two. Notice we have more reds, so a stronger rotation here and more defined. You can kind of see the lack of the red here with this particular rotation, which is further to the north. And this one, as of right now, is looks like it's let's see, approaching Mount Olive, the Mount Olive community there in eastern Bienville Parish, and this will also eventually cross in the next 10 minutes or so. This will cross out of Bienville Parish into parts of northern I should say Jackson Parish there, and eventually into Lincoln Parish. So this is the second of two rotations that we have, and just kind of move this around and keep remember how this looks. And as I kind of scroll around here, you can see that we don't see any areas of red and green together like that anywhere across the Arklatex. So this is really, as of right now anyway, the only location where we have, again, the worries with tornadoes right now. And it does look like this is going to clip the far southeastern sections of Bienville Parish. So this is Bruton's Mill in the far northwestern corner of Wynn Parish. And again, Bienville Parish, this will pass close to Shady. This is Cabin Creek Road. These are areas where this possible tornado could pass. Does look like it's going to pass a little bit to the east of Danville, come fairly close to English, and then eventually here is, this is Jonesboro as well as Hodge there. Okay, there's Jonesboro and Hodge. And so it's likely going to pass a little bit to the west of those communities as well there in Jackson Parish. Even though they can't see us, if you know someone in that particular part of Louisiana, we do have a very strong rotation, which is indicated on the radar right now there, which is just about ready to cross out of Wynn Parish into the far southeastern sections of Bienville Parish. All right. All right, so the mentioned, this is the, just looking at some new information which is coming in, Weather Service issuing, again, the tornado warning for that one. Of the two tornado warnings, this one is in effect until 4:45, and this particular tornado warning here, the newest of the two, is in effect until 5:15, but keep in mind, this will move out of our viewing area before that. So anyone in the newsroom, chances are I will be stopping before we get to 5 o'clock. So just be aware that I may not be able to go all the way to 5 o'clock, as the storms will likely move through before we get to that point. And also for those back in production, just to be ready. And again, we're probably 10, 15 minutes away from these moving outside of our viewing area. So that being said, again, another look at what's happening across the region. Again, we have seen some quiet weather settle back into Shreveport. Notice a little bit of an increase in the intensity of these thunderstorms back to the west of us. Something I pointed out earlier, which would probably begin to take place. It looks like that is beginning to take place. All is quiet right now in Texarkana. In fact, let's take a look at all of the different cameras from around the Arklatex, and you can see that all is quiet in Marshall, although a bit damp. A few breaks in the clouds there indicated there in Texarkana. Again, wet in Shreveport, but a bit of a lull in the rain right now. Notice in Coshada that we do have the occasional bolt of lightning that's showing up. And in DeKalb, it looks rather ominous, but things dry there as we speak. And I mentioned Shreveport. We can take a look at some of the various cameras there in Shreveport along the that DOTD provides, and this will kind of show us just how wet conditions are in the Shreveport, Bossier City metropolitan area. You can see a few peaks of sun, actually, which is not good. It looks like it's indicated here there on Airline Drive, but you can see very, very soggy conditions. And again, that also, this is the camera there on North Lakeshore at Hillary Huckabee. You can see the clouds. This is looking back to the south over across lake, and you can see the breaks in the clouds, which would jive with the fact that we anticipate more thunderstorm development here this evening. Well, that sun is, again, we only have, less than an hour before we see the sun go down. That is only going to work to warm things up a little bit as we head deeper into the evening hours before the second cluster of thunderstorms begins to arrive. So again, round one here will soon move out of, at least in terms of the rotating storms, out of the Arctic. Still going to be dealing with off and on heavy rain over the southeastern third of the Arctic, south of Interstate 20, and then we'll see this activity increase here during the evening hours this evening. All right, for you folks there in Bienville Parish watching these storms, again, we have two rotations that we're watching. One is strongest, just now moving into the southeastern corner of Bienville Parish. So let's take a look at the rotation aspect of that with pinpoint Doppler here. And again, you can clearly see the well-defined nature of that rotation as I zoom in, see if I can see that road there. It looks like Cabin Creek Road right in here is very close to where that possible tornado is currently located. There's the shady community. I'm going to kind of scroll this downstream somewhat as this moves across the southeastern corner of Bienville Parish. And you can see this is the Danville community. It looks like it will pass a little bit to the east of there, and then it continues its trek up into Jackson Parish out of our area. Now we have another rotating storm here. I pointed out Mount Olive earlier. Looks like this possible tornado near Sand Hill Road there north and west of Mount Olive. It is going to continue to move, and fairly shortly in the next 5-10 minutes should move out of Bienville Parish and into the southern sections of Lincoln Parish as it moves out of our viewing area. And those are really the only rotations that we're currently looking at here across the Arctic. I've been occasionally pointing out the power outages. Sometimes those can provide a little bit of verification. I'm going to take a look at the percentages here and zoom this out. You can kind of see that we do have some outages that are indicated here in Jackson as well as in Wynn parishes, as we have seen. So let me pop those on so you can see the percentages still rather low. And notice there in Sabine Parish that the numbers are less than 1%, and in DeSoto Parish 1.25%. Let's switch over to the numbers and you can see how that coincides. Again, this is not only SWEPCO data, this is from most of the other power outage providers all across, not only here in the Arctic, but across the country. So that, again, this is data that updates here in Pinpoint Doppler and on our website. There is a power outage page there on KTLnews.com if you want to keep tabs of that. And as I zoom this out, you can see we have seen a little bit of an uptick in the power outages here recently there in Cass County. Over 1,000 outages there in Cass County, 100 there in Bowie County. And again, there is usually a bit of a lag between when a power outage happens and when that impact is displayed here within Pinpoint Doppler. But so far, we have not seen very big numbers as far as power outages, which of course could be a good sign that we've spared more widespread wind damage across the area thus far.
Hey, right. Todd, just want to jump in, let you know that they are reporting some very heavy rainfall, Highway 71 near Campty. So we had some heavy rain last week, some more heavy rain coming through with the storm. So numerous accidents reported on I-49, and they're saying about a foot of water is covering Highway 71. So again, that would be with the storms between Natchitoches and Campty. So be careful out there on the roadways this evening. We know some very heavy rain in those locations and more to come.
Thanks, Josh. And that goes back to those swaths that I pointed out earlier as far as the heavy rain that has been occurring. And Josh mentioned the report of the heavy rain. Let's switch over to the view of how much rain has fallen. Again, this is a radar estimation of rainfall here during the past 24 hours. If I can get that data to pop in. Josh mentioned the Campty area, and you can see that right in this area here is more than likely where we've seen upwards of 2 to 3 inches of rain that has occurred, 2 to 2.5 inches of rain that has occurred, and it's still falling, and there's plenty more on the way. In fact, this is not the only location where that is likely taking shape. Turn that off and kind of move things. Anywhere you see yellow on this map is where we've seen these pockets of 2 to 3 inches with these stronger storms. You can see the paths that the stronger storms have taken here during the last half of the afternoon here across the southeastern sections of the Arklatex. And again, we're just really getting started. We will see these thunderstorms begin to move out of the Arklatex here later on this afternoon. And they will be replaced by new storms. Again, the heaviest rain right now, this is more than likely the activity that caused the flooding issues that Josh just told you about. This is going to move out of the region. We will see this whole area also move to the north and east. We'll see a bit of a break that we are now experiencing in Shreveport as well as in Texarkana. And then these storms will continue to intensify and redevelop and impact us here later on this evening and tonight as we move forward. All right, let's show you one more look here at the storm in Bienville Parish. We have the first rotation here that we've been tracking as it moved across Natchitoches Parish. It is crossing into out of Bienville Parish into Jackson Parish as we speak. And we have another strong rotation still indicated here in Bienville Parish, which is just about ready to also move out of the parish. It's let some of the roads pop in. This looks like Penn Road, CC Road, White Road, and North Road. That is the general, more specific, I should say, location of where this possible tornado is currently located there in the far northeastern sections of Bienville Parish. So what we're going to do is we're going to continue with this as this moves across the rest of here in the next couple of minutes. Let's say we'll give another 5 minutes or so. Then we're going to send you back to regular programming, as this more than likely, at least for right now, is going to be the last tornado warning that we see that is in effect for our areas. These two rotations, one already out of our area, and this will soon move out of our area. And you can see this darker red box popping on the screen here. That is a flash flood warning that is currently in effect for Natchitoches Parish. That is in effect until 7:45 p.m. this evening. And keep in mind that we have all this rain that has just moved through. Let's take a look at the radar out of Shreveport and future scan here. Again, this is going to show us what happens to this rain during the next hours. So again, we have our flash flood warning, so you can kind of see these pockets of moderate to heavy rain, which will continue to move across these same areas. And what you're seeing here is probably a bit underdone in terms of the intensity. And you can see there's even more that's going to be moving towards Toledo Bend that could move into these same areas. So you folks here in Red River Parish, Natchitoches Parish, Bienville Parish, flooding is going to become more of a concern as we see all of this rain continue to move across your area for the rest of this afternoon. And then keep in mind, as I pointed out, we have more rain off to the west, which will
going to be in the more isolated instances, but nonetheless an aerial flood watch is across most of the Arklatex outside of a couple folks right along the Mississippi Valley. So seeing flash flood warnings is not necessarily going to be out of the ordinary or a surprise to us if that happens later this evening. So folks within low-lying areas that are prone to flooding, you know who you are. Just be advised that that's going to be another risk as well. And back towards the tornado warnings, and I just want to briefly mention there's at least some type of weak circulation near Martin. Maybe that develops into something, just keeping an eye on things that are in our area or could potentially move into the area. And the main area of focus is going to continue to be Jonesboro Hodge as this circulation kind of continues to hold itself together. And
yeah, and all of this is again being shrouded in so much heavy rainfall that you're running into issues where, like I said, these circulations are kind of coming and going, and as Walker kind of bounces back and forth, and just looking at that road, I believe that was Antioch Road. I can't, nope, I'm sorry, Antwine Road in the Evergreen community, Evergreen Road, and then Highway 4 leading into Jonesboro Hodge. This is a circulation that we're going to kind of err on the side of caution with, A, because we're kind of in no man's land with the warning itself, and B, it's going to move right toward Jonesboro. So for you folks, make sure you stay in your safe place. Obviously, the other tornado warning that went until 4:45 was allowed to expire, so a little bit of good news there. We only have this one tornado warning now in effect in our area.
Right, and so for those folks probably wondering where on the map that is, there's another warning that was just north of here. That one has been canceled. There might be some residual rotation there, but it's not enough to warrant a tornado warning, so no worries there. But folks along the Ruston area, you're still likely included in some type of tornado warning, and that same stretch of I-20 still needs to be put on notice as well. And even if there's not a tornado warning, as mentioned, the heavy rainfall is going to limit visibility almost to a 0 amount, so that could potentially spell huge problems if you're trying to cross I-20. That's why we're saying even if there's a tornado warning or not, the heavy rain is going to obscure a lot of traffic and could potentially cause traffic issues. So do be advised there. I'm going to head back over to reflectivity. Again, we've been looking at the velocity for quite some time, talking about the reds and the greens, things of that sort. We're going to go to live storm tracker Doppler radar. We're getting some weird returns as of now.
Yeah, I think we're hitting a point where we may be hitting a tree or something weird and obscured in that one particular radial, so you may have to bounce to another spot.
Right, and as of now, Jared, I'm not really noticing too much in terms of structure that we can really point out as well. We might just have to stay on the velocity here for a little bit.
The shear rate out of the National Weather Service and Shreveport's radar still shows, if not rotation, at least the pocket of some damaging wind gusts headed toward Jonesboro Hodge. There still could be a tornado kind of shrouded in there somewhere, but certainly still a possibility of some stronger winds translating down to the surface.
Right, and that's what shear, and that's what, if folks at home are not familiar with what shear is, what you're seeing here is some different, of course, different reds and greens, and as mentioned, the reds and greens mean different things depending on what radar product we're looking at, but the shear, it basically takes into account the winds, the wind profile, how they're moving in terms of height, how the winds are changing with height, the speed and the direction, and so nonetheless, that shear is going to try to indicate damaging wind potential, maybe a potential tornado there as well, so just another factor, something else to look at that kind of leads you to believe that there could be some type of rotation or potential tornado. And Jared, this one may have tightened up just a little bit more.
And it's just again in such a miserably rough area of heavy rainfall for areas Jonesboro and points southward along 167. Again, I wouldn't take any chances with this. You're already under a warning. Just make sure that you stay in your safe place. I'm checking our radar, which is not really seeing anything either. But again, if you're in Jonesboro Hodge 167, you need to go ahead and take shelter. You've been under a warning for a while now, so you've had plenty of lead time, but that still doesn't look good on radar.
Yeah, I would agree, Jared, and I might take another look out here in just a second. That warning was trimmed off just a little bit on the southern edge. Is what you're noticing. That box looks just a little bit differently, but the warning does continue all the way and still does include points south of I-20 and includes Ruston. So folks, you need to continue to be in your safe place. Now, as of now, this is the only tornado warning we have. That remnant circulation from the other storm is still just west of this tornado warning. So if you're wondering what that is, that was the residual circulation from the other storm that was tornado warned. It potentially could spin back up again. But I'm going to head back over to reflectivity and see just the widespread heavy rainfall that's moving around the area now, too. And a whole plethora. This is a very messy situation, and so I kind of want to point out the fact that because this storm may be being impacted by storms just south of it, it could be trying to disrupt that rotation. It could be. And so that's going to be something that we have to monitor as well. The fact that these things could spin up and try to get going by themselves, and then another storm comes along and then starts to mess with it, and then that circulation starts to fall back apart again. And we're going to get a little bit closer to the Jonesboro Hodge community and see if we can get some more road names.
Yeah, you need to be sheltered if you're in the Jonesboro Hodge area. And again, along 167, central sections of Jackson Parish, interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. If you saw the tornado video and pictures from the New Orleans tornado from a couple of weeks ago, you saw a lot of stuff circulate on social media of a 2x4 that went and impaled someone's siding on the outside of their house. And again, it's things like that that remind us to be in interior portions of your home. Put walls between you and the outside, so if that flying debris for some reason does make a target toward your home, that you have some kind of line of defense there. I know it sounds grim, but again, these are the kind of things that's why we say that those types of things, is just to be sheltered and be in your safe place. And that's why you should also think of this stuff far in advance.
Right, and so the debris you don't want to be impacted by, and so trying not to go outside, that's a good idea as well, because even if you're far away from where this tornado might be, say you're in northern portions of Hodge potentially, and you're trying to look at this, A, that's a bad idea, and B, because some of that debris could still, if there's that potential tornado is there, it could be slinging that debris your direction, and so staying inside and being away from glass, which is obviously prone to shatter, if it comes in contact with some type of debris, I know we have to kind of try to explain the threat so we can actually get people to act, because that's going to be, if we lead them to believe that there's danger, then they'll go into their action plan. And so you're going to have to continue to maintain in your safe place for the Jonesboro and Hodge communities.
Very heavy rainfall through there, Walker.
Extremely. And so as mentioned beforehand, maybe some of that heavy rain is hail. Maybe you're hearing some tinks, so to speak, some heavier pitter patter, potentially with some hail. That potential is still going to be there as well. Maybe not necessarily severe hail, but nonetheless hail. And that circulation is still maintaining.
There. And has now crossed 167, so now it is passed kind of to the south of town. There's still a weak area of rotation right through Jonesboro Hodge. So if you hear that and you think you're in the clear in Jonesboro Hodge, stay sheltered. You're still under a tornado warning. We're not announcing any kind of all clears or anything like
Absolutely
that.
Not.
So again, that looks to be the strongest area of rotation, but there's still a spot back to the north along 167 that doesn't look great either.
Right, and so even though, you can really just disregard my circles most of the time, I'm just trying to get, a rough idea for some folks of where that potential tornado would be. But nonetheless, there's a reason why that we talk about severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. The warnings are what determines your action, not the circles or not where we think the rotations might be. The tornado warnings is what you base your actions off of. And nonetheless, the heavy rainfall is going to continue in this entire stretch. So even if there's not something there, that heavy rainfall continues and likely is expected to continue, just utilizing the plethora of moisture that's around the area. And as of this point, this is the only storm that we're looking at, Jared.
Yeah, I'm still seeing an area east of Jonesboro Hodge that may be a little bit stronger. But again, we're kind of in that weird radar spot south of, no pun intended, but Walker Road.
Right.
East Main Street, which is Highway 4 going out of Jonesboro. There's an area kind of south of there, which is exactly where you are.
Right.
But we're looking at it from two different radar vantage points. But again, that looks to be the spot that if there was a tornado imminent, that would probably be it.
And even if say there's a broad rotation, right? It looks over a pretty big area, and then say that tornado picks up and then puts it down somewhere else, and then picks it up and then puts it somewhere else again. So it's not out of the ordinary to see the specific area that might have a tornado kind of migrate erratically. That's going to be pretty typical for just these kinds of storms and tornadoes in general. So as Jared mentioned, right around the Walker Road area, just to the west of Spring Hill, and just to the southwest of Weston, and just south of Jonesboro, this is that area of potential rotation. And it looks pretty well defined. I don't know if we can see a decent vantage point from our radar. Jared, have you seen that?
It's about the same.
Okay.
We're still kind of in that weird radial where it's kind of tough to see. But also keep in mind that these circulations spin up quickly, spin down quickly, so they can breathe in and out. We talked about that. In fact, we watched a storm earlier today in Union Parish. You talked about it earlier, the one that caused the damage near the Norfolk community. That may have been the first tornado of 2023 anywhere in the country. And again, it could have been something that pulsed up very, very quickly, kind of within scans. If you go back over to our radar right now, Walker, I think you'll see exactly the storm structure in just the normal reflectivities mode. You can see that area now just east of Main Street, your same circled area, right there on Main Street, which is Highway 4, kind of between Jonesboro and Weston. That's where our possible tornado would be.
Right, you can almost try to get that structure of what's going on right here. Maybe that's where it is, maybe not, but nonetheless, you can see plenty of heavy rain still around the Walker Road community through Jonesboro. So even if you're still there, you need to maintain in your safe place. That heavy rainfall is still obstructing any views likely on the road. And
very strong winds north of Hodge, too, in that area of Reds and Rockfield and Hodge that you see just north of town. Radar still indicates some pretty strong winds, at least aloft. So while it may not be producing a tornado in those areas, maybe some 60 or 70 mile an hour wind gusts embedded in there, too.
And just for the record, for people that may be wondering, so what happens is you have some really strong winds up high in the atmosphere, and if they get mixed down to the surface, that's what causes those damaging wind gusts. So the fast winds are already happening above you most of the time. It just depends on if it gets mixed down to the surface where you are, and so that's why it's like if you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, you need to be in your safe place as well as a tornado warning. But we're looking at live storm tracker Doppler radar. It's a little bit more messy, but nonetheless, I'm still noticing the rotation right along that area.
9 Pines Road, I'm reading them out for you, Walker. 9 Pines Road and then Highway 4. It's moving generally just now north of Highway 4 or right along Highway 4. Garner Road, I think that's 542 that moves northeast out of Jonesboro. So and then you can see the Hebron communities. Winfield Road on the top right-hand side, yes, that is State Highway 542 that moves northeast out of Jonesboro Hodge. So this possible tornado is kind of sandwiched between 4 and 542 at this point.
Right, and so I think clearly that this circulation has tightened up just a little bit.
Yep.
Because I've been looking at 3 different radars. I was looking at Fort Polk, Shreveport, and ours, and I've looked at Shreveport a couple different times now, and it does look to be a little bit stronger. Jared, do you have any information on that?
Nope, I just wanted to agree with you there because I think, you know, we're looking at the possibility of this circulation, which is now past Route 18 between Jonesboro and Weston, moving northeastward. It will head toward the Vernon community, but yeah, I just wanted to kind of confirm with you that this rotation, this area looks like it is getting stronger as opposed to getting weaker.
And as I mentioned beforehand, there's a reason why that these tornado warnings are so wide, because I mentioned just a little while ago, give or take about 15 to 20 minutes, this circulation was on the west side of that warning, and it's now migrated a little bit east, so that's why they're so wide.
May have a tornado debris signature on it too, Walker. I'm going to...
okay, can you pop that up?
In fact, if we can pop over to links 2 over here on the BAM, I'll join you on the wall for just a second so we don't have to... I'll let you stay on the rotation part of this. But let's take a look at this one little small dot, and again, may or may not, it may be hail that's causing something weird, but for it to be so perfect within the circulation of the storm itself, this is Highway 4, but this little area right here usually would indicate the possibility of a tornado debris signature. So we may have a tornado confirmed on the ground. We'll continue to keep an eye on that, but I just wanted to pull this one radar product up. Walker's been continuing to keep an eye on the areas of rotation and kind of getting you road by road there, and now you can see with the latest radar image. Now I definitely think we're going to get to that. So Walker, I'll let you sit. We'll go back over to you and let Walker continue to track these storms, and I'll continue to keep an eye on the latest information.
Right, and even with the next radar, that is clearly pulsed up just a little bit more. So just for reference, when you see a brighter color green or a brighter color red, that means the winds are all the faster, which means that circulation might be a little bit stronger. And so just from the last scan, it's pulsed up a good amount in terms of coloring.
Reporting trees down now on the Northeast Louisiana Skywarn Network is reporting trees down on Walker Road in Jonesboro. That area out, and now a confirmed tornado, an observed tornado, confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado near Jonesboro, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. So now this is confirmed on the ground, north and east of Jonesboro, north of Highway 4, moving northeast. And again, if you're within this warning, confirmed tornado, take shelter now.
Right, now we're not necessarily messing around, so to speak. It is imperative for you to get into your safe place, regardless of what you're doing. Drop what you're doing and get into your safe place. Folks around the Hebron community, make phone calls to whoever you have to in this area. It's just to the south and east of the Pumpkin Center and east of North Hodge as well.
Yep, the Hebron community. Sorry, I keep talking over you, Walker. We're just going to keep spitting information out for these folks. Garner Road in the Hebron community, folks south and east of Highway 542 and headed toward the Kelly Road areas. And again, this is in and around the Hebron community. Radar confirmed tornado on the ground. Lots of heavy rainfall in this area as well. Take this very, very seriously. Probably one of the strongest areas of rotation we've seen in our area so far today.
Absolutely. I would completely agree with you, Jared, and that's what we're expecting, is the potential for these storms to strengthen up really tightly pretty quickly, and maybe it falls apart, but as of now, that confirmed tornado, it has been observed that you need to be in your safe place, and that cannot be understated as of this point. And very tight and very bright colored green. And here's the thing, when you see the reds and greens together, yeah, that's one thing, but when you almost can even get a picture of how those greens wrap around and the reds wrap around.
Go to our radar, Walker. I think you're gonna get a new scan every 60 seconds, and you're gonna be able to stay right on this. It's pretty unmistakable at this point what we're seeing, and you're in the exact same spot. But yeah, there it is in the Hebron community. If you need to every now and then, it may be ideal to kind of zoom out, zoom back in, just to kind of reset your eyes, because it's sometimes tough to see. There's a lot of stuff going on there, right there. But again, sandwiched between just southeast of Highway 542. You need to be in your safe place now.
Right, and so what we're looking at now is live storm tracker Doppler radar getting a new scan, and it's ever so slightly moving a little bit further north there. It's actually staying pretty almost dead center in that warning as of now, the warning that's been here for quite some time. I do believe that we originally got it around 4:30, now 5:01, so plenty of lead time for all these folks. We've been talking about the potential for this circulation to hold itself together in the event that it did, and it has, and so staying in your safe place is going to be imperative. I'm going to quickly look over at
the debris signature still there too, Walker.
The debris signature.
Yep.
And again, the structure might be a little bit hard to see, but where you start to see a little bit of this green move into the red, that's where that potential circulation would be. And the appendage, so to speak, it's not super visible. But again, what we're looking at is we're looking at the structure of the storm as well as what we're noticing with rotation. So it's multifaceted. I'm actually going to look over at our shear rate really quickly too. Not really seeing anything there, but nonetheless, that velocity couplet is still holding on.
New flash flood warning out for Bienville, Jackson, Lincoln, Natchitoches, Ouachita, and Wynn parishes. Just a huge flash flood warning for the heavy rain that's coming in. So just be aware of that. Power outages now being reported in Jonesboro with trees down on Walker Road and trees across a mobile home in the same area. Still have that radar, that confirmed radar tornado debris signature now east of Highway 542 near the Kelly Road community, headed toward the St. Rest community and Winfield Road and the Vernon Highway, all within the tornado warning. Be in your safe place now.
Yeah, just changed over to the National Weather Service out of Shreveport's radar because we were getting some bad scans on ours. But as I look at storm relative velocity, the reds and the greens are extremely close together. And as mentioned, this is a confirmed tornado. So we're not speculating anymore. It has been confirmed, at least been visible at one point in its life cycle. So depending on if it picks back up, puts back down, regardless, it's been known to produce a tornado. And so you can see the very strong circulation that likely continues. And so being in your safe place is imperative. Not looking at the storm or venturing outside to look at it, that is going to be something you have to do. Do not go outside to look at this, especially you're in the immediate vicinity, because as Jared mentioned, there's a debris signature, and so that debris is being thrown up into the air, lofted thousands of feet up, potentially getting slung out across the area, even if you're far away from the circulation itself. So being in your safe place is imperative, and staying away from any outside walls, windows, or doors, especially glass. Granted, if you see a 2x4 and it hits glass, it's going to shatter and it's going to likely go into your home. So staying away from windows is extremely important. Going to head back over to live storm tracker Doppler radar, back to the velocity, and I've got another scan here. It looks a little bit better than otherwise previously. And we're probably going to start to stick on our radar just a little bit more because the storm is moving closer to our area. And so live storm tracker Doppler radar are going to have a little bit of a better vantage point. Here comes that next sweep. And again, still noticing the reds and the greens. Again, it's going to look a little bit messy, messier on our radar that as opposed to others. But if I just bounce around, you can easily still see it's visible.
Yeah, Walker, if we could hop over, and you could see the reds and greens there. If you could hop over to me on the BAM real quick so we could take a closer look again. The Kelly Road community, State Highway 542. Just want to give Walker a chance to rest his arms and catch a swig of water for a second. Winfield Road, State Highway 4, which is going to be kind of on the bottom side of your screen here, but just resetting what we have going on at 5:04. You would normally be joining us for NBC 10 News at 5, but obviously weather coverage is now our NBC 10 newscast. Our Fox 14 viewers are wrapped in as well. We have a confirmed tornado on the ground in portions of Jackson Parish, moving toward between the Hebron and St. Rest communities. This is the Kelly Road area east of Highway 542. And again, with the latest updates, it doesn't look like this storm has moved much, or at least the possible tornado hasn't moved much. You can see Antioch, Pumpkin Center, Rockfield, North Hodge, Jonesboro would be just off the screen to your bottom left-hand side, and up to the top part of the screen, we would be talking about areas like, well, Ruston's on the far top left-hand side of your screen, but moving toward I-20, we would start talking about the Shudrint communities, eventually downstream, maybe the Downsville communities. Chatham and Eris are on the far right-hand side of your screen, just off the screen. So again, while some areas are under these tornado warnings, others are not.
Jared, just rather quickly, we're still seeing a debris signature with the tornado northwest of Weston. This tornado is headed towards Vernon or just west of Vernon. So that tornado debris signature is still there.
So there's the Vernon Highway. So Vernon's basically right up here off the top part of your screen. But again, the St. Rest community, here's the Roscoe Road, and our new tornado, if I could draw the new circle, it'd be right here to the south of the St. Rest community, and Walker will get you kind of squared back away there. But again, a very dangerous storm, confirmed tornado on the ground. Make sure that you're in your safe place. You've had a lot of lead time in eastern sections of Jackson Parish. For folks in western Ouachita Parish, eastern Lincoln Parish, you need to start keeping an eye on this storm. If it's confirmed on the ground, it may be on the ground for a little while. There's no promises, but it's a possibility. Let's go back over to Walker on the wall, who can continue to break down this storm from a lot of different vantage points on radar. Walker.
Thank you very much, Jared. And again, it's very well defined as of this point. I'm looking at Shreveport's radar. We're looking at storm relative velocity that's slightly different from normal velocity. So storm relative velocity actually takes into account the storm motion, how that storm is moving, and kind of takes it away from the equation. And it basically allows us to see the circulation just a little bit better. I want to explain at least some of the science behind it. And again, we just got another update. Another scan. I'm going to do another circle and then maybe try to get some more road names here in a second. I'm going to actually take a little bit of a bigger look, leave that circle up. And what you're noticing is that tornado warning expands all the way to I-20, includes Shudrint. Way to the southwest is the circulation as of this point, but Shudrint nonetheless still included in that tornado warning. And so we're going ahead and going to go now that there's heavy rainfall all across I-20. If you know points east of here and you're trying to head west, you need to stay and avoid I-20 at all costs as of this point. And folks near the Ruston community or Simsboro's Arcadia, and you're trying to work east, you have to stay off I-20. Not only is the visibility extremely low as of this point, but the potential for that tornado or the circulation to hold itself together is still there as well. And if it holds together, it could potentially eventually traverse I-20 and cross to areas just north. So what we're looking at now, as Jared mentioned, it's going to be portions of Jackson Parish, and as the storm continues to work to the north and east here. Going to look a little bit closer.
Yeah, Shudrint community would be the spot along I-20 that needs to keep an eye on this storm. So folks that are driving from Monroe to Ruston, maybe not Monroe or maybe not Ruston, but areas in between, really need to keep an eye on this storm in the next hour and a half.
And so the new circulation that I have puts us right over St. Rest. That's where that possible tornado is. If it's still on the ground, it was confirmed earlier in its life cycle, and that can't be understated, is because it's kind of like you have to treat each storm like a person. It has some characteristics. And so if it's previously been able to produce a tornado, it could also produce one later on in its life cycle. So you kind of have to treat it like a person would. You kind of remember some of the characteristics that it's held together. And so that's why it's so important for you to be in your safe place and maintain that. The circulation may be getting a little bit weirded out by this specific radar scan, so I'm going to head back over to ours.
Yeah, and just and while you make that journey and kind of bounce from radar mode to radar mode, and again, it looks really right toward the Vernon community, right along the Vernon Highway, but we're also still getting new reports of debris signature north and northwest of Weston. That was about 3 or 4 minutes ago, but again, damage. Now we're starting to get reports of a damage path, unconfirmed, in and around Highway 4 between Jonesboro and Weston. This was where that confirmed tornado moved.
A little bit
through.
further south.
Yeah, so again, this storm now has a history of producing wind damage. We can likely confirm a tornado and probably say that that was tornado damage. We can't say it with a whole lot of certainty, but that's just obviously something to keep in mind.
And so we're looking at Shreveport's storm relative velocity, and again, the reds
Here's your
are
new
still
tornado.
there.
Here's a new tornado warning. This is still a confirmed tornado, by the way, out for Jackson, Lincoln, Ouachita, and Union parishes. This does not include Monroe and West Monroe, but it does include Ruston. It does include Shudrint. It includes Downsville. Severe thunderstorm, a confirmed large and dangerous tornado located 10 miles northeast of Jonesboro, moving north at 30 miles per hour. So there's your new tornado warning. Will go until, I believe, 6 o'clock tonight. And again, that warning includes a good chunk of I-20 from the west, from the Ouachita-Lincoln line all the way to just west of Ruston.
So basically what the National Weather Service did here is they're updating the fact that this storm is a little bit further down than the original tornado warning that they issued. They want to include points a little bit further east, so they're trying to encapsulate the opportunity for this thing to maybe migrate a little bit further east and a little bit further west, while also making sure a lot of the highly residential areas and folks with a lot of population are actually making sure that they're getting some type of a warning as well. And you can kind of notice that warning has shifted a little bit further north, looking as opposed to just to the east there, and so that's an important thing to note, and that's why the majority of Ruston now included in that tornado warning, because that slight adjustment, if you will. So we're going to go ahead and get a little bit of a closer look yet again.
Winfield and the Vernon Highway, Winfield Road and the Vernon Highway moving into the Vernon community. This tornado, if it's still on the ground, which all indications are that it is, will be headed toward the Vernon community shortly, probably in the next 2 minutes. So again, you need to be in your safe place now. The Olive Grove Road community up on the top right-hand side of your screen going out of Vernon will be headed toward your direction shortly. So again, if these roads sound familiar, be in your safe place now. Riser Road, Vernon Highway, the Vernon community in general, and Winfield Road. Interior portion of your home away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible.
Absolutely, Jared. And again, I kind of circled the rotation back over again. We're back on the velocity, not the storm relative velocity. Again, whatever gives us the best vantage point. That's all that we're doing when we change the different radar modes and scans. We just want the best vantage point to get the best information out to you folks. That's the only thing that we're doing. So just pardon me from time to time from changing around to different radar modes. But even looking at some of the shear, again, it's not going to be as organized, but the threat for heavy damaging winds is going to continue with this storm system in general, not just some of the heavy rainfall and not just the tornado potential either. And again, that circulation, this is the only one that we have for now, and it's going to take a lot of our attention. We've been following this particular storm system. We've been on the air since about 3:40. This was the second tornado warning that we've gotten, and this little circulation right here has needed 3 separate tornado warnings. So it's had a life cycle that has been pretty long-lived as of now, and that clearly says that the environment is conducive for making sure that that tornado holds itself together. We have tons of moisture, tons of energy to work with, and since we really haven't seen much for activity to use that storm energy, that's why that circulation is going to hold itself together, or likely hold itself together. And that's why it's all the more important to notice and to point out the fact that folks in Ruston, in Shudrint, and around the I-20 corridor needs to be in their safe place. And if you're not already there, you need to be heading there now. And so if you need to call some folks, you need to go ahead and do that as well and make sure that they're in a safe place. And I think Jared's actually trying to get a vantage point on one of our tower cams. So while he's doing that, we're going to continue to circle this rotation. Doesn't look as it looks a little bit more interesting now, I would say, but nonetheless, the reds and the greens very apparent.
Yeah, and if you want to take Dalvin, if you want to take links to full, you can see off in the distance. This is looking basically west. from our tower cam here at the West Monroe Studios. And to be honest with you, out of all the tower cams we have, I think this is going to have the best vantage point, although this storm is still quite a ways away from us. Pardon the fact that there's a transmission tower right in the middle of the westbound view. We're actually looking a little bit south of due west. The Ike Hamilton Expo Center is there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. You can see a lot of lightning, which would indicate that this storm is perhaps strengthening and really running into an unstable environment. In fact, a lot of the storm reports that we're getting from this storm are that it's almost frequent lightning. Numerous CG strikes, cloud-to-ground strikes is what we call them, but basically you don't want to be on the roadways with this storm. The lightning would be blinding. So the rain is blinding in itself. There's a confirmed tornado on the ground. Just all of the odds are stacked against you. So just kind of looking out to the west, we'll keep an eye on this vantage point for here in the next 10 minutes or so. I think this storm is going to probably miss us far enough west where we may not see much, but I just wanted to take a quick look at that and also just kind of get that visible confirmation of just how much lightning and heavy rainfall we're dealing with, Walker.
And thank you, Jared. And that's also going to obstruct the view, some of that heavy rainfall. So even if it's just there actually in view of the camera, some of the heavy rain shafts, so to speak, could actually be obstructing us from actually seeing it. So nonetheless, the circulation is still trying to hold itself together. The
still
reds,
there, Walker.
Yep, some of the brighter green colors. You see the other tornado warning was just canceled, so just ignore that. This is the only active warning we have now. And as previously mentioned, the old warning went until 5:15, excuse me, and it's 5:15 now. So it makes sense for that one to be canceled. And the new one actually is going to continue until 6. So the time now 5:15, a minimum 45 minutes potentially that we stay on the air as the circulation maybe dissipates. Maybe it holds itself together a little bit more. I'm going to head back over to our radar, Jared. I'm not sure if it has a better
It does. It's just to the northeast of the Vernon community. Zoomed out, it looks way more organized. When you get zoomed in, again, you get kind of blinded by just so much stuff that you're looking at. But right up the Olive Grove Road area that we were just talking about a few minutes ago, still, again, probably a rain-wrapped tornado at this point.
Right.
If I had to, if it's confirmed and on the ground, and I'm about to switch back over to check our coalition coefficients, I don't think that we have that that tornado debris signature anymore, but still a very violent circulation that will be approaching I-20 probably in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
And it could be very well what we call cycling, where it could potentially cycles back down and maybe takes that breath in and then is getting ready to give that breath back out. And so that's why the tornado warning continues. That's why they're not very quick to cancel these warnings or anything of that sort. And I do believe that a good bit of it was, am I mistaken, Jared, or did this get trimmed off a little bit, that warning? I'm not quite certain.
I think that was just part of the old warning. So
okay.
I think we're good to go here. And like I said, this is going to move very, very close to the Shudrint community. Ruston, Biana, Dubach, all those areas along 167, all included in this warning too.
And so I'm just going to leave this vantage point up here for a second. I'm not going to zoom in or change any radar products, just so you can get an idea and a picture of what we're dealing with. Most of this area is already seeing heavy rainfall. So folks in Ruston, if you're hearing the heavy rainfall, obviously that's associated with this same storm system. You need to be in your safe place. Folks in Shudrint is hearing the heavy rain and the frequent lightning as well. And what you're noticing is the reds, again, are winds moving towards the radar and away from the radar, excuse me, and the greens are moving towards. So where is Live Storm Tracker Doppler radar? Well, you can kind of see where that is. And so all these red winds are moving away from it, and these greens are moving towards it. You can see where the radar is and the cone of silence there, so to speak. And that's the main area of concern, what we have circled here. We're getting another scan. We're going to see what it looks like. I may get another little bit of a zoom in here, and it may be trying to pulse back up again here in a second. We'll see.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Over the next couple of seconds, as we get more, as we get some different scans here. So I'm going to circle this, head back over to reflectivity. Maybe we can see some structure ongoing with that storm. And seeing some of the little bit of the purples there could be indicative of I think it's
getting stronger again. I think it's getting stronger again, Walker. That latest swipe from our radar, I would say, kind of confirms that too. In fact, I'm toying with the notion of switching modes again, because this is going to get closer to our radar site. But either way, yeah, this is still very much a dangerous storm, possibly tornadic storm. Although that debris signature isn't quite there anymore, this is still a very, very dangerous storm.
And so for folks that have joined us relatively recently or now joining the Facebook live stream, we've been live since about 3:40. That's when we originally started cutting in to programming and things of that sort. And so this is just a first cluster of storms that's moved into the area. So we've been fairly conducive so far of holding on to these circulations. And so even after this initial cluster of storms eventually comes and goes, the possibility for severe weather will continue late tonight, early tomorrow morning, and potentially through portions of the day tomorrow as well. So that cold front is going to take its sweet time to move through the area. So even if we start to clear this area in the next hour or two, it's not going to be the severe weather is over just yet. I know that can be a little bit numbing to some folks, but the severe weather threat persists and that tornado watch persists until about 9 p.m. I do believe. Correct, Jared?
That's correct. And here in the next 2 minutes or so, as this storm starts to approach the I-20 corridor, the radar is going to change modes again, so don't let that catch you off guard, but it's going to switch to severe weather mode. So we will get some of the highest radar returns. If it's still spinning and it's still spinning close to the ground, which it looks like it is, we're going to get one of the best vantage points we can as it approaches I-20. Again, for folks in northern sections of Jackson Parish, north central Jackson Parish, far southern reaches of Lincoln Parish, including Ruston, Shudrint, and everybody along I-20 all the way to the Ouachita Parish line, you need to be in your safe place. A tornado warning remains in effect, and this storm has a history of producing wind damage.
And so before I go back to live storm tracker Doppler radar, even from the most recent scan, the most recent update from Shreveport's radar, it does in fact look to be spinning back up again, maybe that strengthening of that rotation. You see the greens and the reds. I'm going to head back over to ours now. I think it's probably done switching modes, or at least it will be relatively shortly. And as we switch, again, I think it's still fairly prevalent in terms of what we're looking at. Right, still south of Shudrint.
Yep.
Still southeast of Ruston. We're going to get another radar scan here in just a second and see what the update looks like.
I think that's going to be your last scan in this mode, but just again a reminder that these storms kind of come and go, and you can see the brighter reds and greens with this storm as it starts to make its way towards Shudrint. We'll be crossing I-20 probably in the next 5 minutes. If we can, while we're waiting on the radar to switch over to the new mode, if we could go back over to Lynx 2, take a closer look at that tower cam, and with the lightning flashes. In fact, I'm going to try to zoom in on this, and Walker, you may want to kind of walk with me. I can't really see what I'm doing here, but I'm going to try to zoom in on what we're seeing out to.
Yeah, you might be able to see something.
We're having to work with the lightning flashes, and so every lightning flash, you get kind of a vantage point of what's going on out on the horizon. Again, keep in mind that we're 20 miles-ish as the crow flies away from this storm. So we're looking quite a bit of a ways off, and I probably need to go back to the south just a smidge because the storm hasn't crossed the interstate. I don't think we're going to see anything just because of the heavy rainfall that you're seeing. And again, a lot of this area is kind of shrouded by heavy rainfall. So, and of course, as soon as we get kind of the vantage point we want, we're not
really
seeing
much
a whole lot of lightning. So yeah, we're not going to really see a whole lot, I don't think, but we'll continue to keep an eye on this. I just want to kind of give our radar a second to switch modes, and with that, your circle and your same area on Lynx 1 still looks good. So we'll just go back over to Walker on the wall.
All right, thank you very much. Again, we're trying to see if we can see something, but it's rather difficult, and I think the radar product's about to switch over. So in the meantime, while it switches over, we're going to go look at something else. Just head over to Shreveport's radar. We've just been bouncing back and forth anyways, and regardless of where we're looking, it's still there, and you can very well see it no matter what radar product you're looking at as of this point, hoping to get a little bit of a better vantage point. But if I had to give some estimates here, which I'm going to do in just a second, so it does look to be about 5 to 6 miles just southwest of Shudrint, so very close as of this point. It's going to be a little bit further away southeast of Ruston, likely around the 6.5 mile range, 6 to 6.7. And so it's getting awfully close to the I-20 corridor now, and still very indicative of the reds and the greens, that circulation, the possible tornado. And again, this was confirmed on the ground earlier in its life cycle. Maybe it's picked back up, maybe it's not back on the ground, but we're not quite sure as of this point either. And that's why I was mentioning earlier, we have to note the characteristics. We know that this guy has been misbehaving, obviously, and so we're going to have to continue to keep an eye on it. And I'm going to head back over to our radar. I think we might be done switching modes.
You've got two different modes, and there's actually kind of two different areas of circulation. There's There's the
Interesting.
primary one where the reds and greens are clearly combined together, and then there's that other one just to the south. There, and with that latest refresh, it's still there as well. And when you look at this from just a regular reflectivity mode, just the regular reds and oranges and yellows all together, you could see there's the inflow notch, that little hook or
divot.
that little divot. Yeah, that's a good way of describing it. Where we would normally see that possible tornado. But this is kind of just an evolving thing as it makes its way toward I-20. Again,
Very erratic.
Tons of lightning with it as well. In fact, I don't need you to put the lightning up because I think it's just going to cloud our picture. But
I can do it rather quickly.
127 lightning strikes in the last 15 minutes in this storm alone. So
Right, I just went ahead and put it up, right, Jared. You can see it all through the area, just near Shudrint, south of it as well. I'm only going to leave it up there for just a quick second because, again, it kind of clouds a lot of our view. About to get another scan, heading back over to velocity. And again, before I do, I'm going to let it scan to see if we can see that inflow notch is still there. And I would still say, obviously, it is. Watch how the reds start to curve back in,
Yeah, the Owens,
and that's what we're looking at.
Owens Road community, the Long Straw community, which is right along the Lincoln-Jackson line, Taylor Road, the Cartwright community, and areas, like I said, towards Shudrint. Make sure that you're in your safe place because this storm, whether it is tornadic or just a wind producer at this point, is headed your way. And again, I don't want to understate it. It's not the, it doesn't get as many weather headlines, if you will, but I can't understate how much heavy rainfall is embedded with some of these thunderstorms. So please keep that in mind, that a lot of our roadways will become quickly either covered or ponding with water, and that could lead to travel being very, very dangerous. So again, just exercise caution there too.
And what we're looking at is live storm tracker Doppler radar. Again, the reds, notice how they start to bend almost, this little wave pattern. It's not just a straight line, but the fact that they're kind of curving around with each other. Again, that's going to be indicative of itself, of that circulation trying to hold itself together, because not only do the reds and greens help us, but how they look. So it's a multifaceted approach of how we look at things, but it's still near Long Straw and Kelly's, just to the east of Ebenezer, I believe that is. Cartwright is also there. Tremont is just to the north and east of the circulation.
So Shudrint's pretty much, you know, and no offense to a lot of our smaller populated communities in this area, but that big focus is on this storm as it makes its way towards Shudrint. It'll impact Highway 80 in Shudrint. It'll impact I-20 near Shudrint. And so again, cannot stress that enough for folks that are perhaps doing some traveling between Ruston and West Monroe or Monroe. Those are the areas that are the biggest concern at this point.
And we were talking about where that potential circulation is, which is right around this area, but just look how little of an area it impacts versus the entirety of the storm itself. The heavy rainfall spans all the way through Shudrint now anyways, and so the heavy rainfall is going to be obscuring any type of visibilities along roadways and potentially causing some ponding along roadways as well. We've been talking about the flood risk quite frequently as well. And while we're looking at the radar, we're going to head back over to velocity. And I think it's still very apparent. I'm happy that they've continued the tornado warning here, Jared, because this thing has just continued to cycle, so to speak.
Yeah, and you're still getting a lot of stronger shear returns. In fact, our shear rate, our radar shear rate is showing still some pretty hot returns, basically indicating if not a storm that's rotating, but a storm, maybe a storm that's producing some damaging wind gusts, or maybe both.
Right, and so that's what you're looking at here. Again, the greens and the reds mean different things on whatever mode that we're looking at. So we're looking at the shear rates here. And so when you see some of the darker greens and stuff, that's okay, it's some pretty decent shear. But when you see these little red dots, like you see right here, that's going to be indicative of some very strong shear. And so that's going to mean some differing wind speeds, things of the sort. And so again, just whatever we can look at to try to give us a good vantage point. And as mentioned, it's probably been mentioned a million times now, but folks in Shudrint, you need to be in your safe place. I can't understate that enough as of now. This storm has a history of producing a tornado that was on the ground and did cause some damages. And so we want to make sure that you're in your safe place and you're heeding the warnings regardless of whatever we're talking about or the current situation that you're in. And so for folks that they're wondering what your safest place might be, that's going to be the interiormost portion of your home in the bottom level too. So you don't want to be, if you have a two-story home, so to speak, you don't want to be on the top floor. You want to be on the bottom, so head down the stairs and head to some type of an interior bathroom, getting in the bathtub, staying away from glass, back doors, porches, any type of screened-in porch, anything like that, stay away from. That's going to be a no-go zone. And as long as you can't see the outside and you're in the bottom level, that's likely going to be your best bet. And bringing whatever type type of padding you can in with you, that's not a bad idea either in the event that the tornado is continuing on the ground and does cause some debris. Gonna head back over towards the reflectivity because again, we're just trying to look at whatever we can now.
Should be crossing I-20 here shortly, Walker, in Shudrint. Just looking at what I've been seeing, and again, I'm just kind of pulled up in that same spot that you're generally in, maybe a smidge farther northward, but generally, basically right along the county, the parish line there in Lincoln and Jackson. So basically the middle part of your circle. We have about 18% of Jackson Parish without power. Now I'm going to continue to keep an eye on the tower cam.
Right.
Just to make sure we don't see anything that we need to be seeing just real time. But there is a lot of lightning off in the distance. So again, Walker, I'll let you go ahead and kind of keep an eye on what we've got going on there.
All right, we're about to get another radar scan, and again, I'm going to be completely honest, folks. This is obviously, in my opinion, the circulation is still very well defined. So if you're looking at some of the reds and the oranges and yellows here, not necessarily the greens, but watch how it curves back in to that storm. And so that's where would be some of those winds moving into it, if you will. That's why I kind of wanted to look at the structure. And so potentially that tornado a little bit stronger, potentially, at least from the last reflectivity scan to this one. It looks to be a little bit more present, so to speak. The reds and the greens are still there, and this would be the area just southeast of Shudrint or just right up on top of Shudrint. Again, there can be some discrepancies or issues depending on how the radar is looking at a storm, and Jared's continuing to monitor the tower cam at this point.
Blinding lightning off to the west. In fact, if we want to take the tower cam,
I can just see it in my peripheral.
And just some of the lightning strikes that we've seen in the last and the frame rate obviously is adjusting because we're hitting sunset in the dusk time frame, but we've just seen some blinding lightning along I-20. Still not seeing any lowerings or anything that could really indicate a possible tornado. Doesn't mean that it's not there, but again, just the heavy rainfall and the lightning aspect of this. We get a lot of storms in our area that aren't severe but are quite scary looking, quote unquote, and folks wonder why we're not on the air sometimes for a lot of. This is going to be a pretty menacing looking thunderstorm regardless of what kind of warnings we're dealing with, but just the lightning and the heavy rainfall. And again, there's one of those big flashes that you see off in the distance. Just be aware of what's headed your direction in portions of Ouachita and Union and Morehouse parishes here in the next hour and a half, Walker.
Yep, and we're going to head back over towards the reflectivity here, some of the velocity, again, the wind speeds. We're going to wait for a radar here to come sweep back through and see what the newest scan does reveal. It, again, is moving a little bit further east on the side of that warning now. It was a little bit more middle set, but as the warning continues to work its way north, notice how it gets a little bit wider, just accounting for the fact that we're not quite sure what's going to happen in terms of its movement. It could have very well continued over closer to Ruston, but as of now, it's hugged a little bit further east, and it's now just to the east side of Shudrint. And so I'm going to get rid of this circle here, move it a little bit.
And again, this is not a confirmed tornado on the ground anymore. This is a radar indicated. So again, we don't want to overstate, but we don't want to understate. We don't want to overstate and say that this is a tornado on the ground because we can't confirm that at this point, but we also don't want to understate it and say you're fine if you're going to hop on I-20 because you're not. There's a lot of heavy rainfall, lightning, gusty winds, and perhaps a tornado embedded somewhere in there.
And what we're looking at still in structure is, again, this nice little storm here. You're seeing heavy rainfall well south of Shudrint, well north, but the circulation, as you see some of the reds bend into the storm, that would likely be because of the winds and that circulation trying to alter some of the rainfall. So what's happening here is live storm tracker Doppler radar is hitting and a lot of that rainfall, and depending on how the winds operate and move around that rainfall, it kind of adjusts this image, and that's why we're circling this particular location. So back over to velocity, and you can kind of see some weird returns, but regardless.
Again, but where you coincide, where you have that circle, you're still seeing the bright reds and greens together, and it also coincides when you go back over to the reflectivity with that little notch hook that's still just kind of hanging out there right south of I-20. So again, it all just kind of fits together that the storm structure is there, whether it's producing a tornado or not. That's a little iffy at this point, but still a very organized storm. It's not like this storm is just completely collapsed at this point.
Right, and even some of the shear rate now, notice it's offset from my circle, but it's still relatively there. So the Doppler radar is picking up on something there in shear, and so it's just a little bit displaced, like I mentioned beforehand. It's not always going to be an exact science, but all the pieces to the puzzle are still fitting together. And I wouldn't be surprised to maybe have to see another warning that includes a little bit more further east, because this potential tornado is hugging the east side of the warning.
Yeah, Norris Road, and this will eventually impact portions of the Sibley Road area, but I'm looking at Emery Road, Parish Road 45. Now this is Lincoln Parish, and again the Walker Road area, Harris Road, Emery Road, and then farther northward towards Sibley Road and Parish Road 42. Those are the spots that need to keep an eye on the possible tornadic aspects of this storm as it crosses I-20 and Highway 80 probably here in the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah, and so you can kind of see some of the roads there. I do believe that's Crocker Road near the Tremont area. And again, Jared said the Norris Road region as we get another swipe of the radar here. And have you seen anything recently on correlation coefficient, any type of debris or anything, Jared? I don't think that you have.
I haven't seen it yet, but also keep in mind that all those radars are going to be shooting up pretty high at this point, so they may not see anything.
We're going to head back over to live storm tracker South radar again. The rotation a little bit offset, and maybe that notch isn't quite as there as it was prior. It could be trying to broaden out again, taking that deep breath in before it takes another breath out. But as mentioned, the environment that we have in place is relatively undisturbed. So what do I mean by that? We still have plenty of storm energy to utilize, and so as the storm continues to move in the area that is ripe and has plenty of energy to utilize, it's likely going to hold itself together. Maybe it's not as favorable right now, but it could be pretty much later on. And so haven't seen much for rainfall north of I-20 today. Haven't really seen much of anything in South Arkansas outside of a storm earlier that I believe was in Union County. And so again, the relatively undisturbed atmosphere, undisturbed environment, and seeing some decent heavy rainfall, and likely will continue as well. And the heavy lightning is going to continue. I keep seeing the flashes in my peripheral. I just want to go ahead and show you the lightning that's continuing here. Just take a broad look, and
it's quite spectacular when you look at it on the tower cam. In fact, if you want to take that full for just a second, again, a reminder that a tornado warning is in effect. But this is what we're dealing with tower cam wise right now, and this is live. You know, the frame rate, like I said, is a little if it looks a little pixelated or almost like herky jerky, it's because we're hitting dusk. So we're going from daytime to nighttime mode, if you will. But I mean, it's almost continuous strobe light lightning off to the west. Again, we don't see anything that would indicate a tornado is imminent, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's not happening. We're just kind of, like I said, we're probably a good 15, 20 miles at this point. In fact, the lightning's so bright at some points it's throwing it out of focus. So, but again, we'll continue to keep an eye on this. Actually, I'm going to move it.
I'm looking in the horizon there, Jared, to see if I can see anything at all.
Any kind of lowering or and I just don't see anything between lightning flashes, and I think it's just because we don't have the vantage point. I think
I think occasionally you get a far enough away strike that kind of backlights the extreme horizon, but again, it's really difficult to see, and I'm not really noticing anything now. And as you mentioned, not necessarily because it's not there, but because we might not have the greatest vantage point.
Focus on that, and so maybe we can. But again, the lightning is going to throw it all out of focus, or the autofocus from time to time. But again, just taking a look at the tower cam, this is not something you're going to want to drive through. And as I mentioned earlier, regardless of whether there's severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings, this is a travel no-go along I-20 westbound from Monroe toward Ruston. And while we go back, I'll let Walker go ahead and set you back up on the wall. But just the latest info, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 9 miles east of Ruston, moving northeast at 30. So warning remains in effect again until 6 o'clock tonight. And flash flood warnings also popping up fairly widespread across the area, but clearly a very, very dangerous situation along I-20, and exercise caution. Again, possible tornado, gusty to damaging winds, things of that nature, all still possible, if not likely, along the interstate tonight in Lincoln Parish.
And so we're just now, it's just to the west of Calhoun. We did get an update on that warning there, so it's a little bit trimmed off. Frosttown and near Eureka, as well as Sibley, you're noticing very close to that rotation, that possible tornado. The warning has continued. The time now is 5:37. I do believe this warning is going to continue until 6 p.m., and that is going to stay the same. So depending on how the circulation treats it, unless it just completely vanishes, I really don't see us not getting another one, so to speak. So we're just going to have to see how things kind of play out. And again, I might switch over to reflectivity to see if I can see any type of structuring there, but obviously the reds and the greens are getting pretty muddled.
Yeah, it's Downsville next. I will say that in the last 3 swipes or so, does not look as organized and as strong as it did, but the structure is still there. So again, heed the warning, be in your safe place. Regardless, you're going to get pounded with some heavy rainfall and a lot of lightning and all that stuff. And this storm may recycle. It's already done that a couple of times.
Right, and so just a minute ago I was looking at the reflectivity, didn't look as strong, but this little notch here is a little bit concerning, so it could be trying to pick itself back up again, which happens from time to time, and that could be what's being indicated here on reflectivity as well. And again, we're looking at the best vantage point that we have. The Shreveport radar is going to be about 70 to 80 miles. That's a rough estimation on my part, away from where this location is, maybe even a little bit further. That could be underdone, but we're as close as we can with live storm tracker Doppler radar. And again, the circle is roughly where we believe that circulation to be within that tornado warning. It could be somewhere in this general area. So again, my circles aren't always, they're never going to be perfect. But nonetheless, the reds are still there. The greens are still there. As we hop back over to with the same circle, you're noticing that same little notch. That curve is also within that circle. So that's the two puzzle pieces that are fitting together, so to speak, is the fact that we have some type of structuring that could lead to the fact there's some type of potential rotation there, but also the fact that we have the reds and the greens in the same area. Those two puzzle pieces are fitting together, so to speak. And I'm going to look at a shear rate. And again, very indicative. So as of this point, even if that possible tornado isn't there, the greens are also highlighting the fact that the damaging wind threat is going to be there as well. And that's going to be well enough, strong enough potentially to maybe even knock some trees down, maybe even cause some other debris and things of that sort if it's getting pushed along in a straight line fashion. So being in your safe place is imperative. And as of now, I think we just got another update here. Again, that shear is staying pretty strong in that area.
Yeah, it's going to be headed toward the Downsville area. This is going to clip far northwestern reaches of Ouachita Parish. Looking at the Sibley communities, which it now looks like the storm just went through those areas near Sibley Road. Downsville and the Smyrna communities, this is right along the Lincoln and Union Parish line and eventually into southern sections of Union Parish. The Wilhite community and high areas along 552, you are not technically in this tornado warning at this point, but I'm just kind of looking downstream at areas like McCrary Road, the Terrells community along Highway 552. That's in western sections, southwestern sections of Union Parish. Keep an eye on this storm because you folks are up next. Regardless of what it's bringing, it's headed your direction.
And so we're getting another swipe here, and again, it gets messy sometimes because you have to make sure or account for the fact that the radar is not just reading the winds, it's reading the rain and any potential debris that's getting kicked up by any type of wind. It can read the dust, things of that sort. So nonetheless, it's not an exact science, but that red and green pattern still there. And again, the structuring likely also still there. And it's moved a little bit slower now than I would say over the last 20 to 30 minutes or so. Jared, I don't know if you would concur because I feel like it's almost come to a screeching halt.
And
not really, but
it did that a while back too, back in Jones and portions of near the Jonesboro Hodge area. It looked like it kind of just slowed its forward motion down, but that's also the last time it took one of those big deep breaths, if you will, and started to spin back up again. You've also got some areas farther southward too that the reds and greens are starting to kind of ooze together a little bit. So while they're not a huge concern at this point, the environment's very favorable in a lot of these areas.
Right, and it's almost, like I said, it's kind of wandering to the eastern side of that warning there. So if we got a new one, I wouldn't be surprised if it maybe encapsulate places a little bit further east. So I wouldn't be surprised by that. Don't let it surprise you either. And just bouncing back and forth between the three things, you still see the shear rate still there and the velocity obviously still indicating some type of rotation. This is the only tornado warning that we have as of now, and this storm, this exact storm has held itself together for over an hour now. So we got on the air originally for one tornado warning. That one dissipated, and we've had this one or another one up until now. So since about the 3:40 time frame, and it's moved all the way from just outside of our area near the Wynn Parish region. I actually do believe this same storm system was around Natchitoches. So you can kind of see how long that it's lasted, and there's been some potential for long-lasting tornadoes today, some potentially very strong as well. So that's in the forecast, and that's going to continue to be possible later on this evening. And it's some long track tornadoes. That's what I would consider this circulation to be long tracked, not necessarily if it was on the ground, but regardless, it's still holding itself together.
Also, just like I said, keep in mind that there are some other areas of some strong winds. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and join you on the wall, on the BAM for just a second, and so we could take a look at the wall, or look at what's going on across portions of Ouachita Parish. And as Walker just circled that out, that's the area that he just circled right here. But there's also other areas of at least gusty winds. Eras, Chatham, and some of these areas moving into western Ouachita Parish. Here's our radar site. If you're familiar with the West Monroe studios right across the street from the Ike Hamilton Expo Center, that's our radar site. Here's Richwood, Monroe, Sterlington, Farmerville's up here, and there's our tornado warning moving to the north. And again, that goes until 6 o'clock. But also, at times, we've seen little areas just to the south of the main circulation. We're talking areas in western sections of Ouachita Parish and even southwestern sections of Ouachita Parish that have started to try to spin a little bit. Not much. There's no warnings out for that type of activity, but we are just continuing to monitor that. But for anyone that is in this area from basically Farmerville, and it's going to be tough to see, but you could see the outlines of Lake Darbone here. Farmerville's right here. But again, that's much of Union Parish, and we talked about the Smyrna communities and some of these spots that are up next with this tornado warning as it moves into your area. I just want to stress that this could be one of a few different rounds of strong to severe thunderstorms. And as we go deeper and deeper into the night, there's a lot of uncertainty regarding what we're going to run into in terms of potentially a second, maybe even a third round of strong to severe thunderstorms. We may not see anything, but we also could see additional warnings and watches that may be needed as the night progresses. So just please keep that in mind, that that coverage may kind of come and go. We may be able to leave you for a couple of hours and then have to rejoin you. We just don't know what's going to happen with these warnings and really what happens with the environment as we head through the rest of the evening. So again, the main parent tornado warning is this area right here, and you can still pinpoint it out there in far southern sections of Union Parish. Keep in mind, Farmerville just got hit by a tornado, an EF3 a couple of weeks ago, and this one's going to be moving to the north and east, probably just to the east of impacted areas. But again, just heed the warning in those spots. I'll continue to keep an eye on these spots back out to the south. But again, as the storms crawl eastward, Monroe, West Monroe, and a lot of these spots expect some very, very frequent lightning. Even if you don't see severe weather from these storms, if you just get the general thunderstorm activity, be prepared for frequent lightning, extremely heavy rainfall, and those gusty to perhaps even damaging winds at times. Walker, I'll go ahead and send it back over to you at the wall, and we'll continue to keep you updated on this storm and any other activity off to the south.
And I appreciate that, Jared. I just want to expand on what you were saying about we could potentially see another 2 or 3 rounds later on this evening, but there's still some questions as to what those rounds look like. Because if I'm being completely honest, not quite sure if we're expecting a nice concentric line of storms that spans the whole area, or if things stay a little bit more isolated. So there's still some differing ideas from one computer model to another. So just an FYI, the severe weather is not a guarantee for anybody. Thunderstorms aren't going to be a guarantee, but nonetheless, if you have a way, you need to make sure you have a way of receiving severe weather alerts late tonight and have them
Walker,
go for it.
Walker, real quick, for folks that are in Calhoun, Calhoun School Road, Owens Road, a lot of these areas, go ahead and get to your safe place. I know there's not a tornado warning for your area, but go ahead and get to your safe place just in case. Calhoun, Carlton, Claiborne Road, areas along Highway 80 and I-20 in western sections of Ouachita Parish. I'm just telling you this just to err on the side of extreme caution here. We got big storms headed that way anyway. There's not a warning there of any stretch, but for folks in Calhoun, again, near Calhoun School Road, along Highway 80, you're talking about Calhoun Middle and a lot of those spots right there in the middle of town, the Curry Creek area and stuff like that. Go ahead and be in your safe place now. Go ahead and take the proper tornado precautions. Again, there is not a tornado warning there, but I just want folks there just in case.
Right, I think I'm right around the area that you're discussing there, Jared. Again, the Calvert Crossing, so he mentioned some of the areas. Again, like he mentioned, there's not an active tornado warning, but nonetheless, we have a pretty decent vantage point looking at live storm tracker Doppler radar.
Severe thunderstorm warning now out for portions of Caldwell, Jackson, Lincoln, Ouachita, and Union parishes with a tornado possible tag indicating that there is the possibility a tornado could form, but don't be surprised if that new severe thunderstorm warning, there's your new severe thunderstorm
Yeah, it'll
warning.
pop up on my screen here in just a second.
It is enormous.
Oh, okay, I think I see it. Yeah, goodness gracious, I do see it.
It's really, really big. That's why it doesn't. But again, that area near Calhoun actually looks even stronger now than it did earlier. So again, I just want folks to be in your safe place. I don't want this to be one of those instances where we get damage reports here in 5 or 10 minutes and we should have said something. So again, Calhoun and points eastward, just err on the side of caution. We may be doing all of this for nothing,
right.
And I'd rather be doing it that way. So again, just get to your safe place now if you're in Calhoun.
Right, and areas just east, so you see Shinny, and so folks right along the I-20 area, that's going to be the same general location. So if you're in that location, I know there's not a red flashing box for you to adhere to, so to speak. Just go ahead and be in your safe place. And again, like we mentioned earlier, severe thunderstorm warnings need to be taken with extreme caution as well. And so you see how widespread the severe thunderstorm is. All this area that I'm pointing out, you can see it all the way just east of Shudra, all the way behind me. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. And so it's almost as if the entire area does need to go ahead and either have a plan to get in their safe place or potentially already be there, especially if you're within some of those areas that we just mentioned. Now, I'm going to quickly go back over towards the parent tornado warning that we were looking at earlier. And it's still around the same locations. I'm seeing McCrary Road, Highway 552, Hamilton Road, near Downsville, just east of Downsville. And that's the circulation that we're still looking at. I'm going to hop over to reflectivity mode instead of some of the reds and greens that we've seen.
Yeah, and as Walker continues to hit those places up, I just want to, again, remind folks in Calhoun along I-20, this is also now headed toward the Calvert Crossing area, so Hodge-Watson Road, some of those spots, as I mentioned, Curry Creek, kind of at the point where Highway 80 and I-20 meet. Did we just lose everything? Are we good?
I think we're all right over here.
Okay, all right. Everything just flashed in the studio, so I didn't know if we had lost a connection on air.
But Jared, I'm not sure. This guy might be trying to spin back up again. It does look to potentially be a little bit stronger.
Go ahead and go with that.
Yeah, so we're going to go with this parent tornado warning, and again, this one goes until about 6 p.m. We haven't seen another warning for it issued just yet, so that the National Weather Service is going to have some decision-making to do over the next 10 minutes or so. And so, again, the structure is still there, still seeing that red start to bend back into the storm. And if you head back over to the velocity, you can still see the reds and the greens still there. The greens, the very wavy pattern that we're noticing here, that potential tornado still holding itself together. We'll see what the next scan does bring us. And again, we're still looking at something there. That tornado warning is still into effect until 6. We'll see what happens with that guy. I'm going to leave that up on the screen and also include areas a little bit further south of this.
Yeah, and we're just going to kind of, like I said, there's two different areas, and so
I'm going to circle it, Jared.
Actually, stay right where you are. Yeah, circle what you got, but stay right there for just a second. And I just want to kind of grab, just let everybody see this for just a second. So again, National Weather Service is still indicating a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, and so we just wanted to kind of keep an eye on this, and we may need a new tornado warning with what's going on near Calhoun right now. So again, what you're seeing right now on screen are two areas of concern, is what we'll call it. The tornado-warned storm that is now moving its way into southern sections of Union Parish, and then another area that we're seeing at around 500 feet just down the I-20. It doesn't look overly organized, but in terms of very, very strong winds. But when you combine that with what we're seeing on reflectivity, that's just the one thing that just has me worried. Again, it doesn't look like much, but I would just rather folks in Calhoun be in their safe place and switch back over to a different.
Right, Jared, and regardless of that rotation is there, it's going to have some very heavy winds associated, strong winds, and winds still capable of maybe knocking a limb down, something of that sort. So,
and your other circulations started to gas back up again. So
that's what I was assuming.
Yep.
As I mentioned
near the Terrells community and Highway 552, there's a lot of strong winds there. So again, I think this storm center is reforming a little bit back toward the center of the polygon. When you reference it with the actual storm, look at the reflectivity, you're going to get a better look at it. And the rain really arriving here at the West Monroe Studios. We're probably going to start seeing our radar power be impacted by the heavy rain.
Right, so when the heavy rain hits our radar, it can impact the beam and how it starts to read stuff. So if you start to see some weirdness going on with some of these pixels, that's what's happening. So just try to avoid that as much as possible. I'm going to head back over to reflectivity to see if we can see any type of structure associated with it. But obviously I see the rotation now. It's still there, and we do believe it's spinning back up again. And this would, and goodness gracious, I'm having some problems with.
Yeah, that's okay. And also on that note, new tornado warning is now out for Union County and Union Parish. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 8 miles southeast of Farmerville, 11 miles northwest of Claiborne, moving northeast at 40. So that is basically a new warning, a downstream warning, if you will, that will include portions of Union Parish and Union County.
And the area that we're looking at is right around this circle. It's going to be a rough estimate because depending on the structure, it could be on the north side of this or on the south side. But regardless, that tornado warning is going to continue until what time is 7 p.m. And it's just east of Farmerville, or eastern portions of Farmerville, also included in that tornado warning. And as Jared mentioned just a handful of minutes ago, with one of the severe episodes we saw about 2 weeks ago, there was a EF3 that touched down in the Farmerville community and could impact some of the same areas potentially. Again, that warning includes far eastern portions of Farmerville, could just be outside a lot of the downtown areas. But if you see that little notch, what we got going on, that's the area that is a little bit more concerning. The rotation that we're monitoring. I'm going to head back to the velocities here and look a little bit further south as well. And yeah, Jared, I do believe this guy's spinning back up again. You're noticing some brighter colors in those reds and the greens being a little back closer together.
Yeah, and where you're starting to see those pinks, that's where embedded within those greens and you know, to be honest with you, you don't see things like this a whole lot in terms of, you know, getting to use all the different radar modes and being able to apply what you're seeing here. And again, you've got that area circled, and I would say even just a smidge farther west of your circle is probably where we're seeing that possible tornado. But definitely wrapped in there, heavy rainfall, frequent lightning, definitely want to be sheltered and indoors.
And so this is what's happened with this storm, I believe, 2 times now. So before it originally was confirmed on the ground, the storm system actually slowed down just a little bit. And then as it started to get strengthened back up, it sped back up again. So this same circulation was just a minute ago a little bit weaker. I mentioned that it was kind of slowing down just a bit. And then we're kind of speculating, okay, maybe it's going to strengthen back up. And that's what appears to have happened yet again. So if noticing some of these storms slow back down, maybe that's can be a little bit of a helpful telltale of maybe it's going to strengthen back up again. I'm going to leave that circle back up there. I'm going to venture a little bit further south because, again, we have a widespread severe thunderstorm warning as of this point. Very strong windfall, or winds are likely associated with it moving along I-20. So this is the apparent tornado, that possible tornado, folks, being in your safe place. We're going to go for road names here in just a second. But all this area that you're seeing south of the tornado warnings, that's also going to accompany some potential for damaging wind gusts. That's why the severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. And again, we've seen 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's pretty easily seen. But anyway, going to head back over to this area and see what we can see in terms of road names.
Yeah, All Britain Road, Carter Road, Ruggs Bluff Road, Mosley's Bluff, Allen Man Road, Ruggs Bluff Road, Highway 552 in the Point community. Now, Point is technically not in this tornado warning, but
right where I'm circling, just to the east of it.
Actually, excuse me, hang on. We may be zoomed into. No,
I
Point
think we are.
is in the tornado warning. My apologies. Point is in the tornado warning. They're in the new tornado warning. They're not in the old tornado warning. Our apologies. That's again why we tend to not zoom in so far in, because you can kind of get blinded by what you're trying to see.
Right, but the circulation at least is in terms of trying to see road names around the same areas that he mentioned. Again, Mosley's Bluff and Ruggs Bluff Road, these areas. And this would be that possible tornado, what we're looking at. I'm going to get a little bit of a wider look so we're not as suffocated, so to speak, on looking at one in particular area. And at least at this point, Jared, we haven't seen too much attenuation be impacted by some of the heavy rainfall that we're seeing. So at least we can kind of get this circulation a little bit better of a picture. I'm going to go in and circle it one more time around this area. Gonna head back over to the reflectivity, see if we can see for structure.
and then I would just leave it on that reflectivity. You could take the hand tracker buttons down for a second. In fact, you could step off for just a second as well. Grab yourself a swig of water. Like I said, Walker's been running the hand tracker for about 2 hours now straight, and your arms get tired doing that stuff. But again, just want to drive the point home of what's going on, and I'll let you back on the hand tracker whenever you're ready, but just want to kind of drive the point home of the area that is circled currently, that Walker has circled for you, is in southern sections of Union Parish. And again, this is the parish line, Ouachita Union Parish line. Here's Sterlington, Highway 2, here's Farmerville, and these are the areas that were impacted by the EF3 just north of town, in the areas headed toward El Dorado. It was just these areas north of town that were impacted by the EF3 earlier. So you could see this little hook, this area, that appendage that we've been talking about for so long. It will move a little bit farther to the east. We're going to get a new radar scan every 60 seconds. And so with every 60 seconds, you're going to get a new look at this storm as it starts to move off to the north and east. And again, at times, it has shown that it has started to rotate more aggressively, and that's where we become increasingly more concerned about the possibility of a tornado. But then there are also times where it looks a little worse for the wear and doesn't really look like it's doing much, and that's the better news. That's a positive thing. But the other thing that I want to keep in mind is as we kind of scan down just a tad, actually I got to turn the telestrator off, and we're going to clear everything out there. But really what I want to drive the point home is as we look farther down at the leading line of storms that's headed toward Ouachita Parish right now, there's very, very strong, if not damaging, wind gusts embedded within this line of storms. That's why the severe thunderstorm warning is out. But also on that note, there is some torrential rainfall. We're talking some areas seeing 3.5 inches of rain. Looking down toward Wind Parish, a lot of those spots have already seen just a soaking of rainfall at this point. And as the rain picks up here at the West Monroe Studios, just keep in mind that we will likely be running into kind of our own headaches in terms of issues with radar power and things of that nature. Now, I just want to go back in very quickly because this is a very, very violent area. And in fact, we'll go ahead and measure out the winds here so I can get a better idea of what kind of wind speeds we're talking at this circulation. 87.2 miles an hour, and those are the outbound winds, excuse me, the inbound winds with this storm. So again, that is the radar estimating or measuring winds according to what's happening on the radar screen. And again, this is where our possible tornado is, the Ruggs Bluff Road area. And you want to be in your safe place now. There's the updated image. Again, same spots. Here's the Point community. Here's Rocky Branch behind me. The Crossroads community. And there's Rocky Branch Road. Here's Acree Road. And then again, here's Ruggs Bluff Road. But this is the area right here. We're going to zoom out just a little bit, so I know it looks kind of just muffled and just very confusing and tough to see, but this is southern sections of Union Parish, and these are some of the stronger, brighter colors that we've seen in a while from a possible tornado. So this thing is still rotating rather aggressively, and so for folks that are in this area, you need to be in your safe place, the interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors, and there's again that kind of that almost dead area where there's just not a whole lot happening off to the east where the air is continuing to feed in. And then also again off to the south, you'll see the heavy cluster of storms that'll be moving here into the West Monroe Studios shortly. So again, cannot stress enough kind of the multi-prong angle of things. And I'm looking at Walker over on the other system continuing to indicate, yeah, it's just a very, very bright, bold area of rotation now east of Lake D'Arbonne. So here's Lake D'Arbonne, here's Farmerville. If you know some folks that are driving toward Farmerville right now, they want to be in their safe place. Walker, I'll let you go ahead and hop back over on the wall. You kind of been driving this great, but again, there's your possible tornado kind of sandwiched to the southeast of Farmerville, headed toward the Crossroads community, Highway 2, a lot of those areas. Highway 2 goes from Sterlington to Farmerville. Be in your safe place now, get off the roads.
Yep, State Route 2 is right around this area that you're noticing. And again, that rotation's kind of picked up just a little bit, as Jared mentioned. I'm going to go ahead and circle what where we anticipate that potential tornado to be. It could be a little bit too small. Again, this wide area here, but nonetheless, I know that the tornado warnings can be rather large, and what you're noticing here is some of the attenuation happening from some of the heavy rainfall that just moved through the West Monroe area. But again, the reason why the tornado warnings are so large to account for the erratic motion, so don't let it scare you, because these systems only impact a very isolated area. That's not to downplay the threat of the situation, because regardless of the scenario, you need to be in your safe place. Just simply pointing out the fact that there's a broad area that this warning does include, but it really only impacts a very small area. And like we try to do, we're not trying to fearmonger, we're just trying to get the accuracy out to as many people in a timely fashion as possible, and that's what tries to help keep people stay safe. And so I'm going to keep on our radar here. I'm going to look at some of the reflectivity. And again, it's a little bit of a muddled mess, but this would be the same areas. So where you're seeing this very dark circle here, that's the area that I'm looking at. We're getting another scan, so maybe the velocity isn't as muddled as it was before, and I would say yes. Some interesting stuff going on. You're noticing this circulation here, but also greens a little bit further west of there, winds staying red a little bit further south. But again, the main area of concern is going to be east of Farmerville, west of Sterlington. Sterlington not included in the active tornado warning, but just west of there. And so, folks, you need to go ahead and be in your safe place at this time. We're going to look a little bit further downstream because, like I said before, this circulation has been long-lived. The first time that we started talking about it, the circulation was southwest of Wynn Parish and has moved all the way north and now crossed I-20. So clearly this system has some history of staying strong and staying prevalent, and so we're going to have to continue to monitor it. Folks in Marion that are a little bit further downstream in that tornado warning, you obviously need to be in your safe place now. It's a little bit further southwest of you potentially, but you're within that tornado warning, and it also extends all the way into South Arkansas as well. You notice Huttig also included in that tornado warning as of now as well. And so what I believe is going to happen is if this circulation holds itself together and eventually crosses over into Morehouse Parish, then the National Weather Service out of Jackson will be handed the tornadoes, so to speak, and then they'll start issuing some of those tornado warnings. So that's why you're noticing things going right up along the parish line. You don't see it necessarily continuing a little bit further east, is because that's no longer a part of Shreveport's county warning area, so to speak, and so we'll see what happens there.
Walker, if we want to take a quick look outside with links to, again, that is a very dangerous storm south of Highway 2, State Route 2 near Crossroads. So between Spencer and Farmerville, you need to be in your safe place. As the storms are starting to arrive here at the West Monroe Studios, again, I just want to kind of give you a vantage point of what you're going to be dealing with if you try to step outside right now. So, in short, don't, because again, it is blinding rainfall, a lot of frequent lightning, and again, we're just kind of getting to the beginnings of it here at the West Monroe Studios, but just be mindful of what you're going to run into if you try to travel at this point. Caution is extremely discouraged at this point, especially if you're heading from West Monroe to Farmerville. Walker, like I said, it looks like that area south of Highway 2 between Crossroads and Farmerville is probably our biggest area of concern at this point.
Absolutely, and so regardless of what happens with this storm, it's not going to end the severe weather threat. It's going to continue for a good part of the evening, overnight even for some portions of the area, and maybe even tomorrow afternoon. That's a little bit further down the line, but nonetheless, the severe weather threat continues for several hours. And maybe this thing decides to cycle back up yet again, but we're going to have to keep a watchful eye on it. Maybe not as well defined as it was beforehand. We'll see what the next swipe of the radar screen does here. And again, the reds and the greens might be a little bit harder to see.
Well, now you've got a new area south of Rocky Branch. If you go all the way, just keep near Acre Road at the bottom of your screen there, there's a new spot there that may be forming up too. It's within the warning. Right. And when you cross-reference that with the reflectivity mode here in just a second, you'll kind of see what I'm talking about. But yeah, there could be another area of rotation already within the warning. So again, you should have been in your safe place. It's just in a different part of the warning box.
And so this is what Jared is talking about, this circulation you're noticing right here. Because again, the reds are a little bit further detached. I mentioned this a second ago or just a couple minutes ago that there was something else here, but nonetheless, what we were originally looking at it was around this area. And now we're noticing some, obviously some weird looking stuff on the radar, just to put it bluntly. We're going to get another swipe here to see what happens. And again, those two circulations relatively unchanged maybe. And Jared, yeah, this thing may be trying to spin back up. I might zoom in just a little bit to see some of the closer greens.
Yeah, go for it. But yeah, it's right along. It's still along Highway 2. Both of
Rocky
these
Branch.
circulations, yeah, it's near this particular circulation. The newest one is just west of Rocky Branch, but both of them are along and just south of Highway 2 that goes from Sterlington to Farmerville. So again, Highway 2 and now points northward. Those are the ones that need to keep an eye on. Well, this entire warning, because like I said, both circulations are within the warning.
And the time now is 6:08. This warning goes until 7 p.m. So we're looking at, unless they cancel it early, a minimum of another 50 minutes or so of staying on the air and warranting the fact we don't get another tornado warning potentially, because as mentioned, this is not just the only round of storms that we're expecting. It's not going to be a one and done scenario. We have more storms likely to develop late tonight and early tomorrow morning, and that will probably continue for a good part of the area as well. And again, the areas of concern is generally east of Farmerville and still going to be west of Sterlington. Again, Sterlington not included in that tornado warning, but this general vicinity, this would be the area that is of concern with that particular apparent rotation going on. I'm going to head back over to reflectivity to see if we can see anything on structure. And again, it's not really, I can't really necessarily point anything out on this as of this point, but still the heavy rainfall continues well south of here. And again, some of the damaging wind threats is still going to be there too, regardless of whatever happens with these quick spin up tornado or tornadic circulations.
Yeah, I definitely think the Rocky Branch community needs to remain sheltered at this point. Basically, anybody from Spencer to Farmerville along Highway 2, those are all areas that need to remain sheltered. There's just so much going on, and it's shrouded in such an area of extremely heavy rainfall that you really just don't want to tell anybody, okay, well, now it looks like we're focused on this area. It's kind of both areas at this point, and they're close enough together. We're only talking 3, maybe 5 miles apart, so we're not we're not splitting hairs by that much.
No, and it's really just the same thunderstorm activity all together in one. And so depending on what happens later tonight and what the environment does with it, we could see things pretty similar to this, and the fact that it's pretty muddled on the screen. It's not as clear cut. A lot of these storms are starting to impact one another, but it could be more isolated. It's really going to depend on how the rest of the cold front treats us and in what way it tries to move through the area, because as I was mentioning earlier, it's going to be a slow crawl across the area, and that's why thunderstorm possibility continues for a large portion of the evening. And again, it can't be underplayed that the flash flood warning and the flood warnings that are possible later on tonight and tomorrow as well. That's another very important aspect that a lot of folks in the National Weather Service were talking about, and that we've been talking about through the day as well. This tornado warning is still active.
We're going to run into a point soon where our radar is going to really start having
That's going to be somewhat of a possibility. If that's not the main areas of concern, that's not the main threats for the day. The main threats are going to continue to be damaging winds and the potential for tornadoes, and maybe even some that try to stick around a little bit too long, such as this one that we've been monitoring for roughly about 2 hours now, this circulation. Maybe not obviously the tornado itself, but the fact that the circulation is still holding itself together.
Yeah, so now you have a new severe thunderstorm warning out. Just by the way, the new update from the National Weather Service talks about this severe squall line capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line wind damage, located 8 miles east of Farmerville, 16 miles north of Claiborne, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. A secondary area of rotation was located 3 miles west of Spencer. That's the new area that we were talking about, moving northeast at 30. So my interpretation from that, and I've seen a lot of National Weather Service status messages, and basically that's their way of saying there's a lot happening in that warning polygon, including possible tornadoes, perhaps multiple areas of possible tornadoes, along with extreme heavy rainfall. But the new area of rotation is now west of Spencer, near West Green Road, north of Highway 2. This is going to be near the Upco community, kind of the southwest of the Upco community. That's probably our biggest concern in terms of a tornadic cell within that tornado warning. But the National Weather Service also indicates the possibility of widespread straight line wind damage.
Right, and so I'm kind of circling what Jared was just mentioning. You see Upco and Spencer a little bit further west is that circulation that was mentioning. There's State Road, or that Highway 2 that you see, and Crossroads just south of there as well. Again, maybe that circulation trying to pair a little bit better with some of the greens and reds, but again, that tornado warning still until effect till 7, only 6, almost 15-ish now, 6:14, a little bit closer to that. And here comes the next radar scan before I jump back over to reflectivity. And yeah, maybe that circulation there, Jared. I know you see that that newest swipe, and it could be sticking around, or maybe.
No, I think that's exactly what it is. I think it's got actually stronger with that next swipe. So again, folks, near Spencer and along Highway 2, or just north and east of Highway 2. You want to be in your safe place. That doesn't look good, Walker. Near Buffalo Hole Road, West Green Road, Cypress Road, Arkansas Road going. This is Arkansas Road, Highway 2. Right. That eventually turns into Arkansas Road. Pine Yard Road, Cedar Road, Hale Loop. All those aries need to be in their safe place now.
And right, we have a lot of those areas on the screen right now. I'm just going to leave this here. But what we're noticing is eventually, again, we were noticing a lot of the stronger reds, but the greens there also going to be as well. But look how close that they are together. And you're even getting some weird colors in the middle. That could be trying to indicate some of the faster wind speeds that are closer to the middle of the circulation, because it's easier to read what's on the outside of it. We just got another update there, and it's moving along to the northeast. I wouldn't say too slowly, but not too quickly either. And I was going to say that, you know, over the last 10 minutes or so, it kind of hung around just north of the Highway 2 region for a little while. So maybe that slowed down again and trying to pick back up again with that newest circulation. But as long as we have plenty of moisture, which we're not going to run out anytime soon, and we have plenty of warm temperatures outside, likely still seeing the mid to upper 60s, low 70s, that's going to continue to drive the severe weather threat. The ingredients for the fire. You can't have a fire without some type of fuel to burn, and similar with severe weather. You can't have severe weather with some type of fuel to burn, and that's all going to be in play. What's being driven by this, though, is an approaching cold front. It's still well to the west as of this point, and so once that cold front gets a little bit closer to us, likely not just seeing this activity, but some more activity start to spur along as well. So as I've mentioned plenty of times by now, it's going to be a prolonged threat. Just getting another rotation there, and again, these reds are getting a little bit brighter, and so are these greens.
And we're looking at the possibility of maybe a little bit of a storm merger, or a little, little merger of the two circulations. Also, it should be noted from the Northeast Louisiana Skywarn Network, who's done a fantastic job tonight. 6.43 inches of rain has already been observed in Jonesboro. Wow. So again, I want to drive the point home that that's going to become a secondary major headache with the showers and storms. There's going to be some areas that may end up tonight with 8, 9, 10 inches of rainfall in isolated forms, not widespread, but isolated forms. So again, Walker, I'll let you go back to that storm, because it looks like it's wrapping back up again, but the flash flooding will be a big concern.
Right, and I was looking at Future Tracker just a handful of minutes before we even started doing this, and again, the aerial flood watch is in effect for a large portion of the area. I think western areas until 6 a.m. Areas that are a little bit closer to the Mississippi River Valley actually goes until 12 noon tomorrow. So again, the aerial flood watch is going to continue for the next several hours as well, even into tomorrow. But again, what you're noticing here, I do believe that this structure is strengthening up just a little bit more. That circulation just tightening, noticing the greens and the reds a little bit closer
Walker, the radar at times is even measuring out inbound and outbound near 100 miles per hour.
Wow.
Now, whether that's accurate or not, whether that's radar feedback or something, we don't really know. But you know, if that verifies, then you're talking about a very, very strong rotation near ground level. We're seeing this storm at about 1,100 feet, so pretty close to the ground level.
Circling it just one more time.
Cypress Road, Arkansas Road, south of the Hale community.
So you see Hale, you see Linville.
Hooker Hole Road and the Hooker Hole community. Those are areas that we have, the Hale and Hooker Hole and Upco and Spencer communities they are quite experienced with severe weather. They've seen their share. So again, you know the drill in these spots. Get to your safe place.
I'm changing back over to the regular reflectivity mode rather quickly, and yeah, we're not going to really
we're
see
so
much of
attenuated,
anything.
you're not going to see anything.
I'm just going to keep with the velocities here as of this point, and could have guessed that. You could probably hear the heavy rain over our mics almost at this point, that little low muffle as we get plenty of heavy rain through here. We'll likely start to maybe even hear some winds here in a second, Jared, but again, this is the area of concern, the only tornado warning that we have. It still goes until 7 p.m., includes portions of just near the state line. It has not yet reached South Arkansas just yet, so we are still south of there. And that tornado warning, as mentioned, goes until 7. The very strong rotation, noticing getting another swipe through the area. And yeah, Jared, this thing's holding itself together very well.
Yeah, we may not be able to see much on reflectivity, but we can see plenty on velocities. And again, just keep in mind that this does not include Sterlington, but it does include Marion and points eastward northwest of Spencer, the Spencer community, areas north of Highway 2 that have already seen this storm. But it's going to be moving eventually into western sections of Morehouse Parish. And again, Walker's been doing a pretty good job of kind of zooming in, zooming out, so you can kind of get a vantage point. You can see Bastrop and Marouge on the right-hand side of your screen. The storm's moving north, but for folks in Ashley and Ashley County and Morehouse Parish, you're going to need to keep an eye on this thing over the next 20 or 30 minutes.
And the reason why you're seeing this funky shape of the tornado warning there is because, again, it's likely going to cross potentially over into western portions of Morehouse Parish, and that's a different National Weather Service office. So Shreveport's likely already been coordinating potentially with Jackson, the National Weather Service out of Jackson, as to whether or not to continue this tornado warning. But it's going to go till 7. The time now only 6:20, so at least this warning will continue for another 40 minutes or so. And I'm noticing, obviously, the heavy rainfall is just training over the exact same areas further south. So just east of Jonesboro and the Chatham regions, seeing some heavy rainfall and maybe another circulation to have to follow up on here in a second as well. But this is the main area of concern now, the only tornado warning we have, the only active one. We have seen numerous with this circulation so far today. But I just want to quickly show the widespread severe thunderstorm warning that we have as of now, too. And so what you're already noticing, go ahead.
And on that note, Walker, I just want folks to be aware that the severe thunderstorm warnings, most of these areas that are seeing storms, the clusters of storms you're dealing with have a history of producing, if not wind damage, tornado damage, and also a history of producing heavy rainfall, which we're seeing right now. That's going to be, again, become an increasingly bigger problem as the night goes on. Right,
so folks that are in western portions of Morehouse Parish, go ahead and get into your safe place now. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be pretty similar to a tornado warning in terms of getting into your safe place, the same as applies. Going to get a little bit closer to the warning again here, folks, and I think it's very apparent where it is as of now, moving through the Hale community and Hooker Hole Road, and just to the southwest of Alabama Landing. And this is where the areas that I'm circling, where you notice some of the curves start to move in, but awfully close together. And these little differently colored pixels here, I think, are really helping indicate where that circulation is. And it could be a rather strong circulation at that. And so some of the heavy rain continues here. Can't really look at reflectivity because, again, some of the rain impacts the radar and the radar beam. And so we're going to have to stay on the reds and greens, on the velocity here. Getting another scan. And this has been very helpful to see these scans, and I think this thing is really starting to hold us together. And so this cannot be understated. Make sure that you're in your safe place. And Jared, I don't know if you can try to maybe angle the camera a little bit further north. I figure you're probably in the middle.
Thinking about
heavy
that,
rain.
And if we want to go ahead and take links too, and this is what we're dealing with here at the West Monroe Studios right now. I'm looking on the southern extent of this line where there's still some weak rotation north of Winfield and northern Wind Parish. So again, that's a quick look outside, but back to Walker on the radar near Hale and the Hooker Hole and Alabama Landing areas where a possible tornado remains possible.
We have not yet given another tornado warning, so just FYI, I haven't seen a new one just yet, but what we're looking at, and again, it might become a little bit more pixelated with the very heavy rain moving through the area, but it's at least giving us a good enough of a picture to tell that something of the sort is here, and they have trimmed the tornado warning south of here, so I don't believe it includes some other areas now, so let's go ahead and see what we can do here. Again, Farmerville no longer included in that tornado warning, neither is Sterlington, and areas just south or just north, excuse me, of Route 2, of State Route 2. Just FYI, you're no longer included in that tornado warning. We're going to get another swipe here, and again, thankfully, at least some of the heavy rainfall is not completely obscuring our view, but it's getting awfully close to the Morehouse Parish line, and likely will eventually pass through. It's continuing to move a little bit further northeast, but I'd say probably a little bit more east as of this point than it has been.
And it's crossing 143 near Hale. So again, this spot, although obscured by rainfall and as we've been kind of running into our own obstacles and trying to see it, we're still seeing it very, very plainly moving toward the Hale community and now probably interests north and east of the Hale community. So again, crossing out near 143 and heading northeast toward the the Morehouse and Union Parish line. Also still keeping an eye on some broader areas of rotation farther southward. Nothing that warrants a warning just yet.
And so the warning is right up along the Morehouse Parish line. Going to get another scan here. The reds and the greens, it continues to migrate a little bit further north there. I'm going to try to update my circle. And again, the reds and the greens are the areas of concern. The same circulation has had a history of producing a tornado. It did earlier well south of here. It was well south of I-20. It's crossed I-20 now, still holding itself together. And so the potential for this thing to continue to potentially spin back up or spin back down again pretty quickly is going to stay into effect. And so I wouldn't be too surprised to see another tornado warning continuing on here. And if it doesn't, this same circulation is going to have to be monitored regardless, because again, the characteristics of it has a history of producing something tornadic. And regardless of that, the very heavy rainfall and the strong wind speeds likely continue. I'm going to talk a little bit more about what may be down the line.
Yeah, and also on that note, while you're just kind of catching your breath for a second, just to know that a new tornado watch is in the process of being issued. I don't know who exactly it's for yet, but I do know that a new tornado watch is coming, and it will include probably the eastern sections of the Arklamis. It will go until 9Z, 3 o'clock in the morning. So that's a new development. I'll give you more information when I know more.
Right, and so again, it's going to have to be a wait-and-see game with the rest of the storms this evening. This first little cluster obviously been problematic. The other clusters later on potentially also problematic because that cold front has not yet cleared the area, and so that's not going to clear the severe weather threat until the cold front clears sometime late tomorrow. There is still a slight risk for strong to severe thunderstorms for folks right along the Mississippi Valley for tomorrow. So if you're right along, say, Catahoula, Concordia Parish areas, as well as Madison and Tensas, over to the east-west Carroll region, you guys probably going to have to deal with a threat a little bit later tonight and potentially a little bit later on into the day tomorrow, besides maybe some of these storms that are venturing a little bit further northeast. Now, with the latest scan, didn't really see too much movement. With the circulation still there.
Makes me wonder if the forward motion is slowed back down, Walker, and it's not going to take another deep breath and start surging to the north and east. I wouldn't be surprised, given what the radar looks like right now, for us to see a new tornado warning come for portions of Morehouse and Ashley County. I wouldn't be surprised to see that come very, very soon. Actually, there it is. Tornado warning has now been issued until 7:30 tonight. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 12 miles north of Sterlington, 13 miles northwest of Bastrop, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So again, there's your new tornado warning. That includes Crossett, Hamburg, areas along 425 from north of Log Cabin, well north of Log Cabin. This does not include Bastrop, Log Cabin, or Marouge. You guys are under a severe thunderstorm warning, but it does include Hamburg, Crossett, in areas of northwestern Morehouse Parish. So that new tornado warning goes until 7:30.
And you can kind of see where they've pieced it together here to kind of include the same normal looking shape, and as mentioned, expands well south or well north into South Arkansas, and now includes the Hamburg area. So folks in Crossett as well as Hamburg need to go ahead and get into your safe place. You already should have been doing that, as mentioned, because of the severe thunderstorm warning that's been in effect for those areas. It's likely accounting for the fact this storm system was expected to eventually move into the area. And you can see again that small little circle, that's the area of concern. I'm going to zoom back in on it in a second, but just given the wide scope of the warning, it's only going to impact a very small area. So it's really just erring on the side of caution, not downplaying the threat that's currently at hand, just making sure people are calm and we're not fear-mongering, because that's the last thing that you want to do in a situation like this. You want to make sure people stay calm and have the best available information. And so we're going to zoom back in here in a second, get a little bit closer to that circulation.
And it should be noted that this storm has a history of producing a tornado.
Right.
That's the other kind of should be driving the point home here, is that this storm has a history of producing a tornado.
And so if it has that history, it's all the more likely to potentially do it yet again. Not to cut you off, Jared, but just to kind of continue on your thought. And again, the severe thunderstorm warnings are expected to likely continue with this same system, regardless of what happens with the tornado warning, because the heavy rainfall and the damaging winds is going to continue to be a threat. And I'm not really... The circulation looks a little bit different now, I would say, Jared, and it's likely because of the fact some of the heavy rainfall might be yet again impacting it. And so it's a little bit of an interesting situation nonetheless that we're seeing on the radar screen. I might jump over to Shear and look at what it looks like here in just a second.
And also on that note, I'm already kind of turning our attention back toward areas southwest of Chatham, east of Jonesboro Hodge, kind of on the southwestern edge. In fact,
can we jump over there?
No, you're good. Dalvin, if you could take links 2 for just a second, just take it full, and you can see the area I'm talking about. Southwest of Chatham. Again, this is not an area with a tornado warning, but it is now under our severe thunderstorm warning. So there's our area that I'm a little leery about. The shear rate starting to pick up. No tornado warning has been issued here, but for folks south of Chatham, in this area at southern Jackson Parish, just kind of a heads up of what's going on there. I'll let you get back over to that Morehouse Parish storm.
All right, no problem. All right, thank you very much, Dalvin. Again, what we're looking at now is that circulation is kind of in between the two warnings, so to speak, so it's kind of a little bit more difficult to see what we're looking at. Thankfully, the next radar scan is about to move through, and so we can see what it looks like. Again, noticing some brighter greens, some bright reds. We'll see what the next scan says. And Jared, that might be trying to fall apart just a little bit. I really wish that I could look at the structure, but it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and it could also be, you know, just the vantage point that our radar beam is hitting the storm too. I don't want folks to let their guard down.
Oh, absolutely
that is
not.
an encouraging sign. I'd certainly say that's an encouraging sign, but just be aware. Also, we're getting reports that the power's out in Rocky Branch. So this storm has now a an immediate history, a very recent history of producing some power outages and things of that nature.
And so for folks that were probably just remembering what happened a few minutes ago, so a little bit further south of here, we were noticing two different areas of rotation. One was starting to pick up near the Rocky Branch, and those two interesting circulations almost merged to create what we now have here that's moved a little bit further north. Again, here's the state line, this black bar that's right along the middle of the screen conveniently. That's South Arkansas. You can see Huddig as well as Crossick. The next scan does a little bit more help. And again, the same areas. I know I drew a pretty big circle here. It's still going to be as goes. I'm going to try to get some vantage points on the ground.
Also, just real quick, as we get more damage reports in, this is it just came in from the newsroom. In fact, Chris Immersion, our sports director, just sent this to me from the editor of the Jackson Parish Journal. Damage to homes along Walker Road, Rome Road, Gladway Road, and Kelly Road, just east of Jonesboro. Trees across the road as well. No injuries have been reported. That's the good news.
Absolutely.
Here's the bad news. I think we're about to get a new tornado warning for Jackson Parish.
Okay.
So on that note, you could go ahead and wrap up your thought there, but I'm going to have everything ready to go for this Jackson Parish storm if we need to jump to it quickly.
And so where we're noticing this current circulation, I just want to name out some bigger places potentially seeing Rogers and Vaughn and Stevenson, Naff. Those communities, you're going to want to go ahead and get into your safe place. And again, regardless of what actually happens with it, what it looks like, it could just be some weird returns. That tornado warning is staying into effect at least until about 7:30, I believe that new warning goes until. So yes, that is correct. So at least another hour or so. And it's just to the southeast of 13 Points Landing and southwest of Vaughn and Rogers. But that's still the same area of concern. I'm going to circle it and before we head back to that southern storm, Jared.
Yeah, we're getting really messy there with that northern extent storm. And while we have that out, you are going to get you're about to get a lot of loud, obnoxious stuff. But this is a new tornado warning that's out for Jackson, Ouachita, and Union parishes. This does include West Monroe. That's why you're hearing everything here at the station. But this is a new storm that is moving to the north and east of Chatham. I've got it drawn up in links too. If we just want to go to that real quick,
sure.
I'll go ahead and head over to the BAM for just a second. But again, this is our new tornado warning that has just been issued that does include West Monroe. So again, if you're hearing the alarms here at the West Monroe studios, if you're hearing them, in West Monroe proper, if they are geo-specific location warnings. So if you are within the warning polygon and your phone is telling you that, or is releasing your location information and telling emergency management and the folks that issue all of these warnings, it's telling you that you're in that warning polygon, you're getting those alerts, and you're going to continue to hear them from all of our different cell phones in here and all those things. As again, West Monroe is included in this new tornado warning. It does not include Monroe. I just want to be very, very clear here. Here's our possible tornado well east of Jonesboro Hodge, moving to the north and east. So Chatham, Eris, and a lot of folks in southwestern sections of Ouachita Parish, you're up next. And in fact, you're already starting to see other areas of rotation within this line. So there could be maybe multiple areas that we have to watch as this storm starts to make its way northeastward. Again, Richwood, Monroe, you're not under a tornado warning, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. West Monroe, Calhoun, those areas, the Drew community, you are under a tornado warning right now. Interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, we'll be following this red-green area, possible rotation that's continued to get stronger as it's moved out of northern Wind Parish and will continue to move northeastward rather quickly at about 40 miles per hour toward Chatham, Eris, and portions of southwestern Ouachita Parish. Again, you can take this full Dalvin, and we can, in fact, we'll take another vantage point out to our tower cam in just a little bit. But again, just want to zoom in really quickly on this storm while I have a second and give you some vantage points. Again, reminder of the blinding rainfall that's coming in. This is the Wamut communities, the Gulf Crossing community, Lakeshore Drive, and Colby Jean Road. If those roads sound familiar, you want to be in your safe place now. Interior portion portion of your home away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, we have multiple tornado warnings, but this is the newest one. It includes southern portions of Union Parish and a good chunk of western Ouachita Parish, including West Monroe. So again, lots of lead time for you folks. Get to your safe place. Go ahead and start taking your proper tornado precautions and get to your safe place. Grab your helmet, grab your shoes, grab whatever you need, and get there now. Walker?
Thanks, Jared. I'm actually going to move back over to that storm here in just a second, but I want to quickly go back up further north before we go back further south, just to kind of see how things are going up here and wrap things up almost, if this circulation is still trying to hold itself together or not. But what we're looking at is a little bit of green, a little bit of red. It's still going to be south of Crossett and southeast of Huttig, and a little bit northeast of Marion, and it's going to be a little bit farther west of 425. You want to maintain in your safe place. I'm going to get some road names rather quickly and then head down to the south storm. And this guy actually maybe picking back up again, like you mentioned, Jared. In fact, it slowed back down, and then maybe it's picking back up yet again.
The White Station area is right over, you can see the White community there, right over the state line in southern southern Ashley County. The White Station community impacted by an EF2 tornado April 9th, 2009. Again, these areas are quite familiar with severe weather. That is a much weaker rotation, area of rotation that I would say we've seen consistently over the last 20 or 30 minutes or so. But there's also another area of rotation back to the south and east, north of Bastrop along 425, that has my attention too. I don't know whether that's something we genuinely need to look at, but
I see what you're talking about, Jared.
Yeah, just north of Bastrop.
So this is the area that we're talking about, and again, it just goes to show you, you're within a severe thunderstorm warning. You're not in the tornado warning, but hey, you likely need to be in your safe place, or at least be prepared to be in the very least case scenario. So that's going to be the interior-most portion of your home. We say that all the time. If you have 2 stories, you want to be on the bottom level, and again, as close to the center of your house as you can possibly get. Obviously, you can't break walls or anything like that, but at least being some type of interior room or interior bathroom. And if folks that are in some type of a mobile home, if you have the opportunity to get out of there and go to a safer location, something in town around your community, so to speak, a little bit of a better structured building, that's going to be your better bet besides some of the mobile homes potentially around the area as well. But again, that's just an area that we're looking at, not currently tornado warned. This storm continues to be tornado warned, but we're going to head further south now.
Yeah, you need to be in your safe place. If you're north of Bastrop in that spot that Walker just circled, you need to get to your safe place now. I mean, it doesn't have a tornado warning with it, but those are the types of storms that we really just don't want to pay too little attention to today. Eris and Chatham, those spots, you need to be in your safe place now as well.
And I'm going to head back over to the Shreveport radar to see what I can see further south. And again, yeah, the storm just south of Chatham, it still continues. That tornado warning goes until about 7:30 or 7:15, excuse me. And it's just south. It includes Eris, it includes Chatham. We talked about this just a second ago. Pretty prevalent or evident where that circulation might be. The reds and the greens, that's where we're looking at. And again, you want to go ahead and get into your safe place. Now, the Chatham region, we talked a little bit earlier about, again, we had several storms in this area. And so they're not necessarily strangers to the fact they could be seeing some severe weather this evening. And so make sure that you're in your safe place. But I'm going to quickly take a pretty broad look at what we're seeing across the area. And again, 2 active tornado warnings still into effect. One that is with a circulation that's trying to cross into South Arkansas, the other still south of I-20 and still on the southwestern edges of the Ouachita Parish region. And I'm just going to zoom in a little bit closer here. And yeah, Jared, I don't really see much for that circulation in South Arkansas anymore. I'm going to head back over to our radar rather quickly.
Oh, and we're also starting to get kind of outside of our radar limitations in some spots. And again, we're going to get into some awkward locations where we may not be able to see as much as we've been seeing so far today, which to be honest with you, it's frustrating on our end in terms of trying to show you on television what we're concerned about or what is so concerning when there's not a whole lot out there to visually show you. So again, I know it becomes obnoxious that we just keep repeating the same thing over and over, especially in areas that really don't look that menacing on radar, but please just heed the warnings if they're issued in these areas.
Right, and so I just want to go ahead and point out the fact that yet again you're seeing a tornado warning within the severe thunderstorm warning, and that's not necessarily out of the realm of possibility to happen pretty frequently. So they're more willing to throw out a severe thunderstorm warning because it's easier to meet that criteria, so to speak. You see the damaging wind gusts, obviously, and the potential for hail can sometimes bring about severe thunderstorms. But again, the possibility of a quick spin-up tornado will remain possible with almost any storm that we see going late tonight or early in the morning tomorrow. As mentioned, a tornado watch has been continuing until about 3 a.m. for portions of the Arklamath a little bit further east. Again, further west is a little bit of a different story. I believe that tornado watch goes until about 9 p.m. tonight. But I'm going to switch back over to the velocity out of Shreveport's radar so we can look at this storm that's a little bit further south and north. I'm going to quickly zoom back into what we're seeing. It's still east of 3 Points Landing.
Yeah, and if for folks in Union and Union County, Union Parish, that tornado warning's dropped off. It's been allowed to be canceled early just because that storm has moved out of Union Parish, Union County. Biggest focus now for folks in North Louisiana is going to be that Chatham storm that is now crawling northeast of Chatham and will be heading into southwestern Ouachita Parish shortly as well.
Still noticing some type of weak rotation south of Crossett, so folks within the Crossett area obviously not quite sure if this is a confirmed tornado or anything of that sort, but nonetheless
still radar indicated.
Absolutely, still radar indicated, and you need to be in your safe place. That's why the tornado warning is still issued, and so make sure that you're there now. And again, it's just south of Crossett, just pushing past the state line. And I'm going to move a little bit further south now and head to the storm that's just near Chatham, because again, that's another area of concern that's under a tornado warning and has a pretty strong rotation, a pretty strong velocity couplet is what we call it, because it's the coupling of the winds, the reds and the greens. So that's why we call it a velocity couplet. But Mount Moriah and just to the northeast of Womack and Gulf Crossing and Pleasant Hill, that's where we're looking at right now. And again, this tornado warning goes until about 7:15. And I'm going to go ahead and circle it, what we have on the area right now. This little clustering of storms is just the tip of the iceberg, so to speak, in terms of activity that we were expecting. Had a pretty strong thunderstorm cap in place early this morning. Didn't really see much for activity outside of a pretty noisy thunderstorm that went through South Arkansas Union at about 11:50, just a little bit sooner than noon. But besides this activity, we're only expecting more to increase. So besides the early activity, likely seeing maybe another line of storms with the rest of the cold front, could be seeing some isolated activity along the cold front also. So there's still some questions as to what happens through the rest of the evening. But something of this sort very likely is still going to remain possible. And that includes with isolated storms or a clustering of storms that we're actively seeing. So it's not necessarily a one-stop shop or one-track mindset. It's multiple opportunities to see something of this sort get going.
And therein lies the issue. In fact, you know, the National Weather Service, we can kind of communicate back with them, back and forth with them in a certain form. And they've just been kind of reminding us to remind you folks that this could be a prolonged night of severe thunderstorms. Now, we can't say it with any certainty that we're going to have tornado warnings again later on tonight, but the atmosphere still favors the possibility of additional strong to severe thunderstorms capable of producing all modes of severe weather, damaging winds, hail, tornadoes, everything kind of on the table, so to speak, later on this evening and into the early morning hours of Tuesday, along with what we're hearing outside the West Monroe studios, which is just the torrential rainfall. All of that creates its own issues. So again, please have a way of receiving those severe weather alerts.
And I'm just going to bounce back and forth between the storm relative velocity and the regular velocity. And again, it's obvious where that couplet, that velocity couplet would be. Again, the greens, look how they curve almost around into each other. I mean, the Shreveport radar is reading this really high up in the atmosphere. And again, radar beams aren't shot straight out. It's at a little bit of an angle, so to speak. And so at a certain point, that angle is going to try to overshoot the storm. So we're reading up pretty high. Obviously, that circulation's up pretty high, and that tornado warning is radar indicated. But whether or not it's on the ground, that still is yet to be known. I don't know if you've seen anything on correlation coefficient, Jared, but
no, not really.
Yeah, it's probably going to be difficult regardless, as mentioned, because of just where the storm is being read. And while this storm is ongoing, I'm going to head back to South Arkansas here in just a second. But look how far northeast this tornado warning expands. It includes the I-20 area just to the west of Monroe, a good portion of Ouachita Parish, western portions of Ouachita Parish. And as we take another broad look further north,
28.5% of Jackson Parish is without power right now.
Okay.
So if you are watching us on social media, that social media stream will continue until we do not have any tornado warnings left. So we will just kind of stick with you in that regard. I know we're approaching the top of the prime time hour, and again, as long as tornado warnings are in the area, we will stay on the air through the 7 o'clock time frame, and if not later. So again, be prepared for that as well. We've already kind of blown through all of our newscasts this evening, but at least the early evening newscasts, and as severe weather warrants, we're just going to kind of hang on this evening with these storms. And again, especially this tornado warned storm for folks in West Monroe. I know it seems like maybe it was a while ago, 5-10 minutes ago, but you folks are under a tornado warning, so make sure that you stay in your safe place. Walker continues to circle out that area and cross it, or just south of cross it.
Right.
That'll be crossing 425 soon, so we're going to get off the roadway in southern Ashley County as well.
Right, you really can't see this out of Jackson's radar. You really can't see it out of Shreveport's. That's why I kind of want to focus on it just a little bit. It may not be the strongest circulation that you've ever seen, but nonetheless, if nobody really has a great vantage point outside of us, just want to cover it just in case this circulation is still holding itself together and maybe producing a tornado, because that warning is still into effect. And so as it moves farther away from live storm tracker Doppler radar, it's going to get a little bit weaker. We're not going to see it as well, but nonetheless, it's still there. So folks in Crosset, stay in your safe place. Folks in Hamburg, you stay in your safe place as well before I head back further to this other southern storm. But again, it's going to be a quick spin up threat. Prolonged here. I'm going to have to switch radar modes.
Yeah. And for whatever reason, our radar is really struggling with that storm that is going to be eventually entering southwestern Ouachita Parish. It may just be the range issues, but again, that storm's still rotating very aggressively. What is that? Kilpatrick Road near Wood Junction. The Ben Wink Road is on the far right-hand side of your screen. Okaloosa Road. These are areas of southwestern Ouachita Parish. And again, far right-hand side of your screen, just outside the warning, is the Charlie Griggs Road area. Also has seen their share of tornadoes recently. So again, these are areas that are no stranger to severe weather. Make sure you're in your safe place.
Areas just west of the warning as of now is going to be, or just east, excuse me, is going to be Cypress and Annabelle, as well as Luna. You're not included in the warning, but you can see the circulation. And again, it's wandering awfully close to the east side of the warning as of now. That does include Wood Junction. It includes Okaloosa. It includes several different communities there and in between. It's just east, or a little bit further northeast, I would say, of Concord and St. Clair. And so if you know somebody in this area, and maybe they're not prone to look at some of the weather, go ahead and shoot them a text message or call them, something of the sort. Make sure they get into their safe place, because this is one of the stronger circulations that we're seeing as of now, besides the one in South Arkansas. And there's a reason why it's tornado warned, because it has the potential to produce a tornado. So being in your safe place is imperative. Getting a little bit of a wonky radar return there.
Yeah, and just to kind of update the Ashley County storm, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 7 miles northwest of Beekman, 8 miles south of Crosset, moving northeast at 40. So still kind of southern Ashley County, south of Crosset, moving northeast. Hamburg, you're still under that tornado warning, so stay sheltered.
And if you look at some of the shear values with this storm, there is a ton of it. You're noticing some dark greens as like the base level shear, if you will, and increases to the brighter green. And then when you get to the reds, well, then you've graduated to a pretty big step up in shear. And so what you're seeing, that little bit of a dark maroon coloring, that's going to be some pretty strong shear values. And guess where that exactly aligns with? Where that velocity couplet is, where that potential tornado, the apparent circulation is in that exact same area. And I know we probably can't see much reflectivity on this, but clearly there could be some heavier rainfall. The purple's in the area. There could be very well be some hail associated with this. So staying indoors, not trying to go outside and to peer into this area, that's going to be your better bet.
National Weather Service radar is now measuring radar level winds, not ground winds, but radar level winds with that Jackson Parish storm at 90.6 miles an hour. So again, there are some areas, and again, those are radar levels, so meaning maybe 1,000 feet up or 2,000 feet up in the atmosphere, but those can translate down to the surface very quickly. So within that tornado warned storm, if there's not a tornado, there's certainly the possibility of some strong to damaging wind gusts.
Right, and so what happens with damaging wind gusts is those winds are always happening pretty high up, and occasionally those winds can actually get pushed down to surface level. So that's what causes those occasional 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts. They're already ongoing above us. It's just whether or not they can actually get mixed down to the surface. And with thunderstorms, with a lot of the updraft and then the downdraft, the rain, it can push down some of those heavier and stronger wind speeds. And again, I know you're noticing some probably some weird returns here with this red bar, but it's pretty apparent and obvious what else we're looking at here in this area. Might try to switch over to hours to see if it's any change there with the velocity. Maybe it can read it a little bit better.
Not really. It does pick up the
winds
shear
at
rate.
least.
It does pick up the shear rate along the Ouachita Parish line. There's also another kind of embedded area of rotation that's concerning even south of the warning itself. So again, southern Ouachita Parish into northern Caldwell Parish, eastern Jackson Parish, you do not want to be on the roadways right now.
It's a little bit far west of 165, and again, Richwood not included in that warning, but look how awfully close that circulation could be getting to the edge of that warning box there. And so continuing your safe place is going to be your best bet. I'm going to head further north to this other warning to see what we can see. And again, look, Shreveport can't really see anything that's going on over here, so we need to go and check what our radar looks like. Maybe we still have a vantage point. And Jared, this is looking pretty messy, but nonetheless, there could be some type of rotation still occurring. It looks to be just east of Crossett. But the reason that I keep bringing it up is because even with the new scans, it still looks the same. You're still noticing some, if that makes any sense, Jared, like regardless of what new radar scan happens, it really is relatively unchanged, and that goes from several scans ago. So maybe that's trying to tell us that the circulation is still upholding regardless of what we may think. Again, that tornado warning is going to continue until about 7:30.
What is it, crossing Highway 82 or somewhere in that ballpark now, east of Crossett, or should be crossing there soon. I wouldn't be surprised, because of how these circulations are kind of outrunning the warning box, that we may need another kind of awkward tornado warning east of the current tornado warning in northern Louisiana. So again, for folks in Richwood and Monroe and Charmingdale areas along 165 down toward the Bosco communities, heads up. I wouldn't be surprised if the National Weather Service isn't drawing us up a new tornado warning soon. You can also still, now you start seeing the radar, on our radar, you could start seeing those reds and greens in southwestern Ouachita Parish. If you go back, yeah, you could see the greens down there right across the southwestern sections of the line, near Okaloosa Road and the Okaloosa community. Those look to be the meanest spots right now.
Right, and so I'm going to just circle rather quickly.
Sorry, I'm fixing to cut you off again, Walker. New tornado warning has been issued for Ouachita Parish. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 12 miles southwest of the Brownsville-Balcomville community, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This tornado warning includes Richwood, Monroe, West Monroe, Sterlington. So all of the highly populated areas in Monroe and West Monroe and Ouachita Parish need to get to their safe place now. Maya, if you wouldn't mind grabbing everybody in the building that's not on air necessary and get them to where, and so, because this is going to head right close to the radar site. It can be really close.
So if I could almost draw out this line here. So what you're noticing is a little bit further northeast. Again, we're accounting for the fact that now this storm is actually moving a little bit further east. And so that's why they've kind of moved the tornado warning a little bit further northeast as well. But again, the velocity couplet, the area that we're looking at, is still there. And I'm going to zoom in just a little bit more actually here in a second, as Jared is getting everybody into their safe place here in the studio. But again, Okaloosa, right over the Okaloosa region. You need to go ahead and get into your safe place. That's where that circulation does look to be as of now, just south of Cadeville. And again, the new warning does include about the eastern half of Cadeville, and it also includes Mount Pleasant, and again, it includes most of the Monroe metro area and the West Monroe studios as well. So this storm system, it obviously migrated a little bit too close to this warning here, so now we want to put a lot of people on notice around the I-20 corridor, the very heavily populated areas, going into your safe place now. So let's just go ahead and do this. Everybody that's in the Monroe area, if you know somebody, or maybe they're not potentially looking at a TV or looking at the live stream, you need to call them. You need to text them. You need to Facebook Messenger them. Whatever it is, everybody in this entire area, the entire town almost, needs to be under and in their safe place. That's going to be the bottom level of your home. That's going to be the interiormost portion of your home as well. And again, this is radar indicated, not necessarily confirmed at this point, but we want to err on the side of caution. We've seen other storms capable of producing tornadoes earlier today. They've already done some damage in Jackson Parish and near the Jonesboro-Hodge region earlier today as well. Not necessarily this specific storm, but nonetheless the environment is capable of producing a tornado, and so that's why it's extremely important for everybody in this stretch to be into their safe place. And Jared's back, and he just finished telling everybody to get in their safe place. Go ahead,
So
Jared.
we have our own kind of safety things that we have to do, and when we're under a tornado warning, we have to take everybody that's not dealing with on-air stuff and get them into their the spots they need to be in. So we're just kind of taking care of that. I just want to stress that this new area of circulation is going to move really close to our radar site.
I don't know if you want to try to get the cam up, Jared.
Yeah, this is going to be south of Caples Road. So so you can see southeast of Cadeville, which is West Washita High School, Mount Pleasant, Winfield Road, Irvin Cotton Road. I've got Bogalusa Road over here as well.
You see Lapine?
Go ahead.
I see Lapine as well as
Charlie Griggs Road,
Wild Summit.
You can see the Linville community, Caples Road. This is, again, areas south of the Brownsville-Balcomville communities in southwestern Washita Parish.
I'm going to zoom out a little bit. So
Guyton, Cadeville, for folks that, live out in West Washita High School area, some of those spots and points eastward. You need to be in your safe place now. The Wilds and Linville community and areas all moving up toward Monroe, West Monroe. You need to be in your safe place now. It could get really noisy and really rough here soon. Get to your safe place.
So that's where that apparent circulation is, the potential tornado. And again, it's radar indicated as of this point, not necessarily confirmed. We're getting so much lightning outside. I'm looking off the cam, at the cam briefly off the screen. It's a strobe light effect almost, and that's going to be up. But we're looking around. Haven't just moved it over there just yet. I think Jared's probably working on moving it. But again, everybody within the Monroe area, again, we just showed that tornado warning. We're going to talk about it here in just a second. You need to be in your safe place. The heavy rainfall is going to obscure your view from trying to see it. We're using a camera. We're not using our eyes. So you should try to not use your eyes either. Do not venture outside and try to look at anything because, to be honest with you, even a camera 3 stories, 4 stories high up in the air isn't really seeing much of anything except for rain. And I think that's pretty much everybody knows that rain is here and we can hear and see the rain. So back to the velocity here. And again, that circulation moving a little bit further northeast. I'm going to circle it one more time. I don't want to get a little bit too close. And again, there's a lot of different folks in these areas. So if your general vicinity, Richwood area, and to the west, east of Eris does not necessarily include Eris. But I know a lot of people are a little bit more familiar with the broad area
still
across the map.
For those that are listening too, we still have that circulation crossing Highway 82. East of Crossett, south of Hamburg. So again, folks along Highway 425, south of Hamburg in Ashley County, you're still under a tornado warning. Please stay sheltered. Make sure you're in your safe place and stay there.
And I know there's a lot going on with these different boxes and flashing red boxes, but nonetheless, it's a large stretch of I-20, including the entirety of Monroe, includes south of Monroe as well, including Richwood. But I don't want to zoom too far in because, and here's the reason why. More people are familiar with where they are, generally speaking, say, in southern Washita Parish as to their specific areas. Now, some people are familiar with roads, so to speak, but if we get too close, then I feel like we're just losing the fact that, generally speaking, this is south in southern Washita Parish, south of the I-20 area, and so that's fairly generic, but that just means a lot of people, a large number of people need to get into their safe place, including the entirety almost of the downtown Monroe area and a large portion of West Monroe.
All of central Washita Parish.
Right, and I'm going to quickly switch over to our radar to see what maybe we can see a little bit more. Again, the heavy rainfall may be still obscuring a lot of what's happening.
I mean, you can see the inbounds. You can't really, or you can see the outbounds. You can't see the inbound winds.
Right.
But the structure is there. And again, I just want folks that if you're in the warnings, just stay sheltered. We're hitting the 7 o'clock hour. Nobody should have been on the roadways anyway. It's been pouring for the last 30 minutes. So again, you don't want to be on the roadways. You want to be in your safe place, interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. I'm talking Monroe, Richwood, Charmingdale, North Monroe, Sterlington, Town and Country, all of these areas, central and now northeastern sections of Ouachita Parish, including Monroe and West Monroe, under a tornado warning. So be in your safe place now.
Heavy rainfall is already over the entirety of West Monroe. The heavy rain now moving into Monroe. Eastern portions, maybe not even hearing that much as of now, but I assure you that heavy rainfall is on its way. But here's a look at the structure. Here's how things are working. Notice all this rain and this thin little line that starts to snake around. We call it a kink. That's what we're looking for, and that's the structure that Jared was just mentioning. And so as it starts to kink a little bit further north there, that's where that inflow might be potentially. So I already have it circled, and I circled that based on the structure. So if we head back over to velocity, what do you know? That same wind structure is still there. If we head over to Shreveport's radar on velocity, and again, that couplet still also within that circle as well. Now it's a little bit further north. They likely have another scan, so to speak, but even though our radar isn't really seeing much for the winds, it's at least getting that structure pretty much down pat as of this point. And a very heavy rainfall continuing, and that's the general structure. It doesn't really look to be weakening necessarily as of now, so continuing to stay in your safe place, not venturing outside, not trying to see the lightning and rain, because that's the only thing that you're going to see if you venture outside. And I think I can speak for everybody. Everybody's seen lightning and rainfall plenty of times, so there's no reason to venture outside. But again, if you know somebody, maybe they work a morning shift or something, maybe they're sleeping at 7 o'clock.
Starting to wrap back up there, Walker, in that exact same spot. This is going to pass south of our radar site, maybe by it's not going to pass by much.
Right. And I'm sure you're not really seeing much of anything, even with the flashes, the lightning trying to help you out on that cam.
I keep looking out to the west and the southwest. I can't see anything. Not to mention that we don't have the most ideal southwest vantage point anyway, but this was going to be tough to see anything. And
now, Jared, I don't know if you want to try to look over at the Glenwood camera. That might be a decent bet.
I have it pulled up as well, and that could give us perhaps a slightly better vantage point.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
In fact, well, there's a lot of water spots, but we could take that links too if you want to, Dalvin, and we could take a closer look. That is the Glenwood cam, and I think we may have just lost transmission on it. Not from a power outage, just data. And there's the tower cam live from. Ooh, that power flash showed how low the clouds are.
Yeah, they are very low.
Not necessarily anything rotating. It's not like we could see anything that much. Hang on to this for just a second, Dalvin. Let's just see if we can get another lightning flash.
We need one in the background.
In the background. Well, that would have been a good one if it. But there's a lot of low clouds as we look off to the south and west, basically toward this tornado warned area. And now as we look at radar, there's almost 2 different areas of circulation, and that's why we have 2 different tornado warnings out right now. But again, yeah, you can go back to the radar with Walker, but again, the clouds are quite low in West Monroe or southwest of West Monroe. So again, just be aware of that. And there are 2 pretty distinct areas of rotation within the 2 warnings.
And we're looking at Shreveport's radar, so it's probably reading a decent bit up. This is the one that we've been seeing. This is a relatively new development. Not quite sure what this one might develop into or what's going on here, but nonetheless, some pairing of different circulations still continue. I'm going to head back over to reflectivity again, something we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I'm going to Guyton Road and the Linville communities, Elkins Road, areas leading up to Brownsville, Balcomville. You guys need to be in your safe place now. You've had a lot of lead time, but again, the Caples Road area from Mount Pleasant to Linville to the Wilds community and to the Westwood communities in Brownsville, Balcomville. You guys are up next. You want to be in your safe place. Interior portion of your home away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible.
So what I'm doing here is I'm trying to draw that circulation around the structure that we're noticing. So again, you notice this little bit of a kink, so to speak, and so I kind of drew one arrow going in, one arrow going out, and that's where the area of concern would be, and that's just based on the structure of the storm. And then you overlay the fact that the couplet, the velocity couplet, the wind couplet is still there, and so that's going to be almost, it's not really too far south of the West Monroe cone of silence, so to speak, and that's going to be roughly 5 or 6 miles south of us, Jared.
Roughly.
Southwest, yeah, just based on estimation here on the, just using some of the tools at hand. And so this is the area of concern. Being in your safe place is obviously a top priority now. And the structure is really what's indicating it best, in my opinion, regardless of the velocity couplets that continue to show up.
Yeah, I don't think we can really run a whole lot based off of what we're seeing velocities mode-wise, at least from our radar. And again, just a reminder, there is still a tornado warning out for Ashley County, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near North Crossett, moving northeast at 40. If we want to pop up on links 2 real quick, Dalvin, I'll go over to that storm just to kind of show you what we're looking at. Again, near North Crossett, moving northeast. So again, Hamburg, you're still in this this area of a possible tornado. And again, just kind of looking at this on screen, if we could just take this full on links 2. Yeah, and so there's our area kind of near Hamburg or near 425, and we'll be crossing near and south of Hamburg, but it's a kind of a messy radar depiction. I want to acknowledge that, and again, our reflectivity doesn't show much, but there's still a possibility of a tornado forming or has already formed south of Hamburg. I know we've paid a lot of attention toward Ouachita Parish and the Monroe-West Monroe area, but also, full disclosure, that storm looks a little bit more organized than this one. But Hamburg, area south along 425, remain sheltered. This tornado warning goes until 8.
I think that's the severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, it's 7:30 tonight. Just lost the screen because of a close lightning strike. But again, 7:30. Stay sheltered until then.
And we're going to head back to the storm that's a little bit further south. And again, it's the structure that's really indicating it best, and it's nearly textbook in terms of what a kink would look like in some type of a longer line of storms, so to speak, a squall line of storms, if you will. And so what you're noticing is the rain as it starts to bend back in where that inflow would be. And while we're looking at reflectivity, again, heavy rainfall consumes most of I-20, the stretch from West Monroe over to Monroe. And I might try to get a little bit closer after I get the velocity couplet back up here and maybe get some more road names and talk about areas a little bit further down in the line of sight. And here we go. I'm going to get a little bit closer. And again, we're still south of the I-20 corridor and south of Monroe. But the Wilds community is still in that same general vicinity, the same ballpark. Balkanville, not too far displaced, neither is Westwood. With the most recent scan, you can still see that circulation still there.
Circulation is going to, yeah, it's going to cross I-20 pretty much right at downtown. This is taking a very similar track. Now, every tornado is different, but it's taking a very similar track to the October 13th, 2014 tornado that started in southwestern Ouachita Parish. It may be a little bit farther south than that one, but again, there's no confirmation that there's a tornado on the ground. And the lightning strikes are close here at the West Monroe studios. Again, golf ball sized hail being reported at the intersection of 536 and 838 in West Monroe. 546 and 838.
I think we're hearing some hail, Jared.
There's the hail there. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Yep,
Fixing to go check that out. New Natchitoches at 546. Walker, go ahead and take it away. I'll go see what kind of hail we're talking.
Sure. So, and as you get a little bit closer to some type of rotation, some type of circulation, that's what. You all right, Jared? Oh, the strike. Not too long ago, we actually had a lightning strike hit a tree over in the Ike Hamilton parking lot, and that's about as close gets. It's only about 10 yards away from the West Monroe studios. He's going to check out the hail, heard a couple pings on the roof, so to speak. But as I was mentioning, the rotation with this apparent tornado could also be uplifting and sustaining some type of hail with it. We're going to head back over to reflectivity And again, I just want to focus on this specific area where that inflow starts to go in. So I'm looking at 2 different radar sites at 2 different radar products, and they don't always overlap and they don't really mesh the best. So I just want to go ahead and give that as a little bit of a warning there. But nonetheless, this is awfully close to the area, and I'm honestly wondering if we should get in our safe places anytime soon here, Jared.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a lot of fun out there right now, and we're starting to see a lot of wind, pretty strong wind directions. Dalvin, if you and Justin Lewis can go ahead and make your way, I think this is going to probably miss us south, but it's going to be close enough that it makes me nervous. So why don't you go ahead and step off the wall? We could take links 1 full and just leave it on links 1. That way we can move quickly if we need to. But again, this is going to move very, very closely to downtown Monroe and West Monroe. I'm going to go ahead and take down the hand tracker for just a second. Don't forget you'll have to reconnect that back up when we get to that point. But again, we're going to stay on air with you for just a little bit longer at least. If we do have to go to our safe place, we'll probably leave the radar up. But again, we're just kind of in a weird spot here in terms of trying to see what we need to see, and this is going to move. Why don't you guys go ahead and go? All right. Yeah, it's going to move very, very closely here to the West Monroe studios, and we may end up.
The rain shafts changing with the winds.
Go ahead and mute your mic, Walker. We're starting to lose computers too, just because of the lightning strikes. So we'll just kind of hang out here for just a little bit longer. Again, a reminder, actually just an update, looks like the Ashley County tornado warning will be allowed to expire on time. But again, for folks that are in Monroe, West Monroe, make sure that you're sheltered now. Safe place, interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. We got some very heavy rainfall moving through the West Monroe studios. And again, getting a little bit of hail as well. And the whole radar and everything's just kind of, it's a jumbled mess at this point. So again, if you are in Ouachita Parish, central sections of Ouachita Parish, you need to be sheltered, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And we're going to continue to just kind of hang with you here in the Monroe, West Monroe area, Richwood. All of you are under tornado warnings at this point. So again, make sure that you stay sheltered. The winds will continue to pick up and kind of vary from time to time. There have been instances of hail. I've noticed that as well. And again, I'm just going to kind of leave the tornado warning up until 7:45 tonight for central sections of Ouachita Parish, including Monroe and West Monroe, as the hail starts to pick back up here at the West Monroe studios. Yeah, water starting to cover the roadway at Highway 80. So again, exercise caution there. And again, I'm just kind of bouncing back and forth between a lot of different computers. As if you're just joining us, we went ahead and kind of put everybody where they need to be safe space-wise until this storm can get to the north and east of us. Just hearing the wind shifts and everything outside have been a little kind of unnerving. We've heard a couple of hailstones. We had bigger reports of hail just south of our studios along New Natchitoches Road, but here it's been a little bit more sporadic. But again, a reminder that if you are in Ouachita Parish, central Ouachita Parish, you are under a tornado warning until 7:45 as the hail picks back up here at the West Monroe studios. Just again, hearing it intermittently. Some of those hailstones seem to be larger than others. I've been here long enough. I can tell what quarter-sized hail sounds like against our roof, and it seems to be smaller than that at this point. When we start getting larger than quarter, now you're starting to get up closer to probably quarter-sized hail, just because it's getting harder and harder to hear in the studio. So again, definitely getting some hail with this tornado warned storm. Make sure that you are in your safe place, interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You've had a lot of lead time with this storm. Area of rotation will be crossing I-20 moving across Monroe in the next 5 to 10 minutes. For those that are wondering the area of concern, we're looking at an area just south of the interstate. And it'll be really tough to see, but I'm going to go ahead and circle it right here. This is the biggest area of concern, and now starting to take a very similar path, if you will, similar to the Easter Sunday tornado from 2020. Again, every storm is different, so I don't want folks to say this is exactly like that, because it's not. But again, the Brownsville-Balcomville area, Sandal Street, Tulip Street, Griffith Street. But again, moving toward Bancroft Boulevard, it'll be headed toward Stella Street, Coleman Avenue, and eventually we'll be crossing into downtown south of I-20, headed toward South Grand Street. And again, we'll be crossing over in very similar areas to where that Easter Sunday 2020 tornado passed over. Again, we are looking basically at just storm structure at this point, because we are getting socked with rainfall here at the West Monroe studios, still seeing a lot of lightning. And that circulation just passed us to the south by maybe about 2 miles or so. Still seeing that area of rotation. Brownsville-Balcomville will be headed toward Monroe shortly. So again, stay sheltered if you're in these areas. We're approaching the 7:15 time frame. Ouachita Parish, most of Ouachita Parish under a tornado warning. I will zoom back out. The other tornado warning has been allowed to expire at 7:15. And I'm going to mute my mic temporarily so I can get all of our folks back into position, because I think the immediate threat has passed us here at the West Monroe studios. All right, so 7:15, 7:16, still tornado warning active for much of Ouachita Parish. In fact, we're still keeping an eye on an area kind of south, maybe even seeing a new area of rotation reforming, kind of the south of Richwood. Get a lot of activity happening here with this one lone storm as it moves, or this cluster of storms as it moves towards Ouachita Parish, or moves through Ouachita Parish. Walker, I've got your hand tracker back on if you want to resume, but basically we've just been keeping an eye on this storm. It got a little dodgy here just simply because you could start hearing abrupt wind shifts.
Right.
And you could also start hearing the rain stop abruptly, pick up abruptly, and things of that nature.
And so, yeah, so this is the tornado warning that we have active. There's another one in South Arkansas, but I just want to say briefly that circulation has now exited the tornado warning, and so there's no active warning with a storm in South Arkansas. I just want to mention that rather briefly. And again, it's an elevated thunderstorm. It's a severe thunderstorm warning that we've covered numerous times again, but this is a very large, densely populated area. Continuing to be in your safe place is a top priority. This is likely one of the most densely populated areas within the entirety of the ArkLaMiss. So some folks probably wondering why that's important. Well, there's a lot of people in these areas, and so obviously it's going to be a top priority. But nonetheless, the severe thunderstorms continue for South Arkansas. We're going to jump there here in just a second, but this is going to take our attention, at least as for now. And just in case you needed some type of an explanation, I'm not quite sure why you would need an explanation, but nonetheless, you got one. And
yeah,
I'm gonna look a little bit closer here.
And like I said, a lot of with the Ashley County storm, you know, we knew that it was definitely moving through, but that storm was also weakening pretty quickly. That's why there's no longer a tornado warning with that storm.
Right, and that's why we no longer really were talking about it that much, because again, the only reason we were on the air is to cover tornado warnings. And so if we're pretty sure, especially in a particular area, that the warning's going to likely be allowed to cancel, or there's not necessarily a looming threat, then we're going to shift the threat to where there's going to be a lot of people potentially affected. But nonetheless, some type of a circulation going on here. I mean, this is just a rough estimate, folks, because it's going to be a tough call now with how far away activity is away from the Shreveport radar, how far things are away from the Jackson radar, and how close we are in proximity. But I'm going to head over to live storm tracker Doppler radar, see if we can see anything else in this area. And
Yeah, this is the latest updated message. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near West Monroe, moving northeast at 35. So again, the structure is there for a possible tornado, but again, maybe a little bit more disorganized at this point. Again, it looked a lot more disorganized. It looked a lot more organized about 5 or 10 minutes ago.
Right.
So a little bit of good news there. And again, for folks that are wanting updates in southeastern Arkansas, the reason we pulled away from that Ashley County storm, that storm weakened pretty quickly. So again, for folks that are wondering why we jumped to this West Monroe one, it was the stronger storm of the two. Two, we got to cover a little bit of everything. So again, for folks that are wondering what's going on in Ashley County, severe thunderstorm warnings remain in effect. We spent a lot of time up there earlier in Morehouse and Ashley County, but those storms have started to at least weaken somewhat. The warning itself should come off your screen here soon. So again, just be aware, but we'll also have to keep an eye on the new storms as they make their way into the Jackson County warning area.
And Jared, I don't know if you can see this, but where I have the shear rate pulled up here a second ago is a little bit tighter, but there's some type of something maybe going on right here in this general area. And again, it just moved out of the cone of silence. But there's some shear there, so maybe some heavier winds. Obviously, it's kind of hard to, or difficult to tell within this broad tornado warning maybe what we're specifically looking at. Nonetheless, remain in your safe place. But maybe there's another couplet trying to form here. I'm not quite sure. It's pretty messy.
And it also doesn't help that we're seeing all of this. I mean,
but look at that inflow, Jared. You see that notch going on?
Right. We're seeing a lot of this at 200, 240 feet. So we're talking about right at ground level right now. So it is kind of tough to discern, what's legitimate and what's not with what's going on with this tornado warned storm.
Right. Nonetheless, the tornado warning continues over the next several minutes here. It continues until 7:45. It's now 7:21, so a little over 25 minutes, so to speak, that we likely continue with this warning. This is the only active one I believe we have as of now. And of course, we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, but as long as you're in your safe place and heeding those warnings, that's going to be your best bet as well. It does look to be that the circulation is potentially along the I-20 corridor just north of there as of now. And so I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see another trim, at least for areas south here in a couple minutes or so. But the rest of the warning continues, does not necessarily include Sterlington or Collinston,
yeah. Well, and that's going to be Collinston's in Morehouse Parish, so that. And yeah, the Sterlington was included in that old warning that's been allowed to be canceled. So yeah, now we're kind of focused on the Swartz, Fairbanks areas and some of those spots.
I'm going to head back over to reflectivity because, again, there's not a whole lot to look at as of now. It's
that Ashley County tornado warning also, by the way, has been allowed to expire. So, again, a little bit of good news for folks in southeastern Arkansas, but the severe thunderstorm warnings continue. New flash flood warning out for Caldwell, Jackson, Ouachita, and Union parishes till 10:30 with the heavy rainfall that we're seeing.
I feel like this circulation may have slowed down just a little bit, just as an FYI. Maybe this thing was trying to breathe in before it breathes back out again. So obviously we don't have any confirmation of this as of now. It's radar indicated tornado. The potential tornado is still there, but maybe potentially it breathes out a little bit more and starts speeding along. Maybe it strengthens back up. We've seen that with the Ashley County storm before it got there. It strengthened and weakened a number of times, so that's very typical. And given the overall threats of the area for today, damaging wind gusts, quick spin-up tornadoes, more of the same is likely to be expected. Now, Jared's taking a look at the camera here in a minute, and he's going to potentially see something. But
yeah, if you want to, Dalvin, go ahead and pop us up on the tower cam, and I'm going to
whenever you get the opportunity,
go ahead and
Dalvin,
zoom us back over to the north, if I can, and kind of look back out over. And you can see the Ike Hamilton parking lot and some of the torrential rainfall that we're seeing. Again, that's what's prompted these flash flood warnings. A lot of lightning. Again, travel highly discouraged, even though maybe the tornado threat has perhaps now moved east of West Monroe. That said, we're still under a tornado watch, and more severe weather could potentially be in the offing for later tonight.
And we're going to head back over towards the storm relative velocity. That's where we're looking at the National Weather Service out of Shreveport's radar. That tornado warning still continues. So for folks in the Monroe metro area, downtown areas, things of that sort, you need to stay in your safe place now. That tornado warning still into effect, and only in the observation or only in the instance and when this warning is canceled can you come out of your safe place. So as long as you stay there as of now, And you're still noticing some type of circulation. Now, granted, it's fairly weak, but also the National Weather Service radar at Shreveport is reading it at 1,000-something feet as of this point, thousands of feet up in the air. And so it probably doesn't have the best vantage point. But then again, our radar is also having trouble with all the heavy rainfall around. It's very muddled in this area, but you can still see a well-defined line of strong winds. And so regardless of the severe or the tornado threat, the severe thunderstorm threat is likely still going to persist in terms of seeing some damaging wind gusts potentially, maybe even seeing some downed limbs, things of that sort. That's still going to be a possibility. Even with non-severe winds, you can even have some things try to fall off of limbs and whatnot. And so again, this is very wavy. It has different kinks along the line, so to speak, and that's what we'll be looking for some type of inflow or potential tornado or tornadic circulation. That's what we would be looking for. And notice as it starts to curve back around, it would likely be somewhere in this general area within that tornado warning. Obviously,
this thing really looks like it's kind of gusting out at this point. And when we say gusting out, yeah, there's still inflow to it. It's still feeding that warm, humid air in, but now looks like it may be just becoming a damaging wind producer.
Right.
Which is still not good news, but the tornado threat may be lessening is what we're basically saying. We'll need to kind of watch this for a few more radar trends to make sure that that's the case, but that's an encouraging sign in its own right.
Right, it's just very difficult to point out anything on velocity right now, and so that's not helping. So there very well still could be something here informed. It's just that we don't really have a lot of puzzle pieces to try to put that together, or pieces together, if you will. There's still some reds and greens to be had pretty close together in this general vicinity. And again, you can follow that curvature with the winds as well in this same area. So if there would be a tornado, it would probably be almost north of Monroe as of this point, I would be willing to say.
Yeah, that's correct.
And but still, that damaging wind factor is right along the I-20 corridor. So folks that were potentially traveling westbound moving into this, that's going to be a terrible idea. It's going to have some heavy rainfall and some pretty gusty winds you'll have to drive through as well. But again, the tornado warning continues to be into effect, so stay in your safe place. And we'll likely see some type of a trim more than likely. But again, it goes until 7:45. The time now 7:26. We've been doing coverage since around 3:40 this afternoon. And we've seen a few different tornado warnings with a couple different circulations, but this is just the beginning of the activity that we are expecting. So considering we had a lot of storms form in the lower Red River valleys along the Texas and Louisiana state lines, all that activity migrated into the area. So we didn't see these thunderstorms get going into the area, but they moved in, and it was a favorable environment once they did move in. That's going to happen later on tonight as well. Likely seeing more thunderstorms brought up by that cold front, likely along the state line, East Texas areas. And then when that cold front gets a little bit closer to us, likely driving more isolated storms late tonight and early tomorrow morning. There is a tornado watch into effect for 3 a.m. for portions eastern portions of the Arklamas. Now areas further west go until 9 tonight. That very well could change depending on the status and the overall timing of that cold front, because as mentioned, it does look to be slowing down quite a bit, that cold front. And so that's kind of what keeps that severe window or severe weather window open for a significant period of time late tonight and early tomorrow morning. So as things start to subside potentially over the next 2 hours, I would be venturing to guess, outside of this isolated thing, say you go to bed, something of the sort, you need to have a way to be able to be wakened up early tomorrow morning, or likely when you're in the middle of the dead of night. So make sure you have a way of receiving severe weather alerts. And again, Jared, the area that I was concerned with, it's still kind of producing some weak couplet there. I'm not quite sure if it's trying to venture out.
Yeah, and really, as you take a look, if y'all want to join me over here on links too, where Walker was circling versus what we're seeing in terms of everything that's moving eastward across this line, there's little areas where you could infer that there's inflow, which is basically that warm, humid air getting fed into these storms. That's a possibility, but also just this solid line of red that just starting to surge out away from the main storm is perhaps indicating a pivot toward more of a damaging wind potential with this storm. This is the only tornado warning that we have. Again,
Lieutenant Swartz moving off to the north and east. Margo, do we have any updates from a National Weather Service chat, or maybe pull up a track of where this rotation is, where it's headed, and kind of the timings that some of these cities are going to see it? So again, this is north and east of Monroe. You can see that was that area of rotation. It kind of tracked over right there. All right, now it's off to our north and east of the Monroe area, but we're still getting heavy torrential rainfall here at the station. It is very noisy. We hear a lot of thunder. All right, so Margo, latest update on some of these cities that are up next. And again, it doesn't look like they're going to continue with the tornado warning, which is good. If they do allow this one to expire in the next 15 minutes, we will get out of programming. If we need to check back in with you, of course we will. But hopefully this expires. They allow it to expire and they don't continue it. Margo has the update on timings.
So Schwartz will be seeing this rotation here in the next 10 minutes. Luckily, again, this warning expires at 7:45. So after that, any cities after that would have to see the tornado warning extended. So we're going to watch chat closely. We have gotten a report from National Weather Service from a local storms report that there was hail a quarter size here in near Brownsville and just in Washita County. So if you don't go out and see your cars to see if they have damage just yet. We're still seeing a lot of these storms pass through the area, and they're very heavy rain with a lot of lightning associated with them, and there could still be hail associated with it. So do not go outdoors to check on your vehicles. But as I was saying, we are watching as this storm system continues to track north and east at 40 miles an hour. The city of Schwartz should be affected next, then Wham, then Windsor, then going to Bastrop, Marouge, Twin Oaks, and Bonita. So if you're located in any of these areas, make sure you are remaining vigilant and getting ready to get to your safe locations. If you're in the city of Claiborne, if you're in Downsville, Rush.
All right, yeah, I know I'm live.
All right,
perfect. So we took a little bit of a power bump here at the West Monroe studios. We were knocked off the air, at least somewhat briefly. We're back on now. The lights literally just came back on. That's probably what you were seeing on the screen there. You notice it was dark in here, but there was still something on the screen. But nonetheless, the tornado warning continues to be into effect for most of the Monroe area. What we're looking at now, that potential tornado likely a little bit further north, at least as of this point. So, and Jared's probably trying to get us back on the Facebook Live and things of that sort. So if you're staying with us on the air here, that Facebook live stream is probably going to be put back up pretty soon.
Yeah, it's going to take a few minutes before we get there.
Yeah, nonetheless, make sure your mic's on, Jared. And again, what we're looking at now is this tornado warning continues, I believe, until about 7:45. So time now 7:32, give or take about a couple of minutes. So about 15 minutes or so is what we're holding on to, at least with this storm. And what I'm still noticing is, Jared, maybe that thing's trying to spin back up again. It's a pretty evident curve that you see, that inflow almost. And so I'm almost willing to try to wonder of what's going on with this circulation.
That leading edge that's going to be moving into eastern sections of Washita Parish here shortly. We'll get to that in just a minute, but yeah, I mean, it's a storm that has continued at times to produce some damaging wind signatures, but we've also seen these areas of just, like I said, inflow or whatever you want to call it. And I want to take a second just briefly to circle the two areas.
Right, and
that area and then this area right here.
Yep.
And so I'm going to go ahead and zoom in on those. And again, I know
there's that area of rotation, though, Jared. The reds and the greens right in this general vicinity. That was where that inflow was. That's exactly where you were just circling.
So there's the tornado warning. So, folks, we're just trying to get kind of our
bearings back together.
Everything back, kind of put back together, because I'm going to be honest with you, when you lose power like that, you know, our computer graphics system stays up, but everything else kind of goes haywire. So we're just trying to get everything back the way we had it a few minutes ago. But again, a reminder, tornado warning in effect till 7:45. Got another 10 minutes on this warning for Washita Parish.
I do just want to go ahead and point out that the National Weather Service out of Jackson's already extended and now included a severe thunderstorm warning, and they might have some type of a tornado possible tag
It does.
And so, again, that circulation, if it holds itself together and it requires another tornado warning, they will issue another tornado warning. But as of now, the threat's going to be a potential tornado. And again, where that circulation would be, right, is where you see this red start to curve back in. That's where that weak couplet, that weak reds and the greens on the velocity were still located. And so depending on if that strengthens back up, like we talked about, and again, these things cycle, it breathes in and breathes out. Maybe it starts to breathe out a little bit harder and is able to put together that circulation again.
The Facebook Live is, the original Facebook Live is up and running because it did not originate from inside the studio. So if you're on the original Facebook Live, it should be up and running again.
Okay.
There was probably just a temporary black screen there for a second. But yeah, we should be up and running in all fashions and all medium.
All right, Jared, I might hop back on the wall here in just a second. So if we want to go ahead and take the wall full, I'm going to step off the BAM and take a look at what we're expecting now.
Let me make sure that's still turned on for you.
The hand tracker.
Yeah, it should be good.
All right, perfect. Well, that was quite the interesting scenario there. But anyway,
make sure you stay sheltered, folks. And if we lose power again, you know, that's why we tell you to have multiple ways of receiving severe weather alerts. Download the KTWCKod weather app available on iTunes and Google Play. That's going to give you severe weather alerts regardless of power situations here in West Monroe.
Right.
You know, that's a different app that's based on your location, and it will give you all of those pieces of information. So if a warning is issued in your area, you're going to know about it.
And so here is where we're looking at. And again, you're noticing the reds and you're noticing the greens, that weak couplet. We've been following it. It was actually on the west side of this tornado warning box for quite some time now. So it's moved a little bit further north, venturing to the end of the box. They've already have a severe thunderstorm warning in play. They're likely still considering adding another tornado warning. But I just want to leave that circle and hop back over to reflectivity to see how well this is structured still. And yeah, this is exactly why. You can even see a little bit of a V. You see the green V there? That's that inflow potential as maybe this thing is trying to spin back up again as it tries to get to the end of this box. So the reds and the greens a little bit more prevalent. That curving nature, so to speak, is still there as well. As I head back over to velocity, again, the reds and the greens still there. This is going to be north of Monroe and still southwest of the Collinston area. But Collinston areas, you guys are already in a severe thunderstorm warning that I mentioned previously. And let's go ahead and check out and see when that goes until. That goes until 8:30. So the time now is 7:36. And this severe thunderstorm warning goes until 8:30, so a little bit less than an hour. And that severe thunderstorm warning does have a tornado possible tag with it. And this is the possible tornado that we're talking about. So depending on how this behaves, you can even see how it curves. So we're taking a look at velocity and kind of comparing and contrasting with the reflectivity. So there's that red line, so to speak, of heavy rain. And then as it curves back in to where that circulation would be. And then if I put the same radar screen back up here in just a second, you'll notice exactly what I'm talking about. And again, there's the heavy line that we'd be following, and then it curves all the way back up into this general location. So that possible tornado still north of Monroe, north of I-20. I may try to get a little bit closer here in a second.
I'm also not 100% convinced that our Facebook Live is up and running the way it should be. Again, just bear with us as we kind of get everything. Yeah, it's getting back up and running now. So again, you may have to join us on a new Facebook Live on our main station page. You may have to hit the refresh if that's the way that you've been wanting to get your information tonight. But we're working on getting that back up and running.
So around the County Acres area, Audubon Park, Hidden Oaks, Belmead, Northside Terrace is going to be north of there as of now. Still south and east or right next to Frenchman's Bend and Fairbanks. That's where this potential tornado is. So folks, make sure you're in your safe place. Obviously, folks pretty familiar with some of these areas as well. And again, that includes if you're in some type of a mobile home. You need to find a more structured building to find. And that's likely going to be somewhere deep inside of the community, so to speak. Getting another scan here. The reds and the greens still there. But just the overall structure of this, the fact that this continues to curve back in, you can see almost a clear-cut curve along this green line. That's rather interesting. So that leads me to believe that this circulation is still there. Whether the tornado there is there or not, that's a different question. And heading back over to shear rate, right where some of those lines are, the line in between the reds and the greens, that's where that shear rate's showing up. And again, it's the potential for just strong damaging wind gusts, straight line winds. That's also a concern, not just the tornado factor with this storm. And that's why they've continued a severe thunderstorm warning further to the northeast as well.
Yeah, I think we're also getting to a point where while the structure is there, there's not necessarily a discernible spot where you can go, there's definitely a tornado forming there. So we're getting to a point in the next 5 minutes or so where the National Weather Service in Jackson is going to have to decide whether they want to issue a downstream tornado warning for a storm. They've already issued a severe thunderstorm warning. And there's no game to it. It's just trying to look at the science and the radar and looking at what's happening in the environment and trying to make the best decision. And you don't want to issue tornado warnings for storms that you feel a tornado is not 100% imminent, or at least looks to be imminent. So again, if severe thunderstorm warnings are issued for your area, even if our live coverage ends on TV because there are no tornado warnings in effect, if a warning's issued, a severe thunderstorm warning's issued for your area, take the proper precautions to make sure that you're safe, especially on a night like tonight. It's been pouring outside. There's so many areas under flash flood warnings. There's no point for you to be outside right now.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Jared. Even if you try to get on the roadways, you might come across a road that's already seeing overflooded with water, and it's something that we say a lot around here is turn around, don't drown. Don't try to drive through those small little running waterways. Even a very small amount of water on the road can take a small vehicle and start to run it off. And then if you think that you can pass with a truck or something of the sort, and you're already seeing 1 or 2 feet of water, even that can be somewhat problematic. So not traveling this evening is going to be your optimum bet, and staying indoors as well, regardless of the severe weather threat. The flash flood threat also obviously also very important. And I head back over to the velocity here and see what else, if we can still see something. It's hard to tell, but yeah, the National Weather Service out of Jackson will have a difficult decision to make. At least I think.
I genuinely think that this tornado warning may be allowed to expire without anything downstream in terms of tornadic activity. It still looks like that circulation, like you said, is kind of east of Sterlington, kind of southeast of kind of the Swartz and Fairbanks areas and that general spot. When our radar doesn't really show much, that should tell you that the storm itself has started to kind of collapse. And the structure, just the overall structure that we were talking about earlier, just isn't there anymore.
Yeah, you're right.
So that's a little bit of good news. So again, we'll continue to monitor it until the warning's either canceled or expired or whatever.
And again, this warning goes till 7:45, now 7:41. So likely, unless they continue the warning, only going to be on the air for another 4 minutes or so. And we don't have any news programming for another several hours. But folks in Bastrop, in Collinston, and Mer Rouge, some very heavy rainfall and some very gusty winds are still headed your direction. I'm not quite sure what the wind speeds are associated with that severe thunderstorm, Jared, but it's likely around the 60-mile-an-hour ballpark, maybe even seeing some inch-sized hail potentially as well, or 3/4 of an inch, something of the sort. That's been the status quo almost for severe thunderstorms, at least over the last several weeks, with numerous severe thunderstorm threats that we've seen. So being in your safe place, especially given the fact this severe thunderstorm warning has a tornado possible tag associated with it, clearly it's held on to a decent circulation, and so that's why they give that tornado possible tag with it. In the event they need to issue another tornado warning later on into the evening.
Another severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued for far eastern sections of Drew County until 8:30. That's for damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour and quarter-sized hail. And again, as we kind of start thinking that our coverage may get to wrap up here shortly, I just want to stress to the fact that there are other severe weather threats looming later on this evening and into the overnight. This could be a late night of just having a way of receiving severe weather alerts. I'm not saying that everybody's going to see a tornado warning. We may not see any more tornado warnings, but just please be aware of the fact that the severe weather window has not closed for anyone at this point. And conversely, the heavy rainfall that we've seen continues to create a bigger issue and will continue to create bigger concerns as we go through the evening. A lot of areas have already seen 3, 4, 5 inches of rain. Some spots have seen over 6 inches of rain. There's a lot of power outages in the area. There's a lot of trees down. There's a lot of damage, but we have more storms that could be potentially developing as we go through the afternoon and evening. So again, as potentially our coverage may start wrapping up here shortly, as long as we don't get another tornado warning, I just want folks to know that we may be joining them again later on tonight or early tomorrow morning with something similar.
Right. I would say one of the biggest questions we have is what happens with the cold front. Number one, in terms of what we can expect in terms of activity, how things are looking and structured, whether we deal with a nice line of storms concentric, maybe all the storms mesh together, or if it stays relatively isolated along that cold front, and then maybe as well with what happens with the circulation. But what are you going to say, Jared?
Yeah, emergency management also now reporting just with this latest cluster that's moved through, nothing major to damage, no major damage to report. There were some motor vehicle accidents, some car accidents, just because people obviously were out on blinding rainfall and lightning. Some minor hail, West Monroe, Thomas Road, and Downing Pines, which is basically us, and also a residence was struck by lightning near Morning Meadow Circle. That's near the Civic Center over near downtown Monroe. So again, so far so good from what we've heard in Ouachita Parish, and with the warning popping off as well. Perhaps we could send everybody back to programming here in the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Yep, and we're just going to take a look at what we got going on so far. Jared, I think I'm going to take a wide look at everything.
And when you're ready, you can go ahead and send everybody back. I'm going to go ahead and let everybody know, and I would say let's wrap it up in the next 90 seconds.
All right, sounds good. And I'm just going to take a brief look at what we're seeing across the area, across live storm tracker Doppler radar. And again, so this is just the first cluster of storms that we saw. A lot of this other activity is just now moving into the area. The big question is what we see later on this evening. Obviously, that cold front's not going to pass or finish passing over the next several hours, likely not seeing that severe weather threat wrap up until sometime into Tuesday. So, folks, make sure you have a way of receiving severe weather alerts. We're going to go ahead and send you back to regularly scheduled programming. Thanks.
A warning that goes until 8 o'clock, so about another 13 minutes or so. And there's that area of rotation that we'll be watching. So there's the severe thunderstorm threat. And we'll take a look here at, yeah, there you got it right there, tornado warning until 8 o'clock. So we'll take a look again at Mega Doppler, see what that circulation's doing. And boy, it's amazing how quickly this system evolves and then starts to fall apart again. And so that's looking like the case with this system. But I can't drop off the tornado warning until I think it's totally clear to do that, even though it goes until 8 o'clock. So again, just to recap, if you're just tuning in, I know we're covering up your programming. We do have a tornado warning that's including our weather coverage, and it's in western sections of our weather coverage area in Sequoyah County in eastern Oklahoma. And that area of circulation is something to watch south of Marble City. It's increasing a little bit, then it decreases, it cycles up, and then one thing we'll have to watch is this area near Greasy as it moves northeast. And this is, by the way, in southern Adair County. There's a severe thunderstorm warning. Does that have a tornado possible tag on it too? Let's see. I wouldn't doubt if it does in this type of environment. No, it just looks like it's radar indicated with no tornado possible tag. So, but that little area, what we call an inflow notch, we'll have to watch as that tracks to the northeast. Why don't we put on weather 2? We'll zoom in. We'll do another storm track. We'll let people know exactly where this is headed. So first of all, the area of circulation moving east-northeast.
It's going to be not impacting Fort Smith, Van Buren, Muldrow. Those are all going to be south of the circulation and south of the storm. Uniontown at 822, Natural Dam 829, Lee Creek 836, Mountainburg as it makes its way into Crawford County. It's going to be about 854. So about a little over an hour from now as that storm's moving east-northeast at about 40 miles an hour. And then the north end of the storm, let's draw a storm track on that little area of what we call an inflow notch. I'll continue to watch that on Heil Heating Cooling Mega Doppler. But there's the track on that Josh is putting up. And that's moving in a northeasterly direction. And there you can see some of the areas that are going to be impacted by that in southwestern Washington County. Evansville, as well as Zion, Morrow, those areas will continue as it moves northeast. We'll see if it makes it into the Fayetteville area. The moment, Prairie Grove, 854. Just kind of giving you a heads up on this in advance, in case you're watching this and on this storm. But we've broke into your television coverage just because of that tornado warning that goes until 8 o'clock for Sequoyah County. So any new information coming out from the National Weather Service out of Tulsa. And Little Rock, man, they had their hands full too with this storm as it popped up rapidly over Jesseville. That really happened fast.
Yeah, absolutely. It just shows how quickly things can change, especially in an environment like this. And that's why we're keeping ourselves on our toes right now, because again, these things can rapidly change. I know we had that rain earlier today, but again, we still have that environment in place that is favorable for tornadoes in some locations in northwest Arkansas and the River Valley. Now, we did get an update on the tornado warning, Dan. It's not going to be allowed to expire. It continues until 8 o'clock. However, they're going to continue to watch the latest trends on this storm. Again, it's kind of borderline right now. It's weakened considerably, but it's still hanging on just enough that they're going to keep that tornado warning until 8 o'clock at the least, and then they'll reevaluate that and see if they'll issue another tornado warning for western portions of Arkansas.
And here's the deal too, Josh. I got a different radar site from Tulsa that has a little bit higher up of the storm. And you can see definitely the circulation, what we call a coupler. Let's go to Weather 2 if we can, Josh. And yeah, there it is. You can see that circulation. Let me show you the difference. So this is from the Tulsa radar. As you can see, those red colors, rain moving away from the radar, because the radar is located on the upper left-hand portion of your TV screen or your tablet or wherever you're watching the severe weather coverage on. The green colors, rain moving towards, or precipitation moving towards the radar. So there's your circulation in association with this. If we back it up a little bit, you can still see it's hanging on, and you can't just continue to not pay attention to that. Now, over the last maybe the couple of scans, you can see it starting to weaken and become a little bit more elongated and a little bit more broad, as we mentioned. Then we look at the Fort Smith radar, and you'll notice there's the storm, and we look at the circulation, and you can see it has a totally different look to it. It's still there, but it's more elongated. So maybe not as much low-level rotation, which of course is important for tornado potential, not as much tight low-level rotation, but from the Tulsa radar, you can see that mid-level circulation still very apparent, what we call the mesocyclone. The mesocyclone is a rotating updraft, long-lived, sustained rotating updraft. So now here we are close to 8 o'clock. Hopefully this warning expires. We can get you back to programming. Again, hopefully you can watch that whole programming on Peacock streaming services. I know that they'll offer that, and that is all free, by the way, if you just sign up for that, and they'll show those shows again. But here's a look at what's happening again on Mega Doppler. Circulation still elongated, still showing up, but just missing that ingredient. I think that ingredient is storm motion with the wind shear, and then also the amount of low-level instability just because we had that cloud cover and rain during the afternoon.
Let me tell you what, though, Dan, the models did a tremendous job.
They really did,
with the convection and what its role would be in this severe weather risk. Because we saw on the HRRR, for example, that instability just kind of get sucked away early this morning on the models because of that morning convection. And
for the afternoon and evening, that's
hours.
Exactly what happened.
Because those parameters and those the more favorable wind shear wasn't going to come in until around this time. But it wouldn't matter if the instability was sucked dry, and that seems like what's happened. We've got those little pockets of higher instability, but it's not sustained enough that these tornadoes can actually, touch the ground and cause damage.
Yeah.
At least at this current time.
At this current time, but as we go throughout the night, that moisture, the instability continues to try to increase, but temperatures are still cool too because it's at night. It's always a constant, you know, just real dynamic and really challenging environment. And when we're 2-3 days out, we can't detect when those thunderstorms will develop, which is why you got to have the higher resolution models, and then we can start giving you fine details on the timing and all that stuff. But so just again, taking a look at the latest update, we got a new radar scan just south of Greasy and just to the west of Brushy. There's that storm that's moving northeast now, just about to cross Highway 59. A little bit of a circulation there located just to the west of Brushy. And then as we make our way north of that, you can see that storm in southern Adair County that has a little bit of that circulation, and also a little bit of a heavier rain core too, with some small hail towards Cherry Tree. So 5 more minutes here with that tornado warning, and we'll let it expire. We'll continue our weather coverage just to let you know on streaming, whether that would be on our website, KNWA.com, also on Facebook Live if you want to care to comment. We'll answer those comments as we get back to non-television coverage, but we'll continue to watch that closely. So just to sum up, tornado warning until 8 o'clock if you're just tuning in. We are covering up your programming. This does include Sequoyah County. Sequoyah County is being impacted by this storm. Also Adair County under a severe thunderstorm warning with that southern end of the cell. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, all possible. Remember, strong damaging winds can also occur from these storms. And making our way back up in northwest Arkansas, it's kind of a noisy one for some of you folks with those storms, and maybe a little bit of an isolated cell there, but we look at the circulation and it just doesn't show up as much, and that's because those ingredients just aren't there. Also, too, look at the lack of lightning, Josh. You can see very little lightning. That's all about that stability. The higher the stability, meaning the more stable it is, the less the thunderstorm will be. And that's exactly what we have right now.
Yeah, one of the telltale signs, you know, when I've been storm chasing and stuff like that, I've learned, and you know as well, Dan, is a lot of lightning, a lot of those positive lightning bolts happen in those storms that are intensifying. And you're not seeing that in those storms in northwest Arkansas. Now in the River Valley, you scroll down just a little bit more here and you can see quite a bit more lightning with those thunderstorms there. That means those storms are a lot more intense, and they're, you know, continuing to be in, they continue to have that threat for tornadoes. So that's why in northwest Arkansas, where that instability got sapped earlier today, those storms really aren't taking off right now.
I think at this point, Josh, I don't think this storm's going to tornado within the next 5 minutes. There's a little bit of a circulation in southern Adair County, but it's nothing we can't cover on TV. Originally, that storm was looking a little more intense. But if it does ramp up and increase in intensity, we'll let you know about it. But for now, we're going to return you right back to your programming before this tornado warning expires. If you want to continue watching severe weather coverage, just go to our website, KNWA.com. Also on Facebook Live, many different Facebook avenues. And keep you here with your weather authority, and we'll keep you safe.
Now.
Coming in for you guys. West Fork, heavy rain just kind of scooting around the area. Rain could fall at any time for some of us, depending on where you live and kind of what mountain ridge you live on in parts of West Fork south to Winslow and Chester. That's where we've got some more good downpours. But right now, the active warnings include southern portions of Adair County from Stillwell south to Greasy, powerful storm with gusty winds and some pockets of hail. Sometimes we've had pockets of hail up to quarter sized, and we've had more reports across Oklahoma earlier this evening. And then still we have that tornado warning time right now, 7:58, just 2 minutes until we hit the expiration time for this tornado warning. But we'll watch. If this goes ahead and is expired, we're going to take a quick pause, and then we'll hop back on as more storms cross into Arkansas, and we kind of show just an area-wide view Zach, do you got anything before we watch this storm and get the update here in about 2 minutes?
Yeah, I'm watching that storm to the north there a little bit, and Stephen Abshire and Stephen Elmore have been watching it as well. It has tried to tighten up a little bit. You can kind of see the hook there just to the south, or I shouldn't say a hook, but it's a broken line. So again, you have to watch those southern ends, and you were saying this just a little bit ago, that you kind of have to watch the southern ends of these lines, but there has been some at times, maybe some weak rotation that's tried to get going there south and southeast of Siloam Springs. Here's a look at the hail tracker real quick for the storm that is in Benton County. Again, showing maybe some very small pea-sized hail out in eastern Oklahoma. We'll watch to see if those hail cores can continue to track in this way. Here's what I've been watching. Again, at times it's tried to get going, and that's what it looks like on some of those other storms in Oklahoma. At times it starts out a little broad, gets a little bit tighter, so that's an area that we want to watch. Again, this storm is not warned, but the storm further off towards the south is, and I'll give you the latest track on that I have for you. Again, severe thunderstorm warning coming out of Adair County, moving off towards the northeast. I've tracked it all the way out to Lincoln, 807, Prairie Grove, 817, 823, Farmington, 830. If it holds together to the northeast around 45 miles per hour, it would be moving into the Fayetteville area again around 830. Potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and up to quarter-size hail. Matt?
Looks like they're expiring that tornado warning. You'll see eventually it drop off. What they've done instead is issue a severe thunderstorm warning for the southern end of that complex as it's moving towards the north and east right now. So still some rotation, just not as impressive. That's what's going on with a lot of these storms. There's rotation, you can see it spinning a little bit. We can go ahead and switch things back over to the velocity where we analyze just the winds of the storms. And you can see all these little pockets that you think, Matt, what's going on there? Zach, what's that? You've got pockets of rotation. They're just a bit weak right now, but who's to say here in the next 5 minutes or so they may strengthen up, because overall we continue to watch that south wind move in and help bring more unstable air. I think we got an update from the National Weather Service kind of looking at some of that, we call it instability, basically fuel for these storms as they come in. We still have the potential for some rotation as these storms move east, because we haven't had very many spinning thunderstorms yet over Washington County and northern Crawford County. If this thing can tap into some of that, we'll get more of a couplet again. We'll get another tornado warning. So that's something you got to look out for. If you live in Washington County, just want to stay weather aware. You see the tornado warning drop now. Now you just have the severe thunderstorm warning. You kind of got two, but really one, including from Stillwell south to about Brushy, there on Highway 59, north of the Dollar General from Brushy, headed north eventually into parts of Adair County. Good amount of lightning on this storm. But once again, rotation weak. We just got a new scan in. We continue to watch some of these. You know, we've got general rotation. At any time, some of these could try to spin up just a little bit more. But we're watching the storm. You see that right there? We see this kind of moving north and east. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and pause. We're going to regroup as a weather team. As soon as tornado warnings, we'll hop back on. We'll probably hop on our digital platforms here soon as we watch general thunderstorms. But necessarily, if you're watching on TV, on 5 News, we're only be cutting in when we've got those tornado warnings. Right now, just a severe thunderstorm warning. These things could spin up at any time. Make sure you keep it local, keep it here. As always, we'll keep you advised.
The National Weather Service in Shreveport has issued a flash flood warning for western Columbia County in southwestern Arkansas, south central Lafayette County in southwestern Arkansas, northwestern Bossier Parish in northwestern Louisiana, northwestern Caddo Parish in northwestern Louisiana, northwestern Webster Parish in northwestern Louisiana, until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 7:55 p.m. Central Standard Time, law enforcement has reported thunderstorms producing heavy rain. Highway 53 across Walker Creek in southeastern Lafayette County has been closed due to flooding. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts up to 1 inch are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is already occurring. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: public reported. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets and underpasses as well as drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Magnolia, Spring Hill, Waldo, McNeil, Plain Dealing, Mooringsport, Taylor, Belcher, Gilliam, Bussey, Smithland, Bollinger, State Line, Alden Bridge, Cabot and Dixie. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time for the following parishes in Louisiana: Bossier, Caddo and Webster, and the following counties in Arkansas, Columbia and Lafayette. The National Weather Service in Shreveport has issued a flash flood warning for western Columbia County in southwestern Arkansas, south central Lafayette County in southwestern Arkansas, northwestern Bossier Parish in northwestern Louisiana, Caddo Parish in northwestern Louisiana, northwestern Webster Parish in northwestern Louisiana, until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 7:55 p.m. Central Standard Time, law enforcement has reported thunderstorms producing heavy rain. Highway 53 across Walker Creek in southeastern Lafayette County has been closed due to flooding. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts up to 1 inch are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is already occurring. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: public reported. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets and underpasses as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Spring Hill, Waldo, McNeil, Plain Dealing, Mooringsport, Taylor, Belcher, Gilliam, Bussey, Smithland, Bollinger, State Line, Alden Bridge, Cabot and Dixie. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time for the following parishes in Louisiana: Bossier, Caddo and Webster, and the following counties in Arkansas, Columbia and Lafayette. National Weather Service in Shreveport has issued a flash flood warning for western Columbia County in southwestern Arkansas, south central Lafayette County in southwestern Arkansas, northwestern Bossier Parish in northwestern Louisiana, northwestern Caddo Parish in northwestern Louisiana, northwestern Webster Parish in northwestern Louisiana, until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 7:55 p.m. Central Standard Time, law enforcement has reported thunderstorms producing heavy rain. Highway 53 across Walker Creek in southeastern Lafayette County has been closed due to flooding. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts up to 1 inch are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is already occurring. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: public reported. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Magnolia, Spring Hill, Waldo, McNeil, Plain Dealing, Mooringsport, Taylor, Belcher, Gilliam, Bussey, Smithland, Bollinger, State Line, Alden Bridge, Cabot and Dixie. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 11 p.m. Central Standard Time for the following parishes in Louisiana: Bossier, Caddo and Webster, and the following counties in Arkansas, Columbia and Lafayette. National Weather Service in Shreveport has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Webster Parish in northwestern Louisiana, southeastern Caddo Parish in northwestern Louisiana, southwestern Claiborne Parish in northwestern Louisiana, central Bienville Parish in northwestern Louisiana, southeastern Bossier Parish in northwestern Louisiana, until 8:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 7:56 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Dixie into near Sibley to 8 miles south of Boylan to 13 miles west of Ringgold to 11 miles northeast of Mansfield, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and penny-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expects damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Minden, Homer, Houghton, Arcadia, Ringgold, Sibley, Gippsland, Boylan, Dubberly, Dixien, Heflin, Castor, Athens, Bienville, Lisbon, Jamestown, Bryce Ellen, Mount Lebanon, Curtis, and Plum Orchard Landing. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. A tornado watch remains in effect until 9 p.m. Central Standard Time for north central and northwestern Louisiana. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 8:45 p.m. Central Standard Time for the following parishes in Louisiana: Bienville, Bossier, Caddo, Claiborne, and Webster. Service in Little Rock has extended the flash flood warning for northeastern White County in central Arkansas, Jackson County in eastern Arkansas, Lawrence County in eastern Arkansas, Randolph County in eastern Arkansas, northern Woodruff County in eastern Arkansas, eastern Cleburne County in north central Arkansas, Independence County in north central Arkansas, southeastern Izard County in north central Arkansas, Sharp County in north central Arkansas, until 10:35 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 8:21 p.m. Central Standard Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 2 and 4 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 3 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is already occurring. Several roads in the warned area are underwater and impassable. Even though the precipitation rates have decreased across the area, the water will need time to run off. Several area roads are underwater and impassable. Several roads are underwater and closed across the area. While precipitation has tapered off in some areas, water will still need time to recede. Hazard, flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source, radar. Impact, flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads. Please report observed flooding to local emergency services or law enforcement and request they pass this information to the National Weather Service in Jackson has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Ashley County in southeastern Arkansas, eastern Morehouse Parish in northeastern Louisiana, northern West Carroll Parish in northeastern Louisiana, until 9:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 8:27 p.m. Central Standard Time, a severe thunderstorm was located near Galleon, or 13 miles east of Bastrop, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. This severe thunderstorm will be near Jones around 8:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. Wilmot around 9 p.m. Central Standard Time. Other locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm include Mer Rouge and Bonita. A tornado watch remains in effect until 3 a.m. Central Standard Time for southeastern Arkansas and Nona. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 9:30 p.m. Central Standard Time for the following parishes in Louisiana: Morehouse and West Carroll. The National Weather Service in Shreveport has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Union County, western Union Parish, eastern Claiborne Parish, and northwestern Louisiana, northwestern Lincoln Parish, until 9:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 8:27 p.m. Central Standard Time, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Junction City to 10 miles northwest of Cooley to 9 miles west of Bernice to 10 miles southeast of Homer to near Gippsland to near Deverly, moving east at 50 miles per hour. Hazard, 60 miles per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. Source, radar indicated. Impact, expects damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include Junction City, Bernice, Urbana, Lawson, Cooley, Duboc, Lisbon, Scaresville, Lilly, Antioch, Orel, Mount Zion, Taylorville, Summerfield, Hillsboro, Corny Lake, Lockhart, Corinth, Shiloh, and Unionville. A tornado watch remains in effect until 9 p.m. Central Standard Time for south central and southwestern Arkansas and north central and northwestern Louisiana. For your interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Torrential rainfall is occurring with these storms and may lead to flash flooding. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Repeating, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued until 9:15 p.m. Central Standard Time for the following county, Union, Arkansas, and the following parishes in Louisiana: Claiborne, Lincoln, and Union.
reset the view, but just want to give you folks a heads up here. Jewel to Horatio to Locksburg, Arkansas. Tornado warning has been issued, and you do need to go ahead and be seeking shelter for the possibility of a tornado. But Austin, let's put it on reflectivity. I just want to show folks what the big picture is going on here across the area. So we've got this severe thunderstorm moving through parts of southwest Arkansas. We have other storms that are ongoing across other parts of the area, and there have been some storms also in East Texas, in Shelby County. Showing some signs of rotation. We've been watching that as well. Primarily, it's been a lot of heavy rainfall showing up here over the last few hours, but occasionally some of these storms are showing signs of rotation. And again, the one here in southwest Arkansas is the one of most concern right now. Very heavy rainfall, though, coming in through the Shreveport area. You're probably hearing that along with the thunder and lightning. At the moment, nothing is severe impacting Shreveport, Bossier, but dumping some very heavy rainfall. Again, this is our tornado warned storm, likely going to pass south of DeQueen, at least the tornadic part of the storm potentially, but tracking here through Sevier County and eventually heading into Howard County. So this could be going maybe near you folks in Dirks, Arkansas before it is all said and done. We do remain under a tornado watch. The entire Arklatex goes until 9. Do not have an update yet from the National Weather Service if they are going to put out a new tornado watch for the area to replace the one expiring here at the top of the hour. So we will let you know about that. But again, seeing circulation showing up here near Horatio to perhaps just south of DeQueen, Arkansas. They've kind of highlighted this whole area. A couple spots where we're seeing spin in the storm. Near DeQueen and also back over here towards Jewel, Arkansas, and this entire area working its way off to the north and to the east with, again, the possibility of a tornado. Nothing, though, that has been confirmed. This tornado warning does go until 9:30 this evening. So this warning actually goes out a pretty good length of time. So we'll have to wait and see if this does continue to maintain itself with the circulation here. But if you are in particularly now Sevier County in Arkansas, heading over towards Howard County, anywhere from, we'll say, near Horatio to DeQueen, over towards Dirks, Arkansas, Locksburg, Arkansas as well, be headed to your tornado shelter for, again, possibility of a tornado out of the storm. Austin, let's again show the big view and everything that we have going on. This is really kind of a storm by itself there in southwest Arkansas. And then other parts of the Arklatex, and we might need to take the lightning off of here so we can see the radar a little bit better. But very electrical storms out there as well. Again, heavy rain moving in through the Shreveport area. Other bands of storms back here into parts of East Texas. And we continue with some strong thunderstorm activity, which is moving its way through Claiborne Parish. Got a little bit of a lull out there. We had, of course, some severe weather earlier, some tornado warnings through the late afternoon hours, and then that activity kind of moved out of the Arklatex, but renewed storm development here across a large part of the area, and at least the atmosphere is still somewhat favorable that we are occasionally seeing some rotation showing up with some of these thunderstorms as they are tracking on through. And again, tornado watch in effect for another 15 minutes. I'm kind of thinking that may be extended, even though we've not had a lot of severe weather we've been tracking here in recent hours. Still enough going on in the atmosphere that could continue to support perhaps some isolated severe weather for at least a little bit longer into the evening hours. Other thing I want to point out here, we've had a lot of heavy rain. You know that if you've been seeing and hearing the thunderstorms move on through. All these green stripes that you see here on the map, one of them just dropped off, but these are all flash flood warnings. So that has been a problem as well. I've seen numerous reports of some flooded roadways, water on the roadways, some high water, and these storms, basically as they're moving through, very prolific rain producers. So they are dumping a lot of rain in a short period of time. All right, and here's the updates. Yes, a new tornado watch will be coming out for portions of our area, including deep East Texas and into northwest Louisiana and southwest Arkansas. So that's going to be forthcoming. Another tornado watch will be issued that will likely take us through the rest of this evening and perhaps in through some of the overnight hours as well. So even though the last few hours we've not had a whole lot of active weather, had a couple severe thunderstorm warnings, we're still not out of the woods yet, at least for the threat of tornadoes with these storms as we head through the rest of this evening. Again, the one of most concern is up here into parts of southwest Arkansas. So Austin, let's go ahead and zoom back in there and get the latest scan update, checking out the wind velocity and where we're seeing circulation out of this particular thunderstorm, probably here in the vicinity of DeQueen. It's not particularly well defined, at least concentrated in one area, but the rotation is definitely there. Looking at the wind velocity and just reminding you what the color scheme means, we're using the radar out of Shreveport, which is to the south. The green color blowing toward the radar. Reds indicate winds blowing away from the radar. So you get this sense of circulation showing up here in the vicinity of...
We're all seeing it.
Prices keep rising across the Arklatex. How can you stretch your dollar farther?
Everyone's impacted, whether you're tracking investments or just trying to feed your family. It's harder. So we're studying the economy and getting answers.
There's a lot to get up to in the mornings.
And you need a team that
also remain a concern. We do have a flood watch in effect for all of the Arklatex during the nighttime hours tonight. Now, as far as the tornado watch, it remains in effect until 9 p.m. Chances are we might see the western, say northwestern half of this maybe get expired as of 9 p.m. This will expire in the next 15 minutes. It is possible we could see this extended for much of the Arklatex into the nighttime hours tonight.
And it will be extended until 3 a.m.
3 a.m. Thanks, Josh. That's the information I hadn't seen yet. So this will be, but we don't know exactly the extent of how much of this watch will be extended. It may not include the entire Arklatex, but still, we'll let you know when we get past 9 o'clock here this evening as far as the extension of this tornado watch across the area. So again, two concerns: the possibility here over the next several hours that we could see a quick rotating storm, possibly a tornado or two across the area, but the more widespread issue actually could eventually come from the very heavy rains which will continue to fall, especially across the southwestern half or southeastern half of the Arklatex. You can see as we look at the radar here that most of the heavy rain is in East Texas, northwest Louisiana right now. And again, these cells, as I put these clusters of storms, as you can see here, are moving towards the north and east. So all of this, you can see how the extent, the motion that this is moving. So we're going to see some very heavy rain. This cluster
Well, folks, this is NBC 10 and Fox 14 studio meteorologist Walker Snowden alongside Chief Meteorologist Jared Floyd, cutting back into programming this evening with another tornado warning issued until 9:30 for portions of Union County and Union Parish. Now, this is the current tornado warning that we were just issued. We're going to go ahead and take a look at some of the reflectivity. That's what we're currently looking at, the heavy rainfall starting to move in. But as we take a look at the circulation, we're getting another sweep of the radar here around at the live storm tracker Doppler radar here in the West Monroe studios. And again, that potential circulation right around this general location that I'm circling on the screen here.
And to give you a little bit of an actual, and it's back to the southwest a little bit more, I think, Walker, back right close to the beginning of the warning polygon, but just a little bit of background information. This is a tornado warning issued for portions of Union County and Union Parish until 9:30. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Junction City, moving northeast at 50. And again, also on that note, the National Weather Service in Shreveport acknowledges that this is an anticyclonic rotation with this tornado. For those that don't know what that means, most storms, tornadoes rotate cyclonically, counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere, and this one is actually rotating the other way. And I think less than 1% of tornadoes or something along those lines are anticyclonic. Now, it's still a dangerous storm. You need to be sheltered and in your interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. This is a storm, like I said, near Junction City, near Spearsville, moving to the northeast. It does not include El Dorado, but you folks need to be sheltered just in case.
Right, this tornado warning does include the strong area. You're noticing that rotation right along the state line as of this point. That's why it's issued for Union County as well as Union Parish, because it's expected to eventually traverse that line. And as we get a little bit closer here and look at some of, we just got a new radar scan.
Yeah, right near the Lockhart community, which is, if you think of Iron Mountain Road and some of those areas going back toward El Dorado, this is going to be right along the state line and moving into southern Arkansas now, out of Rum Center and Taylortown areas and some of those spots right along the state line. So again, southern sections of Union Parish, or Union County, you guys need to be in your safe place.
You can see Blanchard screen. You can see Blanchard Springs, excuse me, on the west side of your screen there. And again, that's going to be just to the west of this circulation that we're monitoring. And it's right along the state line now. And so if you're familiar with this location, if you're somewhere near the Blanchard Springs area, they are included in this tornado warning. So folks, you need to go ahead and get into your safe place. Excuse me, just having a little bit of trouble clearing my throat.
Yeah, you're good, Walker. And like I said, I just want to kind of resume for folks. In fact, if we could, really quickly, let me get it loaded up real quick.
Sure.
And then we'll go from there. If we can take links to here in just a second, there's our El Dorado tower cam. Looks like it may be switched over to black and white. I don't know why, but again, winds are out of the south-southeast at 16 miles an hour in El Dorado. I believe that vantage point is looking south. Can't really see anything, but again, just wanted to kind of look at that tower cam just to see if we could see anything. But again, a reminder, tornado warning in effect right along state line, so be in your safe place now.
And that's right. So again, what we've seen so far is this is another cluster of storms that's just entered the area. So just a few hours ago, I want to even say maybe just an hour ago, we did have several tornado warnings move through the Ouachita Parish region, things of that sort. That same system is still out to the east with a severe thunderstorm warning, and all of this activity is new and is likely going to continue moving into the area. Again, the cold front that's moving and stirring all this activity is not expected to completely pass the area until potentially very late tonight, and really it's just early tomorrow morning, and maybe even through the afternoon as well, at least for folks right along the Mississippi Valley. And so our potential circulation is still situated right along the state line as of this point. Again, folks in Strong is still included in that tornado warning, and you can kind of see things getting a little bit more messy here, so to speak, Jared, and I think that circulation maybe even just broken up.
Well, and there's also some areas we may actually be seeing multiple circulations within that little line segment. Again, this warning goes till 9:30. A new tornado watch is coming out, and it'll be released for a good chunk of the Ark-La-Tex region, I believe, until 3 a.m. So again, as Walker continues to mention that we will have more rounds of severe thunderstorms. In fact, if you want to take over, if we want to take links 2 for just a second, and I'm just going to kind of drive this from where I'm sitting, but there's another another tornado warning up near Howard and Sevier counties in western Arkansas. So just kind of be aware of the fact that this could be a prolonged night of kind of things pulsing up, and we have a couple of warnings, and then things kind of fizzle out and things get quiet. But as Walker mentioned, there's the reds and greens together. They're not as well defined as they were, but also keep in mind that this is an anticyclonic rotation, so it may not hang around for very long. Those typically tend to be a little bit more brief in their overall circulations. But where you saw that big bold shear line, where we're seeing those darker greens and things of that nature, this is an area that's still packing maybe some 60 or 70 mile-an-hour winds within that possible embedded tornado. So strong HUDIG areas along Highway 82. We were getting a couple of reports from El Dorado earlier, even though they weren't in the severe thunderstorm warning, of just some gusty winds in those spots. So again, just be mindful. Still waiting on the full information of who's going to be under that new tornado watch. But again, big focus right now is just making sure that folks strong and along Highway 82 are sheltered. So again, Walker, I'll go ahead and send it back to you.
And as of now, we do have a tornado watch in effect, 2 different ones for different timing. And so most of the northern ArkLaMiss areas, so I'm talking about South Arkansas, extreme northern portions of Louisiana, those are the folks likely seeing another tornado watch. And as mentioned, we could need more potentially depending on how this cold front treats us and how fast it moves through the area. But again, what they issued this tornado warning for was for an anticyclonic potential tornado, potential circulation there. And that looks to potentially fizzled out. Nonetheless, the reds and the greens are still here, and that warning goes into effect until 9:30. The time now is only 8:57. And the severe thunderstorm warning still encapsulates part of this tornado warning as well. So being in your safe place or being in shelter is going to be vital, especially anybody along this nice line of storms here. Because it's expected to bring some pretty heavy winds as well. We're going to head back over towards the radar, just the normal reflectivity, something that we're used to seeing. Yeah, instead of the reds and greens.
New watch is coming out while you reset that, and we'll talk more about that as we get more information. I think it's just getting kind of processed out by the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center and all that stuff. But and there's also a lot of flash flood warnings out. I know we haven't spent a lot of time talking about them, but we've seen a lot of rainfall across the area. Some spots have seen 3, 4, 5, 6 inches of rain from these storms, and more is on the way. If you can avoid travel at all costs tonight, this is just one of those nights it's best just to stay home.
Right, it's already almost pretty late anyway. We're almost close to the 9 o'clock time frame, 8:58 as of this point. So if you're joining us on Fox 14, you're expecting Fox 14 News at 9. This will likely take precedent over the first half of that, and depending on how the rest of the storms treats us, then potentially we could go back to regularly scheduled programming. And if you're on NBC 10, well, we're going to stay as long as we have some type of a tornado warning. There's where that potential inflow could be. As mentioned, it was originally anticyclonic. There's still some type of rotation going on. It's clearly still a strong thunderstorm, regardless of the threats that it currently looks to bring. And again, that circled area is right around where that rotation was. There's not too much for cities, at least showing up on my map because I'm not as zoomed in. But again, if you are in these locations within this red flashing box, you need to go ahead and be in your safe place. Go ahead, Jared.
Also on that note, just be aware that for our NBC viewers, we do have a Facebook Live up and running, and we tell you that only because this storm and the strong winds associated with it are going to head right toward Strong and HUDIG, right toward our transmitter site, and the strong gusty winds may kind of cause some havoc in terms of our over-the-air signals. So again, if you lose us and you're looking for weather information, you can either hop over to Fox 14 or you can join us on Facebook Live as long as we have tornado warnings present.
And as of now, there's not necessarily a distinct area of rotation, but if I can just point your attention to all this long stringing of red that you see and the stringing of green as well, that's going to be the straight line wind factor that could be there as well. And maybe this circulation on the back end trying to, fixate itself, get a little bit stronger, but nonetheless, the strong damaging wind potential and the radar indicated tornado still into effect. And again, this warning is not going to expire for another 30 minutes or so unless it's allowed to cancel early. That's still a possibility as well. But regardless of what happens with it, if you're within that severe thunderstorm warning, being in some type of a shelter is your best bet as well, because the straight line damaging wind threat could easily push over some limbs, some trees, things of that sort, even given the fact 60-mile-an-hour winds, I do believe that severe thunderstorm was issued for.
Right.
And so the heavy rain is obviously another threat. But here's the thing. If you get a tree, right, and it rains for hours and hours upon end, the trees can actually absorb more and more moisture. And the more rainfall they see and the more heavy winds they see, the more prone they are to falling over. So it really isn't helping us out seeing multiple rounds of rainfall. And a lot of people don't really think about the fact, well, if paper can soak up water, then so can trees. And so it's very common for the branches to get a little bit heavier the more rainfall you see. And so maybe even adding more rain and then a stronger wind threat could be somewhat problematic in terms of seeing limbs down and things of that sort. So just keep that in mind. And the roadways, we've seen numerous reports across the area. It's really just been, pick your area, so to speak, and seeing some heavy rainfall. So we've getting a lot of reports about street flooding and localized flooding, and so do be advised of that as well. This is stringing along pretty nicely here in terms of this same green line. That would be where this storm would be pushing along some of the strongest winds.
More of a, yeah, I was going to say a damaging wind signature. And on that note, while you're kind of pointing out some of those areas of strongest winds along Highway 82 and moving perhaps into southern Bradley County soon and right along the state line, that new tornado watch that's been issued, it includes a good chunk of our area: Columbia County, Union County, Bienville Parish, Lincoln Parish, Jackson Parish, Ouachita, Union, Wynn parishes, all those areas until 3 a.m. So again, it's going to be a late night, early morning for a lot of folks. The severe thunderstorm warning continues as well. Still lots of heavy rain. 14.5% of our customers in Union Parish now without power. 19.5% in Bastrop without power. 15% of our customers in Ashley County without power. Now the good news with that, as Walker kind of zooms back in on the tornado warning, the good news is that power has been restored relatively efficiently by our power crews. But I also want to preface that with more storms and lightning in the area, the power restoration may slow down. So again, be patient with that as we continue through the evening.
Right, if there's a present lightning threat, they obviously can't send folks up high in the sky to try to fix some of those downed power lines and things of that sort. It's another safety hazard for them as well, so you don't need anybody trying to climb some tall structure to try to fix something or put something back up when there's more lightning, and their life could obviously be put at risk as well. So there's been plenty of lightning, and speaking of which, I'm just going to briefly overlay it.
And that possible tornado now located near Strong, about 14 miles west of Huttig, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. Really speeding up now off to the north and east.
And there's plenty of lightning on the top half of this system, so that could be indicating this system, just the thunderstorm in general, is rather strong. Anything that you see with a lot of lightning typically means it's utilizing a lot of different energy, so to speak, at least in the least scientific way possible. We're going to head back into some of these, the reflectivity here, and see what we can see. And again, it would still be southwest of Strong as of this point. And I don't really have like a strong area of rotation, so to speak. I'm just going to circle a relatively broad area. This would be right around that area.
And the other kicker, again, is just the strong winds. Actually, yeah, I've got it on Shreveport. In fact, if we want to bounce over to Links 2 for just a second,
sure.
And I can circle it out. I've just got a better vantage point of where this circulation is, but it's this area just to the west of Strong along Highway 82. Again, just bear with us because NBC signal may get really rough here for a second. The Pigeon Hill Road area, Huttig Highway, Oakland Road, the Gardner community, Sandy Bend's up here on the top left-hand side of your screen. Here's the Strong Highway, which is Highway 82, going east of town. The Jones Lake Road community, the Jones Lake Cutoff Road area. These are all spots, again, being indicated by this possible tornado moving to the north and east. So interest along Highway 82, along and east of Strong. Get to your safe place.
As far as storms go for the rest of this evening, as mentioned, this is just another round of storms, so to speak, and it's really going to depend on the exact timing of that cold front, because we're not necessarily expecting the severe weather threat to even wrap up by 3 a.m., but obviously that's when the tornado watch goes until for most of the area. That does include folks along the eastern side of the Arklamas and the western side as well. There's still some interesting things that some of the computer models are trying to figure out with what we're expecting through the rest of the evening. So folks in this same Strong area, make sure that you stay in your safe place. I'm going to take off the lightning off the screen here. But in terms of what we're expecting with that cold front, it could be a nice concentric line of storms that moves through. Maybe we see a strong line capable of producing some damaging wind gusts, things of that sort. But there is also another possibility where we see these what we call discrete cells right along that cold front as well. And those are the ones that could potentially be a little bit more problematic in terms of trying to find another tornado, maybe something of that sort. So it's really all still up in the air of what we're expecting for the rest of this evening. It's just going to be a wait and see kind of game. But nonetheless, again, so that severe thunderstorm warning continues, as well as this tornado warning, and it goes until 9:30. The severe thunderstorm warning goes until 9:15, so another 10 minutes on that, and another 25 minutes for the tornado warning. And depending on how the rest of the circulation continues, it's really just looking to be a damaging wind factor. But with that in mind, obviously the radar indicated tornado is still there, so make sure you continue in your safe place. Folks around Strong in the Highway 82 region, it's just north of the state line. This is going to be in Union County, Arkansas. Again, that circulation was briefly along the state line in northern portions of Union Parish. It since then moved a little bit further north and east, and it actually trimmed some of that tornado warning, the original tornado warning, off there. I'm going to take a little bit of a back look. Again, there's another severe thunderstorm warning ongoing. I do believe that as my screen kind of just jumps around here, this was the original storm that we saw move through portions of Ouachita Parish that had a tornado warning associated with it.
Yeah, and I believe that severe thunderstorm warning's actually been canceled. I don't know why it hasn't disappeared off the screen. I'm not 100% on that, but we're having some data transmitting issues to it. No, actually, no, it's still in effect. I'm sorry. It's in effect till 9:30. So, yeah, that severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for Morehouse Parish, Ashley County, portions of...
They may cancel it early because it does look to be at least exiting that box also. So
yeah, it's possible. And also on that note, just again, for those that are just joining our coverage, maybe for the first time tonight, a lot of these storms have a history of producing wind damage. Mm-hmm. I know that we've had damage in Jonesboro or in and around the Jonesboro area. We can't really send crews to any general area just because of safety precautions at this point, because we've got more storms coming through, and we really don't honestly know where those storms are headed. So we're just going to kind of keep everybody in-house, and we'll kind of see when the light shines on all the damage after the fact. But we do know that these storms have a history of producing damage, a lot of wind damage, perhaps some tornadic damage, as Walker recircles that circulation south of Highway 82, moving right through the center part of that polygon, crossing Highway 82, and also Morehouse Parish has now been extended into a flash flood warning, which again is becoming an increasingly bigger concern for folks that are on the roadways tonight.
Once the ground gets saturated by one or two storms, it's basically got its fill, so to speak, with how much water that it can hold. And so if it can't hold any more water, well, the water's got to go somewhere. It becomes runoff and always flows into the low-lying areas. So maybe you're one folks, or you're familiar with your area being pretty prone to flooding, so to speak. And so that may be a concern for you later this evening if you see another round of some pretty heavy rainfall. But I do have this initial area circle where that potential rotation would be, but I just want to point out this long line here. So right along this line, likely seeing some pretty strong straight line winds around the Strong region. And again, that's where that potential tornado is, that circulation, but also that straight line wind factor is likely going to be pretty noisy as well. You mix in the fact with heavy rainfall. That's why you see the severe thunderstorm warning just to the west there as most of this activity starts to move out. But staying sheltered in place, being away from outside walls, windows, or doors, staying away from glass is probably one of the biggest concerns, especially in terms of damaging wind threats as well. But being inside, if you think about it, a lot of times most what happens to people's homes is they get damaged by some type of tree limb falling down, and that can happen with a tornado or a damaging wind threat, straight line damaging wind threat. So being inside and being in your most interior portion of your home is going to be your safest bet, regardless of whatever the risk actually is. And in terms of the flash flood threat, being out of those low-lying areas if you're one of the ones more prone to flooding. And I think a lot of us know who I'm talking about and know who you are, just given the circumstances. We obviously see a lot of heavy rains in these areas, and granted, we are in a river valley and to some degree, and so seeing that kind of pooling up is not necessarily uncommon. I'm going to head back over to reflectivity. and just
Yeah.
look at some of the rain at this point, Jared.
The spot's still just kind of right there along Highway 82, but again, I can't stress that an anticyclonic rotation like that can sometimes weaken pretty quickly.
Right.
So we're just going to kind of hang with the damaging wind aspect of this, along with, again, some torrential rainfall. And as Walker already mentioned, you saturate the root systems to these trees, and then you get a gust of wind. Sometimes it can even be non-severe. You can get a 40 or 45 mile an hour wind gust, and if it's soggy enough out there and you've seen enough rain, then trees, especially trees that may have been compromised in some way, they can come down and they can cause power outages and things of that nature. So again, that's another reason why we want people sheltered and indoors if they can. New severe thunderstorm warning out. This is going to include Bradley, Calhoun, and Drew counties till 10 p.m. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, basically upstream from all of the wind damage potential that we're seeing right now. 60 mile an hour winds and less than severe hail. So this is primarily just for the wind damage concerns, and so just kind of a secondary aside there as we continue to watch this tornado warning.
So the tornado warning, the apparent circulation, I circled right there. But again, you look at this severe thunderstorm warning and you notice where the green is. I'm just kind of lining up. This is the area that I'm talking about. So there's that potential tornado and there's the rest of that wind threat that persists. And that's the reason why that severe thunderstorm warning was issued. That's the reason this other severe thunderstorm warning was issued. And they've kind of just connected the two almost with this tornado warning. So you can kind of get the idea that this storm system is not just necessarily trying to put out a circulation, but just in general very strong. And as I mentioned beforehand, the lightning really helps paint a picture for you as well. Just looking all the lightning that's on the backside of this storm system, clearly very strong and likely having some pretty strong potential to even try to increase some of the wind speeds that it's trying to throw at people. So making sure you're in your safe place in the Bradley County area, as well as folks over in far western Drew County, that's going to be very important as well. We're going to take another close look at the circulation a little bit further south. I do believe that it's at least somewhat prevalent. You can kind of get an idea of what's going on here. This is where the circle is. That's where that potential tornado would be. It is getting awfully close to the edge of this box. And again, as long as we have some type of a tornado warning, we will stay on the air. So this warning goes until about 9:30. If this storm exits early and they need another warning, then they'll issue another one. Otherwise, they could potentially let this one continue until 9:30 tonight, or as a matter of fact, actually cancel it a little bit early, depending on what they're seeing. So they have a few different options here. But if that tornado is holding itself together, maybe a little bit further northeast of Strong, and that don't necessarily hold on to my circle here. If you're within that red flashing box, you need to be in your safe place. So folks east of Strong along Highway 82, just north of there and just south there, north of Huttig, you're going to want to go ahead and stay into your safe place as well. And I want to take a minute, back up just a little bit more and kind of get an idea of what we're expecting for the rest of this wind threat. And I'm going to draw another line. How widespread and a pretty long line of storms right here. This is the entire section. It spans all the way from just south of the state line there into Union Parish, all the way through Union County and all the way north of Bradley to near Warren. And so this entire line of storms is continuing to work its way east. You see all the lightning there. Clearly, it's a very strong storm, and lightning can oftentimes be an indicator it could be strengthening. And this is clearly, that's the reason why they have a severe thunderstorm warning issued for this storm.
And it continues. The severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near LaPile, 9 miles northwest of Huttig, moving northeast at 50. Again, moving quickly now off to the north and east. So again, getting now northeast of Strong by about, or excuse me, northwest of Huttig by about 9 miles. So you're in that spot right there.
Right.
Continuing to move off to the north and east. Again, north of Highway 82. But we'll be moving into a very awkward spot soon where the National Weather Service in Little Rock takes over Bradley County. The National Weather Service in Jackson takes over Ashley County. And this storm's going to move kind of right along 3 different jurisdictions. So again, whether we get a new tornado warning here, I just don't know. But it'll be crossing the Ouachita River here soon and into southern Bradley County and maybe even into northwestern sections of Ashley County.
So this line I drew here, you can see west, that's Shreveport. North, that's going to be Little Rock. And east, that's going to be Jackson. So this is just the tri-point of where those three National Weather Service offices butt up against each other. So it's kind of just a little bit of a, not necessarily semantics, so to speak, but they're going to have to communicate with each other and try to get things down as to what they're expecting, kind of passing it off, almost like hot potato, if you will. But
yeah, considering it's a weaker anticyclonic rotation, I would like to think that maybe we can get to 9:30 with just the one warning, but you know, it just depends on the storm. I mean, these storms themselves have just kind of had a mind on their own today.
Yeah, I completely agree, given the fact that a lot of these storms have somehow been able to persist, besides the fact they've been interrupted by other storms. So a lot of times one individual thunderstorm needs its space. It needs plenty of breathing room, so to speak. And so if you have two thunderstorms right next to each other and they're trying to be organized, if they're too close, they can actually interfere with each other. But that's not been an issue for a lot of these thunderstorms today. Things have been messy, but besides being messy, they've still been able to persist. So the severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for Union County is no longer in effect. Again, that tornado warning continues for another 15 minutes, only 9:15. It goes until 9:30. And this severe thunderstorm warning goes until 10 p.m. So this system is likely going to continue to stay strong, this specific thunderstorm, and we're seeing more storms behind it. So folks in South Arkansas that are potentially tuning into this coverage, you're not necessarily done with the severe threat even after we hop off the air, even after this specific area of thunderstorms starts to dissipate. We're expecting another round later on tonight, and I think you can really get that picture by seeing that flashing red box far northwest of a lot of our coverage area. That's really where most of the storms are really starting, that far west. And so it's really not been, we're seeing storms initiate into the area. We've been seeing storms enter the area and then go severe after the fact. So we have a lot of non-severe activity further west that could potentially go severe if the environment is going to allow it to be, if we have plenty of breathing room for energy and things of that sort. But again, that weak rotation, potentially just now exiting that box or right along the tornado warning and that severe thunderstorm warning. And that's why they have a tornado possible tag with this severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 10 p.m. So a tornado will continue to be possible, correct, Jared?
Yeah, I mean, and the other thing is that, you know, 60 and 70 and sometimes 80-mile-an-hour winds within these storms is, I just need folks to keep in mind that sometimes straight line winds can be stronger than a tornado. Sometimes we get these little weak tornadoes, these little EF zeros, and they have 70 and 80-mile-an-hour winds. Then we get straight line winds of 85 miles an hour, and they cause more damage. And folks, you know, again, you're talking about semantics. It's not, you're not worried about whether you got hit by a tornado or straight line winds. You just want everybody to be safe. So again, remain sheltered in these spots. Again, from eastern sections of Union County, but also, by the way, that severe thunderstorm warning for Ashley County and Morehouse Parish and West Carroll Parish, that has been canceled early, 13 minutes early to be exact. But again, the bigger takeaway from a night like tonight is it's just so absolutely miserable outside, so much heavy rainfall and lightning and the threat of multiple rounds of showers and thunderstorms that it just makes sense to avoid all travel if you can. I know some folks have to go to work or they have to, you know, seek medical treatment or whatever. You know, some people have to be out, but if you're just out joyriding, go home and just let these storms pass, because again, we could have multiple rounds of storms as we go through the night, and there could be some very dangerous heavy rainfall and flash flooding issues as the night progresses as well.
Most of the activity that you just see to the west near the Shreveport area is going to continue working its way east, and a lot of those areas have already seen plenty of rainfall today and will likely see more rounds of rain, and those could potentially be severe depending on how they organize themselves. So as I mentioned beforehand, a lot of this stuff is just entering the area, not necessarily getting started in the area. And if you look out west, you can really see where live storm tracker Doppler radar ends. There is more activity beyond it. You just can't see it because we have the power of the radar shrunk down so that we can look at some of the wind speeds and whatnot as well. But I'm going to look back into this storm system rather briefly.
You're going to be hard pressed to find anything, I think, at this point, Walker. I think that anticyclonic rotation moving farther and farther away from our radar site into, again, a less than favorable vantage point to see any kind of storm. For those that did get the tornado warning in Union Parish, you have been trimmed away and out of that tornado warning. You are no longer in it. but you are still under a tornado watch till 3 a.m. So as Walker continues to keep an eye on the circulation and how things are forming, just be mindful of the fact that, again, the severe weather threat is far from over, unfortunately, for a good chunk of the area.
And even with the watch ending at 3 a.m., that goes to say this, that if the tornado threat persists for areas just west of us, well, that likely means they're going to issue another watch. So it's going to be a wait-and-see game on how things look at around 3 a.m. and how the progress of that cold front is doing, how a lot of the health of those thunderstorms are looking at that time. Now, if things are weak, things of that sort, they may hold off on doing another watch. But most computer models don't put the entire cold front out of the area until sometime late in the afternoon on Tuesday, early to late afternoon, so 2 to 4 potentially. And so that could mean more severe problems for the eastern parts of the Arklamis as it's just trying to get out of the area. And maybe it even slows down more and allows for the western portions and folks in South Arkansas to see some type of a threat as well. But it doesn't really look like any type of circulation is within this box as of this point. I'm debating on whether or not they're going to actually let it expire at 9:30 or just cancel it about 10 minutes early or so, but this is your thunderstorm warning.
So tough to see anything right now. Again, remain sheltered. There's still the damaging wind signatures, some very heavy rainfall. And again, you don't want the storm to almost pass you and then something tragic happens. So again, stay sheltered, interior portion of your home, away from windows and doors. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. But along with that, there is still some torrential rainfall headed towards Strong and Huttig. Across it, you're up next. It stretches all the way southward toward Marion. I know a lot of folks in northern Union Parish are not under a severe thunderstorm warning or anything like that, but are probably about to run into another quick quarter of an inch of rainfall, if not more. The thunderstorm-driven rains continue to be a concern for a lot of areas as we go through the evening. And again, still several rounds of showers and storms to be had as Walker starts to look at, I believe the line is moving at about 35 miles per hour to the east. So that should give you some better vantage points about the arrival time of some of these storms. 9:32 and cross it, and Walker, you can take through the rest of it.
Yeah, about 9:46 for Hamburg, 10:15 for Parkdale, 10:15 also for Portland, and 10:16 for Montrose, and that'd be the farthest extent. That's just given the current speed of this system. Now, granted, if it actually decides to strengthen up a little bit, maybe it moves a little bit faster, and that could be a little bit sooner. So just based on around the 35-mile-an-hour time frame, and that's if the system stays as organized as it is. Now, as I mentioned beforehand, we looked at this little circulation that was ongoing. That's why they issued the tornado warning. But if I just briefly change back over to the velocity, you can still see that straight line wind threat is still there as well. And so that's kind of why I drew that line. It'd actually probably be a little bit better if I went right alongside it, but you can kind of get the gist if you follow the green all the way through Warren. So folks in Warren likely starting to see some pretty strong wind gusts through the area, as well as the heavy rainfall. Similarly for folks east in Bradley County, and as we work into Ashley, a lot of that rainfall has just yet been able to reach the county line, likely expecting it here over the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, unfortunately, you folks got a break, and now you're about to get another quick half inch, maybe a full inch of rainfall in some spots. These storms themselves are not moving ridiculously fast. I know the tornadic aspects of these storms moving quickly, but the storms themselves not moving quickly enough.
Right, I would definitely say stuck in the mud is the best way to describe a lot of the rainfall activity, because even with you seeing plenty of rain, your ground's saturated, there's really just nowhere for the water to go. It's going to have to go somewhere, and it's going to go to those low-lying areas and areas that are prone to flooding. And as mentioned, we have plenty of moisture to work with. We always talk about dew points. I know some folks aren't a big fan of dew points, but it really indicates how much moisture you have in the atmosphere. And when we see some type of severe threat like this with dew points in the mid-60s, that just means we have tons of moisture to work with. And so that helps the severe threat, but that's really what leads to the flash flood threat and the widespread heavy rainfall and the torrential rain that these thunderstorms are very easily able to produce. It's not like it takes them a whole lot to start squeegeeing or wringing out all the moisture in the atmosphere, if you will.
Again, a reminder that flash flood warnings are not populating on the screen. They would be in green, and in fact, I could populate them here in just a second to kind of give a broader view of just how much heavy rainfall we've been dealing with across the area. In fact, if y'all want to go over to links 2 very briefly, And this is a look at the flash flood warnings that are in effect in our area. So again, we have the one tornado warning, which I think it's on its way out. We'll continue to hang around while the warning is still in effect. But these are all these green boxes are different flash flood warnings. Areas that have seen 2, 3, 4 inches of rain and are leaving, have ponding on the roadways and things of that nature, some street flooding. Travel may or may not be treacherous, or if not impossible. There may be road closures. All of those types of things in those areas in green, make sure that you heed those as well. It's not just the severe weather aspect of things. We talked about the heavy rain as a severe weather kind of byproduct, if you will. So again, exercise caution if you're going to be out tonight or if you have to head in early tomorrow.
And so for those folks wondering what time you can expect something, I really don't have a straightforward answer for you, unfortunately, because it's going to depend on how things stay isolated or if they group up together a little bit better on that cold front. And as I mentioned, that's been a problem also, just trying to time the cold front, because over the last 48 hours, I'd say it's slowed down by a good 12 hours or so. When I was doing the forecast on Saturday, it looked like the threat may try to wrap up pretty early on Tuesday morning, maybe 6, maybe 7, and that cold front slowed down quite a bit, not expected to completely pass the area until late in the day on Tuesday, and that could spell more problems for folks right along the Mississippi Valley. I'm talking about folks in Madison Parish, Tensas. They're likely going to see the severe weather threat last. That's pretty typical because most of the time the severe weather moves from west to east. But with that being said, if you really haven't seen much for rain today, you're likely going to see some eventually.
Yeah, and that's the other thing that, you know, it's so common in our area that we have a big cold front sweep through and then the severe weather threat is over. That unfortunately is not going to be the case today. So again, that tornado warning remains in effect for about another 4 minutes or so. I was expecting to see it canceled early. It has not happened yet, so we'll continue to stick with it till 9:30. Just a quick planning and programming note: if this warning is canceled at 9:30 and we have no tornado warnings to go along with it, we will send KTVE, our NBC 10 viewers, back to programming very quickly. But also we will probably take a quick commercial break and then rejoin Fox 14 News at 9 in progress in some form. We'll try to get you some of the day's top headlines. So again, that's the plan here in the next 2 or 3 minutes as this tornado warning perhaps starts to wind down. But again, keep in mind the damaging wind risk east of Highway 63 moving into Ashley and Drew counties, southeastern Bradley County, and eastern Union County over the next 10 to 15 minutes.
This is likely the most misbehaving thunderstorm, if you'll just kind of humor me a little bit, that we have in the area right now. That's what we have in terms of severe thunderstorm warnings. We don't have another one besides the one ongoing for Bradley and Drew. And so just kind of heed the warnings. And again, it's problematic to have all the hazards that we have at the same time. Now, over the last couple of severe weather events, we really haven't seen as much of a prevalent flash flood risk as is currently happening, and that only can make things worse, especially for the damaging wind threat, because the more wet things are, or the wetter things are, that's going to mean the heavier branches, things of that sort, and so easier to top things over, if you will, just kind of push things over. It's a little bit heavier. As the saying goes, the bigger they are, the harder they fall kind of thing. But regardless, most of the heavy rain has just yet been able to reach Crossett. Most of it's just now entering the Ashley County line. Highway 82, a large portion of it likely has extremely low visibility, so trying to travel in between Crossett and El Dorado would likely be nearly impossible. Getting another radar swipe here, it's obviously not going to show too much for us. We're just sticking with the heavy rainfall and the likelihood of some very strong winds possible. I wouldn't be too surprised to maybe see another severe thunderstorm warning for Ashley County, so don't be too surprised if you get that alert pretty soon here, and it would likely be for that damaging wind threat that we've kind of seen trying to unfold on the radar here, at least looking at velocities, because the colors really just indicate the potential for some straight line winds as it kind of curves all the way through Warren and Bradley down to near Ashley and what you see just right around here.
Yeah, I just really don't see a whole lot that's tornadic there. But again, a reminder that you have that tornado warning back to the northwest, which is just kind of a sign of things to come, if you will, as we go through the rest of the overnight. That's not guaranteeing that we will see additional tornado warnings, but the tornado watch remains in effect until 3 a.m. So it's going to be a late night of at least weather watching for the ARCLMS. Have ways of receiving severe weather alerts, ways that will wake you up if need be. That circulation looks like it's starting to fester a little bit and maybe even trying to pick back up a little bit in eastern Union County from what we can see there south of Highway 82. But that would have to be a new center of circulation or a new a new area.
Yeah, I would say so, Jared.
I just don't think that's anything overly concerning, but heavy rainfall will remain a possibility. And if you do plan on going to bed tonight, have ways of receiving alerts that will wake you up, whether it be the NOAA weather radio. Those things can wake up anybody. Our KTVCKOD weather app, your EMS alerts, all those things, make sure that they are working and functioning properly.
Well, this tornado warning likely only goes for another minute or so, and probably less than that as of this point, 9:29. The warning cancels and expires at 9:30. I'm just going to take a brief look around the area, and just in case they get another tornado warning, going to keep an eye on that. But what you see out west there, that's only expected to continue to move in. If I take even a little bit bigger of a look, I know I'm kind of stretching things off here. You can see actually both tornado warnings just now canceled, Jared, the one that was northwest of us and the one that was in our area. And so before we send things back over to...
Dalvin, go ahead and send NBC back to programming. You guys are going to go back to programming rather abruptly. Everybody else will just kind of hang with us for right now. But let's go ahead and get our NBC viewers back to programming for at least a half hour or so. If we need to join you guys back in, then we will join you back in. Walker, you can kind of finish your spiel there for a second, and then we will take a brief commercial break here in just a second and get ready to resume Fox 14 News at 9. But I'll go ahead and let you finish your thought there.
Right, so this is one of the stronger thunderstorms that we have in South Arkansas, but all this activity still being pushed along by a cold front, so relatively disorganized, but some of these are still isolated, so we'll have to wait and see how the rest of these thunderstorms behave through the rest of this evening. But right after this commercial break, we'll likely start talking about weather for the rest of Fox 14 News at 9. So thank you, and back to regularly scheduled programming.
Going. Right now, nobody has 218 votes, which is the magic number, and I don't believe we're going to see that until January 3rd, and it'll take maybe even take a few ballots to shake that out.
If there's no majority winner after the first ballot, the House will continue voting until a clear leader is declared. No speaker vote has gone to a second ballot in 100 years. McCarthy can only afford to lose 4 votes. That means even embattled newly elected Congressman George Santos, accused of falsifying his resume, is needed by McCarthy.
They need George Santos's vote. Kevin McCarthy needs his vote in particular to become Speaker. It's a very narrow Republican majority.
When asked, outgoing House Speaker Nancy Pelosi said she hopes Republican infighting will not slow down the voting process.
I'm just hoping that on January 3rd that they'll be expeditiously able to elect a speaker so that we can get on with the work of the Congress.
Some might be surprised to know the Constitution does not require the House Speaker to be a member of Congress. In Washington, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Coming up next, we're going to have Walker and Jared back with some more weather. Stay with us.
This is Todd, and this is Sarah.
As of now, I do believe we're looking out of the National Weather Service out of Little Rock's radar, and I'm looking at some of their reflectivity right now. And again, where that potential tornado would actually be where you see this little inflow notch. It's just looking like it's about to pass through the Monticello area potentially. And so it is imperative for everyone in this area to go ahead and get into your safe place right now. So for folks that are on the north side or northeastern side within this tornado polygon of Drew County, you want to go ahead and be into your safe place as well. This through the course of the day, a lot of these storms are able to spin something up relatively quickly. That's what happened with this storm, and so potentially looking to hold on for a good bit of time as well. Now here's another thing. We haven't really seen much for activity in South Arkansas, and the little activity we did see was well to the west of Drew County. So there's still likely a lot of thunderstorm energy to be used here, plenty of moisture to work with, and so you can kind of see the dangerous situation that we're working with. We're going to head over to velocity, potentially see that rotation, and again, go ahead, Jared.
It's just to the southwest of Monticello, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So again, this is a very fast-moving possible tornado, and really there's a lot of areas within this line where you could probably say there's areas of rotation as well. Right. You know, we were in the middle of our Fox 14 newscast, which I'm going to be honest, Fox 14 in terms of viewing area doesn't really reach into Drew County, so we had to grab our NBC viewers and bring them back in because NBC is is obviously focused in the viewing area, covers more of South Arkansas. So wanted to get NBC back in, and I think our Facebook Live has just started back up again as well. Don't know how long this one's going to last,
right?
But you could see the strong wind signatures even on the northern edge of the county outside of the warning box. There's still some very, very strong to gusty, if not damaging winds, maybe 60 or 70 miles per hour within this line. And then there's that possible tornado as well, moving, it looks like kind of along 278 there, moving east out of Monticello.
Right, so as of now, you're kind of seeing the reds and the greens. There could be some type of a circulation embedded within this nice line here, but basically when you see the reds and the greens, that means there's enough movement that the radar is actually able to pick up a difference in the winds that you see here as opposed to the rest of the area. So there's likely a nice little strong line of winds, potentially 60, maybe even close to 70 miles an hour. But notice that the tornado warning also has severe thunderstorm warnings surrounding it. So you need to go ahead and be in your safe place regardless if you're within or near the Monticello area, if you're in the tornado warning, but also just to the north of the tornado warning and just south of it, it's going to have strong wind speeds associated as well. That means potential for limbs to go down, maybe even power lines. And again, the severe thunderstorm warning aspect, even non-severe winds can actually cause damage. And so only severe thunderstorm warnings having severe types of winds, it likely has a little bit stronger potential to do that. And so not only just the heavy rainfall potentially starting to move into the area, and so there's likely a lot of folks not seeing much for heavy rain just yet. That will change rather shortly. So I'm going to get a little bit closer. Maybe we can see something a little bit closer to the Monticello area.
Yeah, there's just a lot of areas of packing some very strong straight line winds within this this line, and then there's that tornado warning itself. This is one of those times where you almost want to tell folks in eastern Drew County. I know that this isn't a very highly populated area. Once you get east of Monticello, there's not a whole lot of big towns out there. But if you know folks that are east of Monticello along 278 or in these general areas, almost the entire line you could treat as a tornado warning.
And they just trimmed off part of that warning, Jared. I think I still have it circled right where I believe that it is. And so you're noticing some of these gray pixels up here and some gray pixels down here, not much for gray pixels here. So I know it literally coming down to a difference in singular pixels here, but there could likely still be some type of a circulation developed just to the east of Monticello. And regardless, as mentioned, Jared was just mentioning, there's still a very large wind threat along that entire line. And then maybe even other places where a circulation is trying to develop, because that's certainly still possible as well. No matter what the storm looks like or where the storm is, the entirety of the Arclymous has a favorable wind profile, and so everything's going to have the opportunity, some opportunity to try to spin up again, no matter the location or no matter what the tornado or the severe thunderstorm may look like. And so again, on the north side of this, where you're starting to see another little wobble, so to speak, a little bit of a kink in that line, likely starting to see some very strong wind gusts there as well. And I don't know if we had anything stronger other than 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts associated with that, Jared, no, with that warning.
I think that's pretty much all we have. Well, yeah, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, penny-sized hail, but certainly some 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts probably to be had there. And again, this storm is on the far northeastern reaches of our viewing area. We've already had storms on the far southwestern reaches of our viewing area, and we've already had them kind of everywhere in between. I just want to stress to folks that please don't let your guard down, because you're seeing storms in southeastern Arkansas, and you're going, okay, well, this is past us, it's east of us, and it's moving farther away. There's still a tornado watch in effect till 3 a.m., and this could be a late night of storm watching for a lot of folks.
And there's still plenty of activity out west. All it would take is a simple zoom out, which I probably will do here in a second. But again, the rest of this tornado warning continues for far northeastern portions of Drew County and actually extends a little bit out of our viewing area into Dacia County as well.
Deshay County,
Deshay, excuse me. And you can see Dumas as well as McGee and near those areas as well, not included in the tornado warning. But nonetheless, folks within this northeastern quadrant, if you know where they are and they're likely not awake, it's pretty late at night as it is, maybe you go ahead and shoot them a text, give them a call, wake them up and let them know that this nice line of storms is likely going to bring some damaging wind threat, but the potential for a tornado to potentially sustain itself within that box as well. So the time now 9:49, almost 9:50, and this tornado warning goes until 10:15. 10:15. So in the event that this is the only tornado warning we have, then the coverage ends at around 10:15. We'll likely send NBC viewers back to what's left potentially of NBC 10 News at 10.
Yeah, NBC viewers will be on NBC 10 News at 10. I just want to stress to folks too, these storms have a history of producing wind damage. It's not just the possibility. They have produced wind damage. We've got downed trees in the Jonesboro Hodge area. We have a lot of heavy rain returns. Obviously, it's not wind damage, but we have a lot of trees, power lines, things of that nature down across the area with more storms headed in as the night progresses. In fact, just quickly, I'm going to take a look at some of our power outages. And yeah, we do have an increase in power outages in Bradley County. Bradley County, 15% of the county without power right now. So is Ashley County. Morehouse Parish, 15.5%, 13.5% in Union County. So again, these storms have a history of downing trees, causing power interruptions and things of that nature. So just please be aware of that as the night progresses.
And I want to kind of highlight areas just on the north side of this tornado warning here where you're starting to see a little bit brighter green. There's going to be some strong winds there. So folks maybe getting our signal just north of Drew County there. There's likely some very potentially damaging wind gusts along that line. I'm going to zoom back into this tornado warning, and it's going to be we're going to be hard pressed to find anything specific, just given the fact that this is likely a quick spin up tornado within the line of storm. So those can be a little bit harder to find from time to time.
This is the area 16th section community. It's north of Highway 4. These are areas that saw tornadic activity a couple years ago. The Burton Lake Trail community, the Selma community, which is on the eastern side of the parish, the county. Those are all areas that could potentially be impacted by this quick-moving potentially tornadic storm. You can see those heavier, hotter reflectivities or velocities, maybe indicating a little bit of strengthening there.
Right, and so it's just to the west, the 16th section area, as well as Selma. And so you want to make sure that you're in your safe place. That's where that potential circulation could be. Again, it's a rough estimate. The circle is, you want to heed the warnings, not necessarily the circle, because I'm just circling the circulation. So make sure that you're in your safe place. Heavy rainfall likely going to start to pick up pretty soon here. Maybe you likely see a nice little gust of cold wind out of this thunderstorm ahead of it. So if you're outside, head inside. There's no reason to be outside. Even if you really haven't seen much for rain yet today, this is not going to be something that you want to stay outside for. Now, as for the rest of us across the area, there's still more thunderstorms out to the west, so it's not like this is just the only line of storms that we're seeing. There's plenty more activity out west that likely is going to have to be monitored, because as with everything that we've seen today, we first started cutting in at around 3:40 this afternoon, and in a blink we've seen numerous tornado warnings and done coverage for extensive periods of time. And so again, this tornado warning goes until 10:15. Time now only 9:52, so we're looking at a minimum of a little over 20 minutes here. At least that's the general method of thinking. And I really don't see this line trying to weaken down. As I mentioned before, there hasn't been a whole lot of activity in Drew County. So what would there have been to disturb the atmosphere, to take away some of the energy? Well, there's still plenty of energy for this storm system to use. So that's really my method of thinking there. I know a lot of folks in this area. So again, if you know anybody, go ahead and reach out to them. It's not a bad idea. I would be likely doing the same. And the strong wind signature still very prevalent. I'm going to kind of line it up here. It goes just north of Drew County all the way through that tornado warning, and just south. That would be the area that likely sees some of the stronger winds, along with some of the heavier rainfall and maybe even some hail as well. We've seen hail from time to time. We heard that earlier today at the West Monroe studios. And so if you can get some type of weak circulation going, such as this one, that's probably why they've issued a tornado warning. And I'm going to zoom back in. It does look to be a little bit stronger potentially. But the reason why those circulations, it kind of allows for that hail to be suspended in the air. So when you see a circulation, 9 times out of the 10, you can see a strong possibility of maybe even seeing some hail as well.
There's also the possibility, there's still some spots on the northern and southern edge that are also kind of doing their own little spins. Right. I wouldn't be surprised to maybe need a new tornado warning. That's in Lincoln County, southeastern Lincoln County, up near Star City. That's out of our viewing area, but farther southward, south and east of Monticello, there's also kind of a weird kind of southern tail end rotation.
Yeah, I think
spot.
I see where you're looking at.
You know, like I said, I think a lot of that's just going to be feedback just from the damaging wind aspects of this. So again, main focus is that area just north of 278, moving into the eastern sections of the county.
And so folks within Reed, you are included in that tornado warning, so you need to be in your safe place also. As mentioned, listen, folks, it's just this is how things have gone so far this evening. If you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, you want to take shelter because a tornado can produce 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds potentially, and it's a similar situation for damaging wind gusts. You could still see some strong winds, actually stronger than the weakest tornado, if you will. So it's going to cause damage almost no matter what, if it is severe, or at least have the possibility to. And I'm going to circle that rotation yet again. And it does look to be at least something there in terms of structure.
But and again, also wrapped in heavy rainfall. So again, we don't want your pictures, we don't want your storm reports. No. You know, as helpful as those are, we just want you safe. So just, you know, get somewhere where you can be safe and sheltered, and stay there until this threat ends. And I'm not saying you have to stay in your safe place all night, but we've got tornado watches till 3 a.m. It's going to be a late night for a lot of folks. You're just going to have to stay weather aware.
Yep, and again, I'm putting on the reflectivity here, so there's likely some light showers already impacting Reed, but the vast majority of the heavy rainfall is just now approaching this little bend here in 276. And so most of the heavy rain and most of the strong wind speeds have yet to pass through the majority of far northeastern Drew County. So you want to make sure that you're in your safe place, not out on the roadways. Maybe you have a late at night out and about. It's probably just a go ahead and a good time to head home. And hopefully there's no folks trying to travel out and about this evening. And yeah, Jared, I would agree with you that it's something on the north side of this circulation here where this little bend is just north of our area. They likely could potentially see some type of circulation.
Well, there's that new tornado warning that we were just talking about that's going to be for Arkansas, Deshae, Jefferson, and Lincoln counties. Those are all outside of our viewing area, but if you know somebody in the Dumas area or moving into portions of Arkansas, Deshae, Jefferson, and Lincoln counties, give them a call, let them know what's going on. We're going to stay focused on the southern edge storm. So if you see us not going into the northern edge, I'm going to be honest with you, that's the Little Rock DMA, actually may even be the Memphis DMA. I don't even know how it cuts off, but it's not our responsibility, unfortunately. Again, while that tornado warning is in effect, our focus is going to stay southward. A little update there. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Tiller, 11 miles south of Dumas, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour.
And this is not the only round that we are expecting. I got a couple different Facebook messages asking about the area and that specific type. As mentioned, until the final cold front, the last little bit moves through sometime tomorrow, that severe window is going to remain open. And so we're likely going to see some type of a lull late tonight, very late, more than likely early tomorrow morning, and then seeing more activity pick up as we get into the afternoon tomorrow. So it's going to be a wait and kind of see game. As Jared was just mentioning, those watches, the tornado watch goes until 3 a.m. And besides the tornado watch, we have aerial flash flood warnings across the area, as well as an aerial flood watch that goes until, I do believe, about 6 a.m. for western portions of the ArkLaMiss until midday, noon tomorrow for folks likely in Drew County. I do believe Drew County also under an aerial flood watch. A lot of heavy rainfall. We have plenty of moisture to work with, and so picking up a quick 2 inches, 1 to 2 inches from one storm is certainly in the realm of possibility. And then you had 3, 4 storms. All of a sudden, you've seen 3 to almost 6 inches of rain in a very short period of time. And once that rain falls, it really doesn't have any places to go if the trees are saturated, if the ground's saturated. So it's going to go to those low-lying areas and areas that are a little bit more prone to flooding. We've seen a lot of different damages late tonight, and a lot of them we're actually reporting on as well. So potentially folks that are here to potentially watch NBC 10 News at 10, if this warning is allowed to expire, there would be about 15 minutes or so worth of that left. We could potentially bring you some of that damage reports and things of that sort. That's an if, and we'll have to wait and see because it's not really necessarily in a hurry to exit the area.
Yeah,
head back over. Yeah, go ahead, Jared.
Yeah, so just kind of reset things as we hit the top of the hour. For folks that were watching us on Fox 14 News at 9, obviously that coverage is going to extend for those that were joining expecting NBC 10 News at 10 or were watching the previous program. We're going to have to just kind of stay here with this tornado-warned storm in eastern sections of Drew County. We'll be moving out shortly, and that would be an end to the tornado warnings, at least for the time being. But we've seen 3 different times tonight where we've had coverage. We've sent you back to programming or whatever, or resumed newscasts, and then a new warning's popped up, and then that one's gone, and then now this is the 3rd time that we've had warnings pop up, and coverage has just kind of resumed where we left off. But again, just can't drive the point home that this is not it. You know, it's not one of those nights where we can say all this is clear, the Mississippi River, and we're all clear and we can all go to bed. It's just not one of those nights. Not that it's just an extremely volatile environment. You know, it is. It's a very active evening, but it's not like we're dealing with just this, you know, historical severe weather outbreak. It's just how the environments continue to kind of reload and give us favorable ingredients for severe thunderstorms.
I think a lot of it has to stem with the fact that the cold front's going to take its sweet time to move through the area. A couple different short waves have kicked out, and what I mean by that is drives a cold front is going to be what we call a long wave trough. And so if you see these little short waves in it, it kind of pulses up different activity. And so those little pulses can drive different rounds of severe weather. And that's kind of the unfortunate scenario that we're here and left with. Usually maybe we see 1 or 2 of them and then the cold front clears out of the area. That's not going to be the case. That cold front doesn't clear for another several hours.
So that's why the tornado watch is in effect till 3 a.m. for those that are wondering.
Right, because now is only the 10 p.m. time frame, and we could even see another watch extended. So it depends on how activity treats us. If we still have tornadoes at around 3 a.m., we'll likely, I wouldn't be surprised to see another watch extended given the nature of things. If it really just depends on the behavior of storms at the time being. But again, that's just me speculating, and I'm not going to do that too much. Regardless, back over to the reflectivity. Just to see some of the heavier rainfall. There's likely still some hail possible with this storm as well.
Really starting to turn back into that damaging wind threat that it was looking like. If there is a tornadic potential right now, it really looks to be focused in eastern sections of Lincoln County, east of Star City. And again, that's outside of our viewing area. But again, that looks to be the more menacing area, if you will. Everywhere else, still probably some damaging wind gusts, maybe up to 70 miles per hour in some of those spots.
Mm-hmm. And so that straight line wind factor is going to have no problem blowing over very weak hanging branches, things of that sort. So making sure you're away and in a safe place, even within the severe thunderstorm warning, is very important, because you get a strong gust of wind to go through and then all of a sudden you got a branch through a window in your living room or something. Right. So you need to go ahead and get into a safe place there, because that kind of shattering glass, that's going to be problematic. And that's not even associated with anything of a tornado. So those straight line winds are no joke. And that's likely the reason why, as Jared mentioned, we have a lot of power outages across the area, and tornadoes don't impact a very large area. If you're going to get a ton of different folks without power, it's likely because widespread straight line wind threats, considering tornadoes only impact a very, very small area, despite the fact the warnings are fairly large. And again, this warning goes until 10:15, the time now 10:02. It is approaching the northeastern extent of Drew County. And that circulation may or may not still be there. But again, the straight line wind factor, it's going to cause damage. And it doesn't matter what the damage is caused by. It's still going to cause some type of damage potentially. And so being in a safe place. And again, that tornado threat just north of there, you can kind of see the curvature of some of the heavier rainfall there, and that's kind of structurally indicating some type of a tornado. But for folks in Monticello, again, that tornado warning included you a little while ago. You're no longer in the warning. You're still under a severe thunderstorm warning, though, and likely still seeing some very heavy rainfall, with another round of heavy rainfall just now entering far southwestern portions of Drew County. So more heavy rainfall likely anticipated pretty soon here. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a flash flood threat start to develop, and a flash flood warning potentially issued as well. Now that's going to depend on the office, of course, but nonetheless, we have numerous flash flood warnings already across most of the area. So just in case there's folks in the area around the El Dorado region, you're likely going to see some more rainfall here in a second. That's non-severe as of now. We're going to keep an eye on things, but I don't want to neglect this tornado warning too much. I'm going to get back in and see what I can see on.
The National Weather Service in Little Rock has issued a flash flood warning for southeastern Garland County in central Arkansas, northwestern Grant County in central Arkansas, central Pulaski County in central Arkansas, Saline County in central Arkansas, Clark County in southwestern Arkansas, Hot Spring County in southwestern Arkansas until 12:55 a.m. At 9:55 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 2 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard, flash flooding caused by thunderstorms.
Our Fox 14
Source, radar. Impact, flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Little Rock, North Little Rock, Hot Springs, Benton, Sherwood, West Little Rock, Maumelle, Bryant, Hot Springs Village, Arkadelphia, Malvern, Downtown Little Rock, Southwest Little Rock, Haskell, Shannon Hills, Garrison, Argenta, Rockport, Caddo Valley, and Traskwood. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads.
Likely going to end that tornado threat pretty quickly here if it's not already dissipated. But again, if you're in that severe thunderstorm warning, maybe you're picking up our signal just outside of our viewing area, you want to stay in your safe place as well. And after we get rid of this tornado warning, I may briefly mention something about the rest of the forecast. But again, maybe we'll have another look in the second quarter hour of the NBC 10 News at 10. And as of now, though, the heavy rainfall likely persisting. And again, that flash flood threat's going to stay in place.
Yeah, and I'm also just keeping an eye on power outages too, Walker, just to make sure that these numbers aren't getting out of hand. 17% of customers in Drew County are without power right now. We do know that this storm clearly went through Monticello, which is clearly the highest populated town and city in Drew County. But then once it got east, again, those are a little bit more unincorporated portions of the county, not as many heavily populated areas, so maybe not impacting as many power clients farther eastward. So a little bit of good news perhaps there.
And another problem that you're going to run into is that folks that are without power now, and maybe even in the Monticello area, you see another round of storms going through. And so that means they're not going to be able to get out there and restore power. I'm just going to pop up the lightning really quickly and look at all the lightning associated with this storm, with the one just behind it. You can't get anybody to try to go to any type of power line, any type of high standing tall structure for fear of you actually getting struck by lightning, of course. And not to mention the fact that you get up pretty high and those winds can be really strong. And the heavy winds really, the heavy rain not going to help you out either. So you're going to have to be patient potentially in Drew County if you're without power. Wait for at least another lull. But even after this one storm goes through, there's plenty of storms out west. And I've briefly showed those from time to time as well. And like I mentioned, there's really not much of a circulation here anymore. It's going to be that straight line wind threat. And if that circulation is there, it's likely just now exiting the Drew County area. And time now 10:07, so only about 8 minutes or so, about less than 8 minutes.
And while we're on this, can we go over to links 2 briefly, and give Walker a chance just to kind of catch his breath and maybe get a swig of water, but also outside of the tornado warned storms out to the west. This is what's headed toward El Dorado, Haynesville, Homer, and some of these spots. It's all moving eastward. Now, that said, there are no tornado warnings, no severe thunderstorm warnings, or anything of that nature with this area. But you can only assume how much heavy rain is headed back into El Dorado and points farther westward along 82 and areas in north central Louisiana, Junction City, Vienna, Dubach, Farmerville, some of these spots that are fixing to get another inch to 2 inches of rainfall. There's only so many spots for this to go. And so again, I just want to stress that a lot to a lot of our folks that could be running into some very heavy rainfall here in the short term. Dalvin, if you're listening to me there in the control room, with that tornado warned storm now moved out of well, it's not even in the Fox 14 viewing area. Let's go ahead and send our Fox 14 viewers back to programming. If you guys want to follow along, you can follow along on NBC 10 News at 10. Our Facebook Live will also wrap up here shortly, but just wanted to kind of draw attention to this line of storms that's going to bring some torrential rainfall into portions of Highway 167 shortly. Again, that tornado warned storm has now exited our viewing area, and Walker, I'll let you kind of wrap things up, and then we'll take a commercial break, and then we'll resume with NBC 10 News at 10. But yeah, more heavy rain, more storms, and more tornadic potential headed our way.
And that's all just to say this. Again, all that activity that we were just looking at, which I'm going to pop back up here in a second, that's not even the end of things, and I'm not even saying that lightly. So I'm going to quickly move back over towards our radar so you can kind of get an idea of what's going on, or Shreveport's actually, because everything's moving in from the west. And you can see a wide-standing group of thunderstorms, a nice little cluster in South Arkansas, another cluster behind it, but all these little isolated storms could at some point be misbehaving, and by that I mean maybe seeing a quick circulation spin up, and I do mean quickly, in about a minute or two, and then maybe falling apart, so we could be jumping in and out of programming for a good period of time. The cold front's going to be a little bit further west than all this activity, and it's not really expected to just continue marching through. It's going to have a point where it starts to slow down, and so that's why that tornado threat and even some light severe thunderstorm threats is going to persist overnight.
bow of wind. So I did want to mention, we looked at those power outages. Laura had those. And if you live east of where this headed and your power goes out, we are streaming on Facebook and the app. So if your TV goes out, you can always find us there, and we'll continue through these warnings because it does look like it is a pretty significant wind threat. And these severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings continue with winds 60+ miles an hour. So well within the severe limits.
Absolutely, yeah. And when we have something to be considered severe, you need above 58-mile-per-hour wind. But we're talking about gusts that fast. It's obviously enough to cause damage. We've received quite a bit of rainfall. We've already had reports of flash flooding in northeast Arkansas. We had some flash flooding earlier in the afternoon, closer to 2:30 over Conway. We ended the month of December here in Little Rock above an inch above where we should be normally, and we've already picked up 1 to 3 inches probably in many parts of the state. And look at this, Juliana is pointing out we do have a flash flood warning that now includes Benton, Malvern, as well as Little Rock, and that is until 12:55 a.m. So even if we lose a little bit of the potential for those tornadoes, flooding is still going to be a concern. And I also want to bring that in too, because when we have those strong winds, like that line of wind that we're dealing with toward our south and east, when you have an already saturated ground, that's when you could be dealing with more damage to those trees. It's going to be easier to topple those down. When you combine that strong wind as well as the very heavy rainfall associated with it. So again, Dumas down through McGee, very heavy rainfall associated with this, with these 2 tornado warnings, the severe thunderstorm warning. We have the tornado watch that includes these areas until 3 a.m. The watch, what that means is we have the ingredients that are necessary for this potential and for these things to happen. The warnings, meaning that there has been rotation indicated on radar or we see a tornado. In this case, we don't see a tornado, but that rotation is there. But as of right now, that still looks like to primarily be a wind threat, which is still threatening here in Dumas. We want you to be in your safe spot. Red Fork, get ready. This is going to be heading your way. Juliana, can we get a track on that actually so I can let people farther east know what we were dealing with? Again, farther north and east, this is going to be tracking, and it looks like we have adjusted now that tornado warning. So Dumas, you're now out of that tornado warning, but Red Fork, we want you to get ready 10:17. So within 5 minutes, you're going to be dealing with the strongest of the wind, and if there's any potential rotation, that's when it's going to be coming through. It looks like for Mozart, probably closer to 10:30, then it's going to eventually make its way over the Mississippi River as it tracks farther north and east. And so we're watching that very closely. Was there any additional update with that tornado warning, Juliana, other than, of course, kind of shaving off that back end with it? So, of course, Dumas is outside of it, but are you noticing anything else associated with that, Juliana?
Yeah, they just gave an update that they're still seeing that rotation that's just 8 miles northeast of Dumas, so that's why they took off Dumas of that, and they're going to keep that until 10:30. They see enough of that spin that they feel comfortable keeping that tornado warning, but they just decided to trim it a little bit.
Okay, and that makes sense too, because again, what we're watching is this line right here and that bowing out. Dumas, you're now on the backside of that, so that's why you are no longer under that tornado warning. But it looks like we do have flash flood warnings that have been issued a little bit farther west here. So this is going to continue to be a threat. In addition to the wind, we'll have that flooding, and that will continue into those overnight hours. So if you do not have to be on those roadways, we do not want you to be, especially with all this water and this rain that's coming down. Not only reduces the visibility, but it's going to lead to problems on those roadways more than likely. And I do know that we do have some of our RDOT cams that are showing some accidents across the state. Now, I can't confirm those are directly related to the weather, but with this very heavy rain coming down with multiple flash flood warnings across the area, we don't want people to be on those roadways unless they absolutely have to be. So if we can go ahead and take one of those RDOT cams that is showing that very heavy rainfall coming down. Again, you can see some of those cars coming through. It looks like this is over Little Rock. So again, heavy rainfall is coming down here into Little Rock. We will continue to see plenty of that rainfall. We do have that flash flood warning that does include us in Little Rock, and that's all the way until what is it, 12:55 a.m. I think is that flash flood warning. So RDOT Cam Live will show you we have plenty of that rainfall. If we want to go ahead and switch back to radar so we can focus on these tornado warnings. Again, this is the big focus because this is where the sirens are going off, and this is why we are, of course, continuing this coverage here on KRK and breaking into our regular scheduled programming onto Fox 16. So it looks like good news is the tornado warning that was farther south that expired on time at 10:15 that has not been extended, and we don't have anything farther upstream. But we still have our tornado warning that is over Red Fork. So again, it's associated along this line. Very, very heavy rainfall with this until 10:30. Can we switch back to velocity just to see?
The National Weather Service has issued Tornado Watch number 5, effective until 4 a.m. Central Standard Time Tuesday. This watch includes the following counties in Arkansas, Crittenden, and Mississippi. Remember, a tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for the development of severe weather, including tornadoes, large hail, and damaging winds in and close to the watch area. While severe weather may not be imminent, persons should remain alert for rapidly changing weather conditions and listen for later statements and possible warnings. Stay tuned to NOAA Weather Radio, commercial radio and television outlets, or internet sources for the latest severe weather information.
I'd say quarter hour that we're dealing with this. And Juliana, are they saying that they want to extend this? I would be surprised if they do, unless something different comes through with this scan.
You know, updates on extending, and I agree with Carmen. The scan shows that little bit of rotation, but overall I think this is a lot of a wind threat, and I don't want to diminish the wind threat because that can be just as damaging as a tornado warning. But for right now, no indication that's going to be extended. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning, though, in effect that goes just a little bit farther east, so I would guess that that's probably going to get extended as well, because this is a pretty strong line of storms, but right now looks like 10:30 is going to be the deadline for this tornado warning as of the current updates.
Absolutely. Okay, well, that's something that we'll continue to monitor, of course, because we still have this active warning, so we still have our eyes on it. I do want to switch back to just our regular reflectivity, and if we can go ahead and zoom out, because there are a lot of warnings going on. Other than our one tornado warning, we still have our severe thunderstorm warning that includes much of southeast Arkansas. Again, the red indicating that tornado warning. Other than the one tornado warning that this is now north and east of Dumas, this does include parts of Arkansas, Deshae, Drew, and Lincoln counties until turn 30. I'm not seeing any other active tornado warnings across the state. Very heavy rainfall, or at least moderate rainfall, that's starting to head into Little Rock right now. I'm wondering, Juliana, too, if you are able to put on our flash flood warnings too, because that's still going to be a concern with this. Again, of course, the focus and the immediate focus, the tornado warning and the severe thunderstorm warning. Look at all the bright green polygons now. That's indicating flash flood warning. So Little Rock here, Benton, Bryant, Malvern, all the way down through Arkadelphia, as well as a flash flood warning that is extending over southeast Arkansas. Benton, Hot Springs, of course, you are under this as well. North Little Rock, too, until 12:55 a.m. We've already had flash flooding over northeast Arkansas, so that's going to continue to be a threat here, in addition to the very strong wind. But it does look like, as of what's going on radar currently, the strongest line of wind is going to be what's associated just just to the east of Dumas, heading over Red Fork, as well as what's covered over southeast Arkansas into, of course, our severe thunderstorm warning. Rain is starting to lessen up over far northwest and west Arkansas. The focus again continues to be what's going on farther east. That's what's going to linger on later into the nighttime and those overnight hours when many of you trying to go to bed and still asleep will be dealing with these thunderstorms. So again, that tornado watch is in effect until 3 a.m. For much of South Arkansas. We had a previous watch that expired on time at 10 o'clock for northwest Arkansas. For Little Rock, that watch expired on time at 9 o'clock. So we are not currently under a tornado watch in Little Rock. We do not anticipate that tornado watch either. But everything highlighted in yellow, that does include DeQueen, Texarkana, Arkadelphia, El Dorado, Pine Bluff, up through Helena, West Helena, and portions of far northeast Arkansas, West Memphis, even extending into Memphis, still under a tornado watch. So I really think it's going to be East Arkansas that will be dealing with these storms longer because we do have that strong cold front approaching from our west. But what we're watching is this area is where the ingredients are for the tornadoes. A tornado warning is what we're watching. That's indicating that there is rotation over into southeast Arkansas. So we'll go ahead and switch back to, of course, our radar so we can track the latest with that current warning. Still in effect until 10:30. It is 10:20 right now. If you are tuning in, we do have that tornado warning. Nothing is confirmed on the ground, but there was enough rotation that National Weather Service did indeed issue that tornado warning. This is just outside of Dumas. Our radar is going to catch up. It's lagging a little bit. We've had a lot of storms throughout the day here, and this is our second one. Our first round, of course, was in the afternoon. Juliana is tracking this northeast at 55 miles per hour. And as far as the timing with this, we're looking at for a lane 1054 and then heading off into Mississippi. But the strongest of that is going to be heading over to Mozart as well as Weber, and then just south of Stuttgart. Not seeing any sort of rotation there, but some very heavy rainfall. You can see on radar, though, just enough. This is the area of concern that we are watching here that's going to eventually be making its way over the Mississippi River. In fact, this is closer to the Mississippi River than it is to us into Little Rock, but it's still enough of a rotation here that we continue that tornado warning until 10:30. Again, Red Fork, you are under this. Southeast Arkansas, we get a lot of these tornado warnings, and we will typically get this rotation. Now, January is kind of our mini severe weather season. Winter in general is kind of this mini severe weather season, especially when we have temperatures warm enough. We were in the 70s today. I think we're still into the upper 60s across much of the state. We should be at 50 degrees, and this late at night, we obviously should be well below that. So we're a lot warmer than what we should be. This is not normal for a January 2nd today, and so that's why we have fuel for these storms. Additionally, we've been dealing with a ton of moisture in our environment. Our dew points have been high. We obviously have a ton of moisture right now because of all of this rainfall. So that's why we have the ingredients for severe weather. That's why we have that tornado watch until 3 a.m. and that's why we're starting to see things like this, a little bit of a rotation on radar, and that's been the case for all day, essentially starting in the afternoon. So that's what we're watching very closely. Again, the tornado warning, you're hearing sirens over into Red Fork and southeast Arkansas, and you're going to hear that for another 8 minutes because that warning expires at 10:30. What Juliana has done right now is she switched over to dew points, and dew points are a great indicator of how much moisture we have here. This is above normal too than what we should be dealing with dew points into those 60s. Indicating a lot of that moisture. If we want to go back to radar as well, some dry air is starting to approach. Notice how we're not seeing any sort of storms or rain anymore, at least for the most part, toward our west. That's that drier air moving in. So once that drier air moves in here into Little Rock, we won't be under any sort of severe threat anymore. I do think through at least midnight, we will have some stormy weather here in Little Rock, probably through 2-3 a.m. for East Arkansas. So we still have a couple hours depending on where you live in the state, but West Arkansas, you're going to be out of that threat earlier, and that's because the movement of this front and how it's tracking. A lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain now starting to move into El Dorado, so we're going to see this activity pick up as that tracks farther north and east. So El Dorado, Warren, you were dealing with stormy weather here. We still have that tornado warning as well. It looks like a severe severe thunderstorm warning issued a little bit farther north in the east. Now, typically what that is indicative of is that warning will probably expire on time, but a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued ahead of it because we still want to keep our eye on the storm. We still want to pay attention to it because it has been producing some very heavy rainfall as well as, of course, some very strong wind, and that has been indicated on radar. And I know we saw all of that rain and that lightning too with our RDOT cam, and that was associated into southeast Arkansas. Monticello dealing with some very strong storms as well. So that severe thunderstorm warning until 10:30. We've been talking about it over Dumas. The new one until 11 o'clock. That one makes sense. That includes DeWitt as well as Red Fork and Watson. So you're going to be dealing with more of these storms, and I would imagine that warning has been issued for wind. Juliana, is that the main concern, that they've been doing that with wind as well as hail, I would assume, unless they have a tour tag on that?
Yeah, there's no tour tag on it. It's just for the 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail up to the size of 3/4 of an inch. So a little bit larger hail than what we saw earlier, but they did issue that severe thunderstorm warning into parts of Mississippi where that tornado warning is. So like Carmen was saying, that is always good news. It looks like they won't issue that into Mississippi, signs of maybe some weakening. So it looks like it should expire within the next 5 or so minutes.
Right, yeah. We have 5 minutes exactly on that now. Monticello, some very heavy rain here. Again, we're starting to notice that activity still pick up. So even though the sun has set, and we have seen a little bit of stabilizing, at least of the atmosphere, we still have enough activity out here, as well as moisture and even warmth, to produce these thunderstorms. So it's still going to continue to be a stormy night. Southeast and South Arkansas especially, you need to be prepared for that tornado warning. What we're watching, again, Dumas, you are now out of that. This is now east of you all, and that is until 10:30. Camden, Fordyce, Arkadelphia, you are all under a tornado watch until 3 a.m. Pine Bluff, you are under the tornado watch until 3 a.m. So we still have those ingredients present. Again, we're watching this bow right here, the very heavy rainfall associated with this, as well as that wind, but that is approaching the Mississippi River, and that's going to be heading over the Mississippi River shortly. I'm wondering too, for the power outages, these have essentially correlated with where the strongest of those storms are. And of course, if you're still watching KRK, we're covering this because of the severe weather. Laura, have you been hearing anything as far as those power outages, or even monitoring comments from people? Any questions or concerns, or any more of those power outages that we're seeing?
Now, and it's kind of remained the same counties that you guys are focusing in on. Drew County with a little over 1,500 outages, Ashley with almost 1,300, Union and Deshay a little bit more. I've been checking Twitter to see if we have any damage reports or pictures or anything like that. Obviously, don't go out in this kind of weather, but if you're able to safely take a picture, you can send them in. But no comments right now on power outages in those areas on Twitter or anything like that.
Okay, thank you, Laura. That is helpful. So, again, the primary threat with these storms is going to continue to be that wind. That is going to knock down those power lines, as well as, of course, some of that tree damage. And we've seen that in Garland County. That was from earlier today. That's been the most extensive damage that we've seen across the state, but we still have flash flooding. That is going to be a concern. Juliana.
Yeah, it looks like, I think our radar is just starting to lag a little bit. Just got word in from the National Weather Service. It looks like they are going to expire this tornado warning early for Arkansas, Deshay, and Lincoln counties. So I think we're just having a little bit of a lag since we've had so many tornado warnings and storms this evening. But it looks like they are going to expire that.
Okay, and that's to no surprise, of course, either, since we've been noticing this looks more like a wind event as opposed to that heavy rotation, that strong rotation. Okay, so for Fox 16, since that warning is going to expire, we can go ahead and go back to regularly scheduled programming on Fox 16. And then, of course, for KRK, I think what we're going to do is we'll go ahead and toss to our
Lee County in southeastern Arkansas, eastern Cleveland County in southeastern Arkansas, western Drew County in southeastern Arkansas, south central Jefferson County in southeastern Arkansas, Lincoln County in southeastern Arkansas, southeastern Calhoun County in southwestern Arkansas until 1:15 a.m. At 10:12 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 3 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard.
Noticing that we still have that strong wind associated with them. So we still have these severe thunderstorm warnings out. Again, the good news is the tornado warning, that has since expired, but we're still watching the latest with what's going on with these. With Tornado Watch, we still have until 3 a.m. I know we're going to bring in meteorologist Juliana Cullen, since, of course, KRK, this is going to be her filling in for Chief Keith Monahan as well. So if we can go ahead and switch over to the KRK computer. There we go.
There we go.
Okay. Go ahead, take it, Juliana.
So we just got a little bit more left of our show. So I just wanted to go over what we can expect for the rest of this evening, since that tornado warning has since expired, but the threat is not over. This is a look at our tornado watch that we still have in effect. This goes until 3 a.m. for this morning. So we do still have a couple hours left of this tornado warning. You see all these counties that are going to be in yellow across southern Arkansas. This extends all the way up into far eastern Arkansas as well. So tornado warning, tornado watch is still in effect for the next few hours. While we don't have any active warnings across the area as far as tornado warnings, that one since is expired, we still have the chance. So I still want you to be weather aware. We're moving closer to the evening hours. It's 10:30 right now. As we move towards the overnight hours, many of us are going to bed. So have a way to get alerts on your phone as you move towards the next few hours. Rain is also going to be a threat. We do have this flash flood watch that's going to be in effect until 6 a.m. But it does look like I'm going to send it over to Laura right now. I think she has a little bit of latest as far as the storms go. Laura?
Yeah, and we're taking a look again at those power outages on your screen. Again, Drew County, 1,500 outages. Ashley has about 1,300 right now. Union, a little under 600, and Deshay, a little under 400 outages right now. This is according to the Entergy outage map. And we've been seeing these fluctuate throughout the day, and you can notice where those strong storms and possible tornadoes are moving through. That's, of course, where we're seeing the most outages this evening. We also had Neil Zarang in Jesseville earlier today, and that's where they saw a lot of damage there. School is going to be closed. The Jesseville School District will be closed tomorrow as they assess the damage there. Thankfully, Juliana, no one was hurt. We know 2 faculty members fell while they were trying to get to shelter, but they were not taken to the hospital. No students were injured. And you think about it, today's the first day back to
to the Pilot Oak area. Again, kind of going back a couple of scans here. We've seen that circulation kind of move back and forth just a bit. There it was, and then there's one that kind of develops to the south. So the first one, notice the one to the north there that kind of zooms to the north of Pilot Oak. This is going to be a radar scan just a few minutes ago. There's the first one. Now we're actually going to turn our attention to another one that kind of developed here just a little bit to the south. Here, this is going to be moving very close to Pilot Oak as well. So tracking to the north and east here. So this is going to be crossing over State Highway 94 west very, very shortly. So keeping an eye on that one. Again, we'll put some more storm tracks on that, take it a little bit farther to the east. Looks like Linville. We're talking Tri-City. That's going to be Cooksville and Browns Grove. Cuba also in the path of this storm. So again, taking this out, just going to take this whole thing here and take this out about, we'll go ahead and put it 25, but we're going to take it out to about 40 miles per hour because that's what these are moving this evening. So once again, moving pretty quick as far as storms go, but we are going to take these out all the way into the western sections of Callaway County. And again, tornado warning for the southern part of Graves County here for about another 10 to 15 minutes. That runs until 10:45. Cuba coming in 10:38, Linville 10:43. Vealsburg, 1045, Tri-City, 1046. Again, these are just time estimates, but it gives you an idea of when this storm is going to be moving through your area. The storm moving to the east and northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Linville, Tri-City, and Cuba, the areas that I'm most concerned with at this point, being in the path of this. And we have seen that kind of strengthen here over the last couple of radar scans. So again, green is winds that are heading towards the radar. Red's kind of winds heading back away from that. Where they come together, and especially when we start seeing those brighter colors, that's an indicator of stronger winds there in this storm. Where those two come together, that's going to be the where we're keeping an eye on for the potential of a tornado. No confirmed tornado on the ground with this one. Is that still correct, JC?
Still no confirmed tornado, just seeing that rotation that you've been talking about. Now it's now just right along State Highway 94. Actually, if we could pull up the radar on my computer, there we go. We've been talking about this. Of course, Nick's been keeping you updated. We've got that area of rotation with that bright red next to green right along State Highway 94. So now it's going to start to move just off to the east of Pilot Oak and then start moving towards the Cuba area. And then looks like State Highway 303, Wiggles Road, High Road, maybe even coming along State Route 1390. So if we continue downstream a little bit further, this will be passing very close to Linville, Tri-City, and Vealsburg. So still keeping a very close eye on that. Looks like the latest update just came through. Now it's moving just a little bit further to the north and east, right along Grover Hall Road and Elmos Road. So if you have heard any of your roads called out, any of your town names called out, you need to be getting to your safe place. Hopefully you're already there. Of course, that basement is the safest place to be. It looks like this tornado warning at this point, again, I know there's a lot of tornado anxiety, especially for folks in the Mayfield area. This tornado warning is south of Mayfield, so southern Graves County, even for that matter, staying just to the south of Wingo. And even though Stubblefield, you are within this tornado warning, this will likely be staying just off to your south and east. So moving right towards Cuba, that will be the next spot that we have a close eye on, and then downstream towards Vealsburg, Cooksville, and Browns Grove if this were going to be extended a little bit further. At this time, it has not been extended. This tornado warning still does go until 10:45 tonight. Latest update from the Weather Service, though, is that they do intend on continuing this warning until it expires.
Yeah, so I'm going to zoom out just again, kind of give you again another breakdown of what we're tracking here through this evening. Not a lot of severe weather right now across southeast Missouri. In fact, not even a lot of rain. Seen a bit of a lull there. We've got more storms on the way as we make our way into the overnight hours. Southern Illinois has seen a lot of rain moving through. There's been a lot of loud thunder and lightning. No severe weather at this point north of the Ohio River. What we're tracking is that tornado warning that is the southern, really the southern half of Graves County, as JC mentioned. It Mayfield not in that. This is going to be for mainly the southeastern corner of Graves County. Farther to the south, talking about the next wave of storms, going to take you down a little farther southward out across parts of northeast Arkansas and parts of western Tennessee. These are some stronger storms that are moving pretty far to our south, heading towards the Memphis area. But this is where the wind shear is. What we're talking about is winds aloft, about 4,000 or 5,000 feet off the ground, really strengthening later on tonight. This is where the stronger wind shear is, and we do expect that to make its way northward later tonight. And it's one of the reasons we've been preaching, don't let your guard down late tonight, as we expect 2 rounds of storms. The first one moving through right now, the second expected likely after midnight and into about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. So we are going to have somewhat of a long night. I still think overall our risk locally of severe weather is fairly low. We have a risk of some very, very heavy rainfall. We've already seen 1 round move through, but there's also a risk there of the potential of some significant flooding. Looks like we do have a new update, possibly a new tornado warning to pass along, so let's zoom back in on that storm. Again, southern part of Graves County, and really starting to see this thing ramp up. So getting more and more concerned that we possibly have a tornado at least developing on this storm. So that new tornado warning is going to now take it into the western part of Callaway County. It looks like all the way up into Marshall County. So this is taking it a little farther to the north. Again, we've been talking about Linville here on the map. We've also been talking about Cuba. So this is going to be an area of rotation here that we are tracking right there. And this is going to be passing very close to Cuba. And this is Sedalia. These are communities in Kentucky. Again, this is in Graves County right now. Area of rotation being detected right back here. This is south of Stubblefield. So this is going to stay south of you if you're in Stubblefield. This is going to be moving through Cuba, possibly on the north side of town here very shortly. Sedalia, a few other communities we haven't mentioned so far, but now are in this warning, are going to be Farmington, Kentucky, Cooksville, Vealsburg. Farther to the east now, Browns Grove as well. We've mentioned that. Coldwater. So again, the National Weather Service taking this warning out and extending it to the north and east to include the northwest corner there of Callaway County. Does not include Murray. If you're in Murray, your weather radio, your phone might be going off, but Murray, this is not included. This tornado warning does not include you. This is the farthest southwest corner here of Marshall County. So right now, this tornado warning does not include Benton, but we really need to keep an eye on this, and it looks like maybe the warning takes it out to about Hardin, Kentucky. So area of rotation that we're tracking still back into the southern part of Graves County. This is staying south of Mayfield, and it's going to be pushing likely just to the north of Linville, and we'll be crossing into the western section of Callaway County here in just a bit. But waiting on a new radar scan. Looks like maybe we have a little bit of contamination there to the south with that bright color, but still an indication that we do have some rotation associated with this storm. You can see the first area of rotation that we were tracking. That is now towards the Stubblefield area. Again, the one we now are tracking is a little bit further to the south. So the one to the south is kind of taken over the one to the north, and the latest update there showing that. Sedalia to Cuba is really going to be the area here. This is an exclusive product we offer called Shear Rate. It gives you a better indication of where we're tracking some of that rotation. So Sedalia to Cuba is where we're going to be watching this. Looks like that's going to be State Highway 139 west there, just between Stubblefield and Sedalia, and then State Route 1390 is where this is going to be crossing very shortly as well. So new tornado warning again for these communities. Really does, if I zoom this out just a bit, this is the southwest corner of Marshall County. This is the northwest corner of Callaway County, and then this also includes now the southeastern corner of Graves County. So this is going to stay south of Mayfield. Again, this is going to likely stay to the north and west at this point of Murray. So this is where we're going to be tracking. It's not hard to pick out exactly where that is, but this is going to stay north of Linville as well. So area of rotation continues to track. Let's go ahead and put another storm track on that. JC, this is still moving at about 40 miles per hour.
About 45.
45 miles per hour. So let's take this out about 45 miles per hour right through the heart of that warning. I'm going to take it a little bit further to the south. So there you go, Browns Grove coming up in about 8-9 minutes or so. Farmington, 10:50. Coldwater, 10:53. Bacchusburg, 10:55. Golo. So that's going to be some communities that are moving a little bit farther to the east here. Again, this is kind of the wide cone, but we really think this is going to be on a path somewhere right through here. So in my opinion, Farmington is probably Browns Grove and Farmington here. Probably the next 8 or 9 minutes are going to be really in the path of this storm here. So again, that is one of the tightest circulations, at least we have seen for today. No confirmed tornado on the ground. Switching over to the debris tracker here to see if we could see the possibility that radar would be picking up on debris. We're not very far from the radar beam here, which is actually in Paducah. But this is what a fairly defined supercell here, where you can see the hook right back into here. And that is going to be the area that is producing the circulation, the rotation, and the possibility of a tornado is going to be right back here in the back. So again, one of the things that if you live in these communities, you need to be heading to your safe place. If your community is listed in this, Browns Grove, Farmington, Coldwater, Backusburg, Golo, Stella, Kirksey, Penny. If you are listed in this, you need to be heading to your safe spot. So once again, that is getting out of a mobile home, that's getting out of a trailer, that is getting into a sturdier shelter. If you live in a home with a basement or a storm shelter, you need to get in that basement, you need to get in that storm shelter. If you live in a home that does not have a basement or storm shelter, you want to get to the lowest floor of your home and you want to go to an interior room. We're thinking about a bathroom, a closet, or a hallway. Those are going to be your safe spots to be heading if this is heading towards you right now. Zoom back in on this just a little bit, see if we can't get any of the roads once again to pop a little bit more here. So right back here, it looks like this is going to pass now to the north of Cuba. This should be just to the north of town there. This is likely going to pass between Cuba and Sedalia here over the next couple of minutes. So State Highway 381, it's very close right now to State Route 1390. And again, this is going to be passing very close to State Highway 381, probably over the next 2 or 3 minutes. Dr. Melvin Road here, also in the path of that. And then we're also looking over at State Highway, that's 564 here. That's going to stay north of Cooksville. It looks like right now, Eagle Road, and there we go, new update here. So sitting right on top of State Highway 381. So again, Wilfred Road also in the path of this one, but State Highway 564. If you have any friends, you have any family that might be traveling, heading out to work late this evening or heading home from work late this evening, please let them know if you live in these areas, if you live in these communities, if you live in the northwest corner of Callaway County, if you live northwest of Murray, Kentucky, if you live near Hardin, Kentucky, let them know that there is a storm that has a history of producing at least some rotation and could possibly produce a tornado if the circulation continues to make its way to the north and the east. So give you another breakdown of everything that's kind of going on tonight. Again, I know there's a lot of folks that are joining us tonight from Southern Illinois, and you've seen a lot of heavy rain. You've heard a lot of the very, very loud thunder. But right now, the severe weather is really tied to western Kentucky. We're not seeing any severe weather northward across Southern Illinois. This is all just mainly steady, heavy rain at times, and a fair amount of thunder and lightning. A bit of a lull right now in southeast Missouri. You can see more rain now starting to build in from the south and the west, so something we'll be tracking here through the evening hours. But what has prompted us to break into programming, cover up our newscast this evening, is the tornado warning that has been issued right now for parts of western Kentucky. Again, that is Graves County, does not include Mayfield, also now into Callaway County, into Marshall County in western Kentucky. Now that tornado warning also does not include Murray. So again, if you live in these communities, I know how the weather radios work, I know how the phones work, and sometimes they're going off even when you're not exactly right in the box. But this continues to be a storm that we have to track. Looks like they're going to drop that first warning. Just stick with the second one here. And we are still seeing at least some signs of rotation here. So again, this tornado warning runs for about another half an hour, so a pretty long tornado warning here for just areas to the north of Linville. I'm going to try to get some smaller communities to pop in here and populate just a bit. There we go, and we can get Tri-City, we can get Farmington, Backusburg here, Golo here. This is actually the county line. So this is Graves County here, this is Callaway County here, and this is the southwest corner of Marshall County. So really think right now from Sedalia, this is passing just to the south of you as we speak, Farmington to Backusburg, to possibly over towards Coldwater and Browns Grove. Looks like maybe Farmington to Coldwater, Backusburg with that newest update is where this is going to be heading. So tornado warning for these areas, eastern parts of Graves County, northwest corner here of Callaway County and southwest Marshall County, again runs until 11:45 tonight. JC, are you seeing any reports come through on this, even some flooding reports? Because that's also been a big concern tonight with some of these storms as they've been tracking through.
You know, we have actually had a couple of flooding reports earlier this evening with some of the widespread and heavy rain across the area. I believe one of those came in from Massac County in southern Illinois. An emergency manager did report 2 to 3 inches of rain over Unionville Road. And that's something that's going to become pretty common, I believe, through the remainder of the evening hours, just because of how much rainfall we are expecting. The entire area is under a flood watch until tomorrow at 9 a.m. because, like you said, we've already seen a lot of rain making its way through the area. We're already having flooding issues, and we're only going to see the next round coming through and dropping more heavy amounts of rainfall through the remainder of the overnight hours. Flooding is a huge concern tonight, especially if you're getting out late tonight and early tomorrow before that sun rises. It's extremely difficult to see through the overnight hours, and honestly, it's hard to see during the day too. When you have that water over the roads, you just can't quite see how deep it is. So just remember, if you're getting out late tonight, early tomorrow, especially if you're going to be heading to work in the early morning hours, don't try to drive through any of pooling water. Allow yourself some extra time as you are heading out the door. Of course, right now, a lot of activity is still coming down across southern Illinois. A lot of people tuning in from all over tonight. We are on air for the tornado warning, but just kind of giving you a rundown. Heavy rain, steady rain across southern Illinois, and it looks like a little bit of a break starting to show up in at least parts of southeastern Missouri. And that's going to be very brief before our second round comes in. We still got a little bit of some rain showing up in Carter and Ripley counties, and then quite a bit of activity in Scott and Mississippi. Right now, round one is currently making its way through the eastern half of southern Illinois, down off into western Kentucky, and that's where we have our eyes set on that tornado warning that still is in place for parts of Graves County, extending into Marshall and Callaway counties. I'm going to zoom in a little bit closer on this storm here and pull that rotation back up and see if we can get another visual on what that's looking like. And to me, there may still maybe a little bit of rotation, but not quite as tight as it was earlier. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, no, I agree with that as well. We are starting to see this at least become a little more broad again as this starts to make its way to the north and east. Wanted to show you, this is a live view from Metropolis, Illinois, looking back towards the south. One of the other things, in addition to the rain we've been tracking and the storms, is some very thick fog. We're seeing some of that right now on the Ohio River. We've seen a few flashes of lightning in the distance, but keeping an eye on this camera as well. So this is going to be looking to the south. We're quite a ways up here, but that storm we're tracking is going to be pretty far in the distance from this camera, but again, something that we'll continue to keep an eye on here. Going back to radar real fast, yes, as JC mentioned, we are seeing some of the rotation with this storm, this tornado warned storm, become a little more broad, so that's some good news. We haven't had a report of a tornado on the ground. We possibly had a report just a little while ago of a funnel cloud as this was pushing through parts of Graves County here in just a bit ago, but continuing to track lots of rain. There it goes eastward, so a bit of a lull coming for parts of southwest Illinois, Carbondale, Murfreesboro, Cobden, Anna, and back over towards Cape Girardeau. But there is more rain to our south and to our west. Another round of storms on the way, likely later on tonight. Going to zoom back in. As long as we've got a tornado warning, folks, on the board, we are going to stay with that. We want to make sure that you are getting those alerts, getting those updates, and letting you know exactly what's going on. Our goal is to keep you safe tonight as these storms track through our region, all right? So this is going to be pushing through, once again, Backusburg, Farmington, very close to there right now. And as JC mentioned, we are seeing this kind of broaden out just a bit. I'll go back a few radar scans, and you can see that the bright greens and the reds as it moved through the Sedalia area. This was at 10:43, so say about 7-8 minutes ago, it was back there. I'm going to take this a little bit farther to the north and east. And you can see the last couple of radar scans. There's still some rotation. We've still got some air out ahead of this thing going to the north. We still got some air on the backside coming from the north towards the south, but it's not nearly as defined, not nearly as tight as what it was. Still, though, a fairly dangerous storm here from Golo back over towards Backusburg and eventually moving towards the Brewers area. But I will not be surprised that either they're going to cancel or expire this tornado warning probably a little early, and if nothing else, they're probably not going to extend this eastward unless we've seen this start to tighten back up. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this storm and stay with you here as long as there is a tornado warning on the board. This tornado warning does run officially until 11:15. And again, there is some very heavy rain. We've seen a lot of lightning earlier into the evening hours. There's still a fair amount of lightning with this storm, but outside the storm, not nearly as much lightning, just an indication that this is the strongest storm right now making its way through our area. So there's Graves County. Again, this is going to be now east of the Mayfield area. This is going to be pushing through Golo, and this is going to stay to the north and west of Murray. So this is eastern parts of Graves County, northwest corner here at Callaway County, and the southwest corner of Marshall County and western Kentucky. But again, quite a bit of thunder, quite a bit of lightning, and the possibility that we did see at least a funnel cloud with this storm just a little while ago. Going back into our shear rate product, and it still is showing maybe the potential there of some strong straight line winds as well. So yes, we are tracking this storm, and we are on air this evening with you due to a tornado warning, but there could be some fairly strong straight line winds getting pushed out with this storm. Area of rotation that we've been tracking: State Highway 1124, State Highway 464, Bacchusburg back over towards Golo, and then there's Brewers. And we'll keep an eye on this. Again, we're going to stay with you because just like this latest scan that came in, well, that's a little bit brighter. That's once again this storm starting to tighten back up just a bit here. Latest scan coming in, that's just to the south and east of town there, and to the and just north of Bacchusburg, just southeast of Golo. This is really close to Golo Road, in fact. And there's Downing Road, and it looks like Smith Road, Bob Road here. And then farther to the east, this is T.S. Chester Road. And looks like maybe Old Soldiers Creek Road here. So that's going to be some areas, these communities, these roads that we're naming off, these are going to be in the path of this storm probably over the next 5 to 10 minutes. So if you live here, again, just a reminder, you are under a tornado warning still. And this is a storm that has at least shown some signs of rotation all the way back into parts of northwest Tennessee. And here over the last, say, half an hour, 30, 40 minutes, we have seen the National Weather Service go ahead and issue a tornado warning on this. So this is Brewers, Kentucky. This is where we're tracking. Again, this is western Kentucky, east of Golo. This is moving towards Brewers, Kentucky here shortly. Brewers Highways right here. And this is going to be moving towards you and that area here over the next, say, 10 to 15 minutes. Moving 45 miles per hour. I'm going to take this once again, just get a better idea on the exact movement here to the north and east. So if we take that from about right here, well, it's really moving fast all of a sudden here too. 40 miles per hour. Brewers, South Marshall, Dogtown, Glade, Birmingham are going to be in the path of this storm. And again, what I'm seeing here is the possibility of actually some straight line winds getting pushed out of this. So something to keep an eye on. This is actually going to be moving now out of Graves County. So some good news for you, I think, in Graves County. I think the threat from at least this storm is now out of the county and really now moving into parts of Marshall County. It's the southwest corner, far southwest corner of Marshall County, and the northwest corner here of Callaway County is going to be really where the attention is going to be focused on this storm, very close to the Callaway-Marshall County line. So close to Golo, close to Brewers. I think really now the threat is probably past you in Golo at this point. And this is going to be now towards the Brewers area, Bacchusburg. Again, we'll have to keep an eye on this because there's still some indication with this storm that we may be seeing another circulation starting to develop. JC, are you seeing any talk about what they plan to do with this warning probably over the next 10 to 15 minutes?
You know, there was a couple of minutes ago that they were seeing the same things that we were, saying that it looks a little bit weaker and they were going to hold on to the warning to make sure that it doesn't cycle on us, which is exactly what we've seen. It has gotten a little bit stronger of a signal there. It almost looks like we could have two areas of rotation, maybe another one a little bit further south, close to State Highway 1124. Just off to the southwest of Bacchusburg as well. So it looks like they are going to hold the warning for now.
Yeah, I agree with that, actually. Now that you're saying that, I can see that one showing up here on the far southern end of that. Again, just going to give you a breakdown. Tornado warning. There's no watches in effect right now, at least no severe thunderstorm or no tornado watch in effect. We do have a flood watch that's pretty much in effect for the entire region through tonight and into tomorrow morning. So in addition to the possibility we could see a few stronger storms like we're tracking right now, there is a pretty high flood threat tonight and fairly significant flooding. As I know JC mentioned a little while ago, anytime you're getting into the overnight hours and the sun goes down, it gets really hard to see some of the flooding, especially in some rural areas. So use lots and lots of caution if you are heading out tonight or first thing tomorrow morning. Low-lying areas, we have been very, very dry, but low-lying areas could be inundated with a lot of water here over the next few hours and possibly into the early morning hours on Tuesday. All right, let's go back into the tornado warning and let's go ahead and look at both of those circulations we're talking about. Still pretty defined storm here. That is definitely the strongest storm locally right now that we are tracking. And I'm going to go back over to reflectivity, kind of pinpoint exactly where some of the rotation is that we're tracking. I'm going to slide over to base velocity here, but pretty easy to pick out here. This is going to be the southwest corner of Marshall County. It looks like now, again, just outside of Graves County, Backusburg. So two different areas of rotation we'll have to track here right into this tornado warning box. Tornado warning does run until 11:15 this evening for these areas. Once again, this does include the southwest corner, southwest section of Marshall County. That's right here that we're tracking. And really, this is going to be the area near Brewers. Folks, if you live in Brewers, you need to be heading to shelter. Harvey to Brewers right now, you need to be heading to shelter immediately. This is a storm that last couple of radar scans there, we have started to see some of that rotation strengthen just a bit. Once again, if you also live farther eastward, we're going to say Dogtown to say Hardin, Kentucky to Olive. If you live in these areas, again, the eastern part, the far southern part of Marshall County, you need to be heading to shelter. Another area of rotation there back into the Backusburg area, but that area of rotation looks to be just a little bit weaker. So this is going to be the one that I think primarily we're going to be focused on here, at least over the next few minutes. But again, 11:15 p.m. is when the tornado warning will expire. We'll see if they continue that to the east, especially if we see this circulation continue to show some strength here over the next few minutes into the far southwest corner there of Marshall County. But folks, again, if you do live in these areas, Benton to Dogtown, Glade, Hardin, Kentucky to, I would say, even Fair Dealing, keep an eye on this storm. You're right now not in a warning, but with the rotation the way it is, and here over the last couple of radar scans, notice the really moving northeast here. We'll go ahead and take that out once again, about 40 miles per hour, which puts us well into Marshall County. But South Marshall, Benton, Dogtown, looks like right now this is probably going to stay just to the south of you, Benton. Went ahead and included you in the warning here. In the latest radar scan, not quite as strong, so we've seen this kind of pulse up and pulse down. I really think from the Glade area to Olive to Fair Dealing, this is going to be the path of this storm. So again, Glade coming in 11:10, Olive about 11:13 there. Again, these are just estimates on the times here. And then Fair Dealing coming in around 11:15 p.m. If you're hearing these areas, if you live in these areas and you're hearing your community named off, or you're seeing it in the list there, again, these are time estimates of when we expect this storm to make its way into your area with the possibility of some strong rotation. So this is a storm, again, that does have a history of at least producing some rotation, possibly produced a funnel cloud back when this was into parts of Graves County. Haven't seen too many reports come out of this here recently. But again, it is nighttime, folks. It's really difficult to see these storms, especially this time of year. And in some of these more rural areas where there's not a lot of lights and there's not a lot of people, it can be difficult to see these storms. There's also a very heavy rain associated with this. There's a lot of fog out ahead of this. So it could be very, very difficult to see this coming. Really encourage you, again, not to go outside and try to get a view of it, but to actually take our advice and head to shelter if this is going to be heading your way here over the next few minutes. I'm going to run down just kind of some of our cameras, go back to that Metropolis camera here just a few minutes. Again, our camera's kind of pointing to the south here. Probably see some of the lightning, of course, see some of the rain that has fallen pretty much area-wide right now, but there is some thunder, some lightning still occurring. I know we've had a few flashes there in the distance from the Metropolis camera here. This is looking back towards the south. This storm is actually going to be back about right over here. That's going to be south of Paducah. So that's our Metropolis camera there. I'm going to go a little farther northward, just kind of give you some views coming in from across the region and show you a little bit different. It looks like we do have a new tornado warning. So let's actually just slide back over to that real fast. Looks like National Weather Service just issued a new tornado warning on that storm, now into the much of Marshall County now included in this tornado warning. So I'm just going to leave this up. These are just the blinking boxes. So these are our tornado warnings that are right now on the board. Does now include Benton, Kentucky. This is Glade, Kentucky, and takes it all the way to Kentucky Lake. This is Buena Vista. This is Birmingham. And again, also includes Hardin and Harvey in Marshall County. So this is Marshall County, that's Callaway County, and it looks like the new tornado warning is going to go for these areas of Marshall County until 11:30. So about another 28 minutes. This is a new tornado warning, again, just now issued for Marshall County, Kentucky. Go back over to reflectivity here, and you can still see when we're looking at reflectivity, and we're really looking at the rain shield here with this and the heavy rain. You see this little bit of a bend here, and that's an indication we've got a lot of wind shear. We've not only had the strong winds aloft, but we've got a little bit of curvature in those winds, and that is causing that to at least produce some shear and possibly some rotation in that. And that's one of the reasons we've had here several tornado warnings associated with this storm over the last hour. And there's the rotation we're tracking, again, right in the heart of that warning. So this is going to stay just to the south and east of Harvey, Kentucky, and looks like moving towards the Glade area. Seeing a lot of updates come down through email right now as well, related to flooding also across western Kentucky. But State Highway 1949, this is Harvey here, just to the south and east of that. Here we go, the greens and the reds coming together. It's going to be right back in here. Still looks to me that rotation is fairly broad. But South Marshall, State Highway 783, U.S. Highway 641 bypass, State Highway 2606, and State Highway 1311. That's this one right here running north-south. These are going to be the areas that this is going to be passing very close to. Walnut Grove, Glade. Notice how fast this is moving right now. We're getting some pretty big jumps here. So this thing is picking up speed just a bit. But there's the area of rotation, the reds, the greens coming together. So if you live in these areas, again, I'm going to go ahead and put a storm track back on this. Make sure I'm getting the right track on this. And right into the middle of that warning there. Go ahead and take this out 45 miles per hour. Again, tornado warning for Marshall County will run until 11:30. Looks like Dogtown, it's going to be very close to you now. We're talking Benton, that's going to be moving here probably over the next couple of minutes. Once again, and then you started getting into Fair Dealing, Birmingham, and then some of the communities right along Kentucky Lake. That's Sherwood Shores, Buena Vista, and Twin Lakes coming in, say, about 10 minutes or so. So at 45 miles per hour, that's going to be approaching Kentucky Lake probably over the next 10 to 15 minutes. So if you live in these areas, your phone's going off right now, you need to be seeking shelter. This is a strong storm. Again, no history at this point that we know of producing a tornado. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning, but that does not mean we can let our guard down with it. It could see, we could see rotation become very tight very quickly with some of these storms tonight. And even if this is a brief spin-up tornado that we're talking about, even brief spin-up tornadoes can cause a lot of damage. So if you live in these communities, Benton, back over towards the Glade area, and again, right along Kentucky Lake. This is going to stay south of you if you're in Grand Rivers. This is south of you on Kentucky Lake. Buena Vista, Birmingham, again, Sherwood Shores are going to be in the path of this storm as well if this holds together. This tornado warning does include pretty much the southern half of Marshall County now and goes all the way to Kentucky Lake. JC, are you seeing any updates that you've got here, any reports to pass along, even any flooding reports coming in at this point?
You know, we're not seeing any new reports as far as the tornado warnings, and honestly not seeing any new reports when it comes to the flooding issues. I'm hoping that means everybody is safe at home in bed and not having to get out and deal with some of this tonight. But of course, we are on air to talk about this tornado warning and to keep you updated on that area of rotation. At this time, there is not a confirmed tornado on the ground, but it is certainly capable of producing one. It looks like we've still got those two little areas of rotation, the larger one just to the south of Benton, and then just off to maybe the south and west, a very small one just to the south of Brewers Highway. So watching both of these very closely. Of course, they did issue a new tornado warning on that larger area of rotation until 11:30 tonight. So we will continue to track that, but we're going to widen out the view here for just a second to run down what else is going on this evening, because I know there's a lot of us from all over trying to keep a close eye on some of the activity. So again, widespread heavy rainfall and a lot of thunder and lightning is what we've seen for the most part across the area tonight. Still seeing a lot of that activity falling from about Jefferson County down through Franklin, Hamilton, into Saline, Gallatin, Hardin, and Pope counties. If you're in southern Illinois, we're not seeing any severe weather at this time. And we're actually, for some of us, starting to see the first start of our little bit of a break between round 1 and round 2 of these storms. Looking a little bit further back off into southeastern Missouri, there is some spotty rainfall falling from about Alexander County in southern Illinois back through Cape Girardeau County and Scott County. But again, nothing severe at this time. A little bit of rain showing up in Carter and Ripley as well. But this will be the little bit of a lull that we were talking about between the two rounds. Now, it's not much, and there's still going to be a little bit of rain coming down in between, but round 2 is really expected to ramp up after midnight tonight, where you've got those blinking boxes a little bit further to the south moving through parts of Arkansas. That'll work its way up to the north and east, and that will be round 2 making its way in after this initial round. So still dealing with the initial round. Of course, we have jumped into programming to talk about the tornado warning that has been issued for western Kentucky. I'm going to switch this back over from reflectivity back over to velocities, and it does look like to me that that circulation is now starting to tighten right back up just to the south of Benton. So that is, again, zooming in a little bit closer right near Dogtown and Glade. That'll be moving to the north and east across State Highway 408. Dunn Cemetery Road also in the path of the storm. Bryant Road, County Road 1111. And then it looks like maybe Medina Road also going to be in this path, going to be passing very close to Fair Dealing. And then if this holds together, it'll be moving towards Birmingham. So Birmingham, you need to be heading to your safe place right now. A pretty decent area of rotation. Not seeing any confirmed reports that I know of just yet. Nick, has anything new come down on the report front?
It has not. I wanted to kind of show you just the loop on this, though, just a bit. It can kind of give you an indication of what we're watching and kind of see the rotation here associated with this storm. But you can see the spin with this. So that green winds heading towards, radar's up here in Paducah, and green heading towards the radar, red heading away, and you can see the whole storm just kind of spin as it makes its way now through Marshall County. So this is going to be Twin Lakes, Buena Vista, Birmingham. Kentucky Lake is right here. So a lot of these communities are right along the lake. This is going to be pushing very close to Fair Dealing and Glade here, probably over the next couple of minutes. So again, area of rotation, no confirmed tornado at this point on the ground. Even if we go back over to correlation of coefficient, our debris tracker, where we're looking for the possibility of maybe radar picking up on some debris, we're not seeing that right now. So maybe we are still seeing a wall cloud, maybe a funnel cloud associated with this storm. It is still rotating, that's for sure, and it's getting picked up this evening on radar. Our exclusive product here, shear rate, the greens and the reds here, as I know, still show up. Anytime we start seeing into that red color there, that's just a better indication here of this is a product that helps us pick out exactly where some of that rotation is. We're oftentimes taught to look for a bit of an S in this, and I'm not seeing that right now. So we might be seeing also some straight line winds. That's also a possibility with this storm as it continues eastward. So again, tornado warning for Marshall County. That's where we're tracking this storm. Marshall County, Kentucky runs until until 11:30 p.m. this evening. All right, so going back over and tracking the storm, and there you go. We're talking about the strong straight line winds, a possibility with this storm in addition to the rotation. But again, Birmingham, fair dealing. This is probably going to pass just right now. It's just west of town from fair dealing. Fair dealing's right here. This is just west of you on State Highway 408, and this is going to be pushing Big Bear highways right here. Looks like, again, Birmingham, State Highway 962 also here. And then we've also got County Road 1115. And this is also over towards the Dunn Cemetery Road. Right now, that rotation right back here, State Highway 408, just west of fair dealing. And this is going to be tracking towards Birmingham probably over the next 5 to 10 minutes. So that's going to be pushing through the areas right of a lot of these communities, again, right on Kentucky Lake. And they're going to be pushing, this is going to be pushing very close to there. And it looks like probably between Birmingham and Buena Vista would be the most likely. Sherwood Shores would also be included in that, but trying to get some of the smaller communities associated with this. But there's Birmingham here, State Highway 962. And many of these communities right through here are going to be in the path of this storm as this is coming through. Probably over, you got about 5-10 minutes or so before it's there. So again, think about heading to your safe spot. We don't want you outside. There's the moors. I know a popular resort right here, the Moors, Buena Vista, Birmingham. I know folks that, especially on the northern side of this tornado warning, you're probably a little shell-shocked. Had the tornadoes moved through just a little over a year ago. That's the area right here. Looks like to me, at least right now, this storm is probably going to stay just a little bit to the south of that, moving through the Birmingham area. Again, the Moors right here. This is probably Buena Vista to Birmingham where this is going to be pushing through. So Kentucky Lake is right here. Again, if you do have some friends, maybe some family over the holidays that are heading and vacationing here on the lake, hanging out at the lake house, make sure that you are making them aware that there is a strong storm moving their way over the next 10 to 15 minutes. Again, and this is Marshall County, Kentucky. That tornado warning runs until 11:30. I'm going to zoom back out just a little bit. I was still seeing the tornado warning a little bit farther to the south there, but want to go ahead and turn our attention a little bit farther to the south to wave number 2. We do expect the shear to ramp up probably again over the next few hours. So there's a possibility that as some of these storms to our south start to move back in late tonight and into the early morning hours. I know it's 11:15 right now, but we think that some of these storms may be around as late as 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning for some folks. And there is still a lot of energy in the atmosphere. You could step outside today and you knew it didn't feel like January. It was very warm, very humid. You'll also notice some of the storms and just the kind of the feature of these storms, what we call kidney bean shaped storms, and they have a lot of shear. That's a lot of wind shear that's causing the shape of that storm. So we'll be keeping an eye on some of these storms here through much of the overnight hours. Don't let your guard down. If you plan on going to bed, if you live in southeast Missouri and you live in southern Illinois and you're saying, hey, this is way south of me, don't let your guard down. Make sure that you've got your phone charged. Make sure that it's on, that you've got a way to receive warnings, because once again, we could see some more storms develop, and some of them could be strong later on tonight. But I'm going to go ahead and turn back to the tornado warned storm in Marshall County, Kentucky. I'm going to zoom back in on this one. And once again, looks like the very, very heavy rain right now, Little Bear Creek, Buena Vista. Really going to be tracking, though, the rotation. Go back over to base velocity here. I'm going to be tracking the rotation that is going to be pushing through the Birmingham area. So really concerned with this area. It looks like maybe the last radar scan, maybe not quite as defined as what it was, but still a very strong storm. So the tornado warning box actually goes right up to Kentucky Lake at this point. Buena Vista, the Moors, Birmingham, all in the path of this, but I think really the Birmingham area is probably going to see the brunt of it as it moves through. And despite the rotation maybe becoming a little more broad, there is the possibility there that we also could see some very strong straight line winds from some of these storms. So we do have a bit of a lull right now again for southwest Illinois, much of southeast Missouri, some light showers, the heaviest rain now east of I-57. Generally, Mount Vernon, you're still seeing some pretty heavy rain. McLeansboro back over, say, towards Shawneetown. But Marion, Carbondale, over towards, say, DuQuoin, Pinckneyville, seeing a bit of a lull. We do expect some of that rain to our south and to our west right now to make its way back in later on tonight and into the early morning hours. So, yes, there's a chance we could see some stronger storms, but the flooding threat locally is pretty high. We are talking about some areas possibly picking up 3, 4, 5 inches of rain by the time it's all said and done, especially say in some of our southern Illinois counties, western Kentucky, the Missouri Boot Heel. I think that's where we're going to be seeing some of these storms track over the same areas multiple times. So definitely something to keep an eye on. Looks like we've got a new red box there to be tracking as well. Looks like National Weather Service has gone ahead and extended this tornado warning now that did include all of Marshall County. It looks like they have now taken that a little farther eastward, and that is a new tornado warning. You see the box there for Lyon County in Kentucky. So this is going to be continuing as the tornado warning box does go out till 11:45. So back towards Marshall County, this is the storm we're tracking right here. There's the hook. Birmingham right now crossing Kentucky Lake, moving over towards, say, eventually Lake Barkley as well. That is going to be crossing over the lake here very, very shortly, and then pushing towards Twin Lakes, Carmack, Saratoga's in this, Confederate's in this as well. Looks like this is probably going to stay. Right now, the path of this would keep this south of Catawba and also would keep this south of Eddyville. So really thinking Carmack is probably going to be in the path of this storm as this gets ready to cross over the land between lakes, the lakes area. So again, new tornado warning for Lyon County in western Kentucky until 11:45. Area of rotation continues to show up there, and maybe not quite as defined as what it has been. See, maybe starting to lose some of it as it moves eastward, but it is still there, and something we'll have to continue to track as it makes its way to the east as well. But yeah, definitely not quite as defined as what it was, but this is going to be the areas that we're tracking. Right now it looks like towards Birmingham. Again, getting ready. This is Kentucky Lake here. So Twin Lakes, Birmingham, the Moores, State Highway 58 here, land between the lakes area. Going to be dealing with this storm here very shortly. So this is going to be moving across the lake, land between the lakes, and eventually towards Lake Barkley here, probably over the next, say, 15, 20 minutes. So we'll pick that up back on the other side of that. But Carmack to Eden Bay, to Eddy Bay, to Confederate, to Saratoga. Really think this has a site set, though, right in the heart of this warning. It's going to be for Carmack. So tornado warning there for Lyon County, Kentucky, until 11:45, so a little less than a half an hour. Storm moving very, very quickly. Again, going back, this storm is now past you. I know it's raining really hard in Benton, Kentucky. I know it's raining hard in Dogtown and to Bryansburg and Draftonville. But right now, the strongest part of this storm is now past you. Fair dealing, you're in the clear as well with this storm. This is now east and northeast of you. So Birmingham, Buena Vista, these are going to be the areas dealing with this right now. If you do have any reports, those would be very helpful to pass along. We want to get those reports in, make sure that we know exactly what is occurring down here at the ground level. So again, tornado warning for Lyon County until 11:45. Tornado warning for Marshall County will run until 11:30. I'm going to zoom back out here and kind of give you another quick breakdown. Every time I do that, it seems like we get another warning to pop up. So we are getting some showers still, again, southeastern Illinois, bit of a lull back to the south and west, Carbondale southward along Highway 51 and across southeast Missouri, especially along I-55 right now. However, next round of storms moving in from the south and the west, and we'll have to keep an eye on those storms. A lot of wind shear in the atmosphere tonight. The one ingredient that is somewhat missing is instability. And this first wave of rain that's moved through has helped that just a bit. It has stabilized the atmosphere, but still with this amount of wind shear, with the temperatures as warm as they are, the amount of moisture in the air, we can't let our guard down as we make our way into the overnight hours. Going to kind of give you some live views coming in from across the region here this evening. One of the things we've also been tracking in addition to severe storms is just the really, really heavy rain. This is actually out of Benton, Illinois. And just to give you an idea, there is some localized flooding in a few spots, some low-lying areas. You get outside of town, rural areas, you could see some very high water in some of these spots. So use lots of caution. Again, if you are planning on heading out later on tonight, if you're heading to work first thing tomorrow morning, some of that localized flooding could continue to be a problem. Another view this evening from Carbondale, Illinois as well. And again, storms, we've already seen one round of storms move through here. We've seen a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain, but no severe weather this far northward out of this camera in Carbondale. We did have a lot of lightning on it just a little while ago earlier on tonight. Go a little farther to the south there and pull up our camera out of Metropolis as well. So this is the one we've been keeping an eye on to the south. And you can see some of the fog developing again right along the Ohio River, some raindrops there on the camera. But this storm that we're tracking with the tornado warning now well to the south and to the east of Metropolis. I know parts of Massac County a little while ago had a tornado warning for them. That was earlier this evening, but this storm is now well to the south of your area. So continuing to track some of these storms here as they make their way through the area. But JC, are you seeing any reports come through on this one? I know you've been kind of tracking some really heavy rainfall. Can you show us some of the just radar estimates? We're talking about some spots that may pick up more than 3-4 inches of rain as we make our way through the overnight.
Absolutely. Just looking at the last 24 hours of some of those rainfall estimates, we have some pretty hefty totals showing up. This is that band of very heavy rainfall extending from about the Boot Heel in southeastern Missouri through parts of western Kentucky. And that's where we've seen some of the heaviest rain. Some of those estimates coming in between 2 and 3 inches already. And again, this is just round one of those storms. We are still expecting the second round to roll in here actually pretty soon, within the next 30 minutes or so. That should start to push into some of our southern counties and become widespread across the area, with the rain not clearing for all of us until sometime tomorrow morning. So flooding, a big issue tonight. Of course, we saw a little bit of snow last week, so with that melting, the ground is still very saturated. On top of that, we have gotten all of the rainfall and are still expecting more. So don't let your guard down when it comes to some of the heavy rain and flooding. You can get that coming across the roadways very easily. It does not take much water on the road to sweep a car off of the road. So use caution late tonight and especially into early tomorrow if you have to get to work in the early morning hours, because we'll likely still be seeing some issues. Just earlier, we did have an emergency manager report in Massac County, kind of repeating this report, that there were 2 to 3 inches of water over Unionville Road in Massac County. So again, those are the sort of things that we're going to see tonight. So if you have seen or you know of an area that floods easily, you know your routes to work, you know where you need to be, and you know what floods pretty easily in some of those low-lying areas. And if you know an area floods, allow yourself some extra time tomorrow morning and allow yourself to route around that on your way out the door. Cautious of course, starting to see a small break, if you can call it that. We do still have some rain showing up in parts of southern Illinois and back off into southeastern Missouri. Starting to see more activity roll into Carter and Ripley counties and now into Butler County. But that was sort of the break ahead of round 2, because round 2 is going to be moving in from the south. I'm going to move the view just a little bit further to the south and then also switch the radar site to give you an idea.
And Trace Road and Old Ferry Road West, probably going to.
Earlier, and still some people saying they're not getting that with this warning. So if you don't get that, don't think that there's no tornado warning, because there is. It's just there's some kind of issue in the system tonight, maybe with the cell phone companies or the cell network, that it's not fully making it out to the cell phones. But the weather radios are going off, as they should. I did confirm that with the Weather Service, that the weather radios are indeed going off as they should. But some private weather apps, including ours and or your phone itself, we've been made aware of issues with them not going off tonight. And I don't know if that'll continue. I guess we could say it may, but just reiterating that for you. If you just joined us and you were clamoring at the TV saying, I didn't get this warning, there's the explanation. I don't have anything further on that for you right now. So looking down the line, big picture, this is probably going to pass over Interstate 24. There's your circulation. It's pretty clear to see it. No more tornado risk, by the way, from Marshall County, which is good news. But if you're anywhere in this area between Eddyville and Lamasco, this is coming for you probably in about 15 minutes. Southeast of Eddyville, right over Interstate 24, northwest of Lamasco. In the Princeton area, Princeton folks, about midnight, said about 11:55, 11:55, 58, very close to midnight for the Princeton area. So let me zoom this out one more time here and give you the bigger picture of what's going on. I want to put a track on this. It's been a few minutes since I've put a timed track on this for you. So let's zoom this out here. Our system here is being slow with me tonight, so bear with me. put a bigger track here on this. No more tornado risk for Marshall County. This is still a possible tornado. The warning currently is for Lyon County, Kentucky. And again, I have not still yet heard any report of tornado damage, although we do have reports of people seeing funnel clouds with this. I'm not gonna lie, if this goes to be that we did not have a tornado touchdown at all, I would be surprised, because there was a few moments of time in there, especially when it was coming out of Graves County, coming into Marshall. I was pretty sure we had an EF0, EF1 tornado either on the ground or briefly on the ground. So we'll see what happens from this. If you have a report behind this, please call the newsroom or send it to me on Facebook or email it to us. Please let us know, as that would help our coverage and, you know, information here greatly. But still somehow I've not had any reports confirmed of this. Let's put a bigger track on this little supercell. And while I'm doing this, I can tell you that the wind here just went down quite a bit on the latest scan. And by the way, so I can make mention of you too. Isn't it remarkable that 10 days ago it was 25 below zero, the wind chill, remember that, and snowing? The pattern, where it's just been an incredible couple of weeks here of weather. Wind chills 20 to 30 below zero 10 days ago, and now we're dealing with severe weather to open up 2023 from Mama Nature. But I digress. That out of the way. Here's the latest track of that supercell where the rotation is. It's not on the ground. It's not some kind of imminent, violent supercell rotation right now. It's not imminent, not violent. We're still in the possible phase, and right now it's got a little weaker than it was even just 2-3 minutes ago. But the way it's going, again, Dawson around midnight, Princeton around 11:50, Edival probably just south of Edival, the rotation will go 11:36. Providence, and then Madisonville, Kentucky after midnight is what we're looking at with that one. Let me digest some other data here. Yeah, so the rotation the last 2 minutes has gone down a lot in terms of strength. There's another complex of storms down in Arkansas. It's currently severe warned, and that has a lot of rotation with it, and that's going to be coming with even more wind shear. The wind shear out there now is the lowest it's going to be all night. It's increasing here as we approach midnight and going into 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. So if you're going to go on off to bed behind this, if you're watching this and you're wondering at the TV, can I go to bed? You know, is there more coming? Sure, go on off to bed. You know, go get some sleep. But please leave your phone on. Your weather, if you have a weather radio, make sure it's on. Make sure your phone is on. You have a way to get alerts, because this may not be the last cell of the evening in terms of this event. And I'm staying on the velocity data because I feel like it's been a lot clearer to pick out for you here. You've been getting your dose of velocity pixels here tonight. Now the good news is we're on LBL here. Notice this wind is really all not that strong. I don't have anything I'm really super concerned about at the live moment. If this continues for another scan, might see the tornado warning dropped. But this pixel there, that's wind of 34 miles an hour. And there's the minus and plus sign to differentiate if the wind's going towards the radar or away. Remember what I told you, the green is towards the radar. So when you see that sweep come across, that means the wind is blowing that way, towards the radar, which is in West Paducah. So the green is wind blowing east to west, and the red is west to east. And yeah, there's some broad rotation here, but it's weak rotation. I mean, there's no that tornado is not going to happen with 30-mile-an-hour wind. 30 miles an hour towards the radar and 9 away. It's not often you hear of a 45-mile-per-hour tornado. It's not strong enough to get a tornado to the ground. And this one down here, velocity 29 miles an hour towards the radar, and the wind away is cooking it at only maybe 2 to 5. So this is pretty weak stuff in terms of rotation right now, these little areas. Earlier, it was not the case. I mean, we're up in the range. I would expect maybe an EF0 or an EF1 tornado could have happened earlier, as you saw on the reflectivity, or the velocity, excuse me. And I'll loop this for you and show you. It was certainly stronger earlier when it was in Graves, parts of southern Marshall. But now it's a lot more loosely organized. The parent supercell is starting to lose its structure, which is good news. I mean, if it was up to me, I wish there were no warnings and severe weather the rest of the night. But that's not the case, unfortunately. So for right now, I hope this trend continues as we come up now on 11:30 p.m. But still, we're keeping an eye on this. As you can hopefully tell by the tone in my voice, I'm not overly concerned here with there being a tornado on the ground at the moment, but we're still keeping an eye on it, and the Weather Service is keeping the tornado warning because, as we've seen in the last, I don't know how long we've been tracking this thing. What did we come on at? 11, 10, 15, 10, 10. It's been an hour and 15 minutes. This thing has gone up, gone down, gone up, gone down, gone up, gone down, and rotation strength. So that's why we're still sticking with the tornado warning here right now, which does technically include the proper of Eddyville, right over Interstate 24. But I'll be honest with you, I'm not seeing a lot that has me concerned at the moment, which is good news. That's what I like to report on. It's not seeing things that are concerning. Still some strong wind though here just southeast of Eddyville. If this trend holds for another 2-3 scans of the radar, hopefully we'll see this tornado warning dropped. But that's what we're keeping an eye on for right now. Let me come off of this here real quick. And while I have all of y'all on here watching, let's go on a brief radar tour for the rest of the night. Because don't worry, I'm still keeping an eye on the radars here. But I feel like we've got enough of a break now in terms of the concern that nobody really needs to be sheltered at the moment based on the data I'm seeing, so we can talk about this. There's a lot more storms in southern Missouri, but it's this stuff here in eastern Arkansas. That was my main concern coming into the night, was the stuff after midnight, because we call it the low-level jet. That's the wind blowing at 5,000 feet. So if you just looked up at the sky, 5,000 feet above the top of your head, that's the key level we look at for forecasting severe weather and tornadoes. That low-level jet is increasing a lot after midnight, and it's kind of following this cluster of storms, which will be here by 1:32, 3 a.m. And that was the time frame originally, and still am, more concerned about there being severe storms or brief tornadoes. Yes, we've had a few warnings that this stuff out ahead of it, as we said, could happen, but the ingredients and the dynamics are better with this stuff down here that's still yet to come through our area. And even if you don't get a warning from this in the middle of the night, there's going to be a lot more rain, a lot more lightning going into tomorrow morning, which you can see here outside of this. Let me see if I can get the menu off of here. This is in Arkansas we're in. There's a lot more in the way of storms down here, of which there are several severe thunderstorm warnings from Monticello. This is Little Rock. Here's northwest Mississippi in the Memphis area. And I can show you the hour-by-hour forecast here through the rest of the night. This model is not doing a great job with the radar right now, but it is later on. We might see this fill back in, but the idea I want to bring up to you here is by 2, 3 in the morning, here's the idea, is that disregard the last 3 frames I just showed you. By about 2, 3, 4 a.m., that mess that I just showed you on the radar will organize into a squall line, a bigger squall line, and that will come through the Boot Heel, West Tennessee, the Purchase area around 3 in the morning. So we're probably not done with the severe threat for the night. In fact, I'd make the argument from the meteorologist and scientist perspective here, I'd make the argument that the greater ingredients and dynamics for a tornado or severe weather probably haven't even occurred yet. It's probably with this, 3 o'clock in the morning. Callaway County, Southern Graves, Fulton Hickman, Lake County. And as we go by 3 a.m. To 4 a.m., you can see this is the line. I know there's a lot of clutter and outside of this, but it's really this leading edge of the line. We call it QLCS. It's the leading edge of this line where brief tornadoes and wind damage can occur. And you can even kind of see the backward C being depicted by our computer model coming through Graves County, Paducah, Martin, Tennessee, Marshall County. This is 4 in the morning. So I know some of you might have storm anxiety. You don't need to be awake all night, but you have to have a way to get warnings and alerts, because we're probably not done with the weather for the, or change that, not probably. We are not done with the weather for tonight, and there's going to be another round of storms that could be severe, as you see here, 4 o'clock in the morning. Now, the good news with this is after about 5 a.m., the severe threat will go away, but we're still stuck with rain, some lightning and thunder. I know we've got kiddos going back to school tomorrow in most cases, a lot of cases. Maybe you've got work to go to in the morning. There's probably going to be some localized flooding in spots with 2 to 4, 2 to 5 inches of rain. The rain totals have varied greatly from this first round. We've got reports of 2 to 3 inches in Massac County, over an inch in the Paducah area, and we'll probably add on top of that another 1 to 3 inches of rain in short order going into tomorrow morning. And still by 8 a.m. tomorrow, there still might be a third and final round here clipping our eastern counties, but I think that would probably develop east of us by the time it did. Then by mid-morning tomorrow, the rain is done. We're still left with clouds, but we're quieting down. Now, I will mention that tomorrow evening after sunset in West Kentucky or Tennessee, as the cold front comes in, there could be a third and final round of storms we will keep an eye on. But back to the radar right now, I want to give you an update. Our tornado warning has been allowed to expire, so I want to scream that from the rooftops and make mention of that to you. It's now 11:36 p.m. Weather Service in Paducah has discontinued our tornado warning here, which was going on for a while, I'll give you that. And we'll do some analysis here. If you have a report, please send it to us. Anybody who was sheltered, you're safe to come out. You're safe to be okay now. But this is the cell that prompted all those tornado warnings, and I'll show you the velocity data with it right now. I mean, there's really not much here. I mean, there's still that mesocyclone in the atmosphere, but it is really weak and it's not of any concern. So, good news report. Tornado warning has been allowed to expire. We have none more in effect. Princeton, folks, you're going to get some heavy rain here coming up around midnight and some lightning. I have the lightning off because there was so much of it earlier. You couldn't really, for you know, heaven's sake, you couldn't even see the radar. There was so much lightning on the map earlier. There's so many bolts everywhere. I had to turn the lightning off. But still, there could be some lightning here coming into the Princeton area in the next few minutes. So, good news to report. Tornado warning is done for right now. It's got some rain scattered across the area right now. And here's that break. If you caught us on Facebook Live earlier, I told you about it on the 5 and 6 news. Trent told you about it today on Local 6 midday. That was round 1, which is moving out. A little bit of a break. And round 2 is going to come cooking in through here about 2, 3, 4, 5 in the morning. And the severe threat with that will be West Kentucky, Northwest Tennessee, and Southeast Missouri. If you live in Southern Illinois, you're probably good for the night and into tomorrow morning in terms of severe weather. Now, I do want to come back and show you real quick. We're still, I think, on Facebook, and we're still on TV here, obviously. I want to show you that. Now, I know some of you might be, especially if you're a weather junkie or you're a weather enthusiast, you might be asking at the TV, you're wondering, Noah, is the severe threat done because we had all that rain? Well, no. Here's why. Look at what the temperature is in Dyersburg and Union City. It's back up. The temperature's actually gone up in the last few hours. It went down, now it's back up. We're closer to 70 again in Northwest Tennessee. And the winds are out of the south, and the winds are going to increase, as I've told you multiple times. So the juice, that storm fuel, the instability, even though we had all that rain, and a lot of times, probably more times than not, a wave like that initially would completely squash another chance after it, but not the case tonight because we've got more fuel and instability from the south. The dew points are still in the mid-60s in Northwest Tennessee. There's no, there's no definition like, the sky is blue, 2 + 2 is 4. There's no hard definition for the dew point has to be this to get severe weather. But generally, if there was a line in the sand, it's about 60. So the point is you have to have dew points in the 60s to get severe weather, and that's present across West Kentucky, still in Northwest Tennessee, especially Northwest Tennessee. But look in Southern Illinois, the dew points are closer to the 50s. That's why I'm really not concerned there later tonight. So I'm going to sign off from now. I got to catch a break, get some water. We have no more severe warnings or anything in effect right now. Going to catch a break here for a little bit. Another round's coming in from the southwest. I'll post updates on that online, on air, through the app. And of course, if anything else concerning comes out, we'll be live here on coverage on TV and on Facebook. But for right now, we're going to sign off and take a break because we've got no more active warnings. But again, please, if you're going to bed, now I can't stress enough, have a way to get woken up in the middle of the night because there will be another round of storms that probably will have more severe storm and tornado warnings with it between 2 and 5 a.m. south of the Ohio River. So with that, I'll sign off for right now, and we'll see you coming up hopefully tomorrow morning for the news with no more severe weather, but we'll be here through the night watching things for you as it comes on in.
National Weather Service in Memphis has issued a flash flood warning for Clay County in eastern Arkansas, north central Craighead County in eastern Arkansas, Greene County in eastern Arkansas, Dunklin County, Missouri, northwestern Pemiscot County, Missouri, until 3:15 a.m. At 11:40 p.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 3 and 5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is on to begin shortly. Expected hazards include flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. The following impacts are expected: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Paragould, Kennett, Malden, Piggott, Corning, Campbell, Rector, Sinoff, Marmaduke, Chalky Bluff Natural Area, Crowley's Ridge State Park, Lake Fearsome State Park, Oak Grove Heights, Cudwell, Holcomb, Leaf, Wardle, Noble, St. Francis, and Pollard. Repeating, a flash flood warning has been issued until 3:15 a.m. Tuesday for the following counties: Dunklin, Missouri. Weather Service in Memphis has issued a flash flood warning for Clay County in eastern Arkansas, north central Craighead County in eastern Arkansas, Greene County in eastern Arkansas, Dunklin County in southeastern Missouri, northwestern Pemiscot County in southeastern Missouri, until 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time. At 11:40 p.m. Central Standard Time, Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 3 and 5 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Paragould, Kennett, Malden, Teagat, Corning, Campbell, Rector, Sineth, Marmaduke, Chalk Bluff Natural Area, Crowley's Ridge State Park, Lake Frierson State Park, Oak Grove Heights, Cardwell, Holcomb, Leaf, Wardell, Noble, St. Francis, and Pollard. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads. Please report observed flooding to local emergency services or law enforcement and request they pass this information to the National Weather Service when you can do so safely. Repeating, a flash flood warning. warning for southern Monroe County in eastern Arkansas, County in southeastern Arkansas, southeastern Jefferson County in southeastern Arkansas, northeastern Lincoln County in southeastern Arkansas until 3:10 a.m. At 12:09 a.m., Doppler radar indicated thunderstorms producing heavy rain across the warned area. Between 1 and 3 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 1 to 2 inches are possible in the warned area. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Hazard: flash flooding caused by thunderstorms. Source: radar. Impact: flash flooding of small creeks and streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage and low-lying areas. Some locations that will experience flash flooding include Stuttgart, Clarendon, Gillette, Holly Grove, Elmira, St. Charles, Rowe, DeWitt, Langford, Little Bayou Meadow Park, Douglas, Palmer, Richardson, Matting, Blackton, Aberdeen, Elmira Airport, Lodge Corner, Casco, and Crockett's Bluff. Turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooded roads. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be especially cautious at night when it is harder to recognize the dangers of flooding.